Welcome to Brescia in northern Italy. We're into week 2 of our Italian summer adventure. Well, last week in Milan, we saw Albano and Fresh Tropical qualify for the Super Series. They'll be joined by the winner of this week's series in Brescia. 6 teams are here. They're all desperate for that spot. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italy Brescia, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. Well, it will be a big week really, because I am so ready for Brescia. I think this will be one of the highest quality weeks in ECS that we have seen this year. We have 6 teams here. Only the winner of this week will go through to the Super Series in week 5. They'll take on Albano, Fresh Tropical, and the winners from Bologna and Rome. And the winner of that series, well, they get to go on a European Cricket League adventure in Spain in 2023. So we do have 4 matches today. We're starting with match 1. It's Brescia CC. Well, they were the ECL representatives this year from Italy. They're taking on previous ECL representatives, Giangio Brescia. Let's see what happens at the toss. Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Ready to call? In. Tails the call. It is tails. Morning. First. Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good first game. All the best. Okay. Good luck, my friend.
So it is Giangio Brescia that have won the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. Well, interesting one for me that they don't want to have a bat, even though I think it's pretty good batting conditions here, and I personally would have liked to have gotten some runs on the board, but their captain Zahid Ali, he's a wily character. Well, I like to call him the Alan Border of Italian cricket. He is over 50 years of age, but he is very, very clever. Watch out for his bowling in the first half of this game. He takes the pace off, but he's very, very clever. Well, in his time, he's a good batter as well, though he's listed at 9. I think they've got a few other options they want to try above him in this format. But let's talk about Brescia CC. We did see them earlier in the year in the ECL. They came 3rd overall in Europe, so we know that they're a strong club, and their captain Kalab Sajjad, I don't think he'll mind batting first at all. He'll want to put a mountain of runs on the board. And watch out for Yasir Dulu. He doesn't have the gloves in this game, but he is likely to open the batting, and he was one guy that showed that he can perform when the pressure is on. And Brescia CC, well, we know they're a class act. They didn't have a great start last year. They were bowled out for 50 on a Monday morning in our series here last year. I'm sure they'll want to avoid a repeat of that today. Watch out also for Imran Naveed. I think he's a pretty clever bowler. Had some injury issues for Brescia CC, but I'm looking forward to seeing him out there in the second half of this game. Let's talk about the conditions today. We are at the BCG, the Brescia Cricket Ground, and it's about an hour or so away from Milan where we were last week. But I can tell you in a word, it's hot. It's really, really hot today. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 34. Feels pretty hot out here in the middle. I mean, already we're up to about 29 or 30 degrees for the start of play, and it's only going to get hotter. This pitch was an interesting one for me. I think that last year we saw an average of 104 runs per 10 overs, so watch out for that pass score of about 100 to 110. I just think early in the week, teams will maybe take a little bit of time to settle, but they won't want to take too long because the competition is intense here in Brescia. Well, here's a man that's making his ECS debut in Brescia, Rico Full. We do have the commentary Ice Cube. Tell me how cool it is over there, Rico. I'm going to go over to you now with the news from the toss in match 1. Giangio Brescia, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Over to you.
Good morning, namaste, salam alaikum, sassari akal, everyone, and welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series in Brescia. Yeah, we've travelled from Milan to Brescia. It was an hour journey. So we've gone from the lovely, picturesque and architectural delight of Milan to Brescia. And Brescia is just as good, located in the Lombardy region of northern Italy, in between Milan and Verona. We are at the foot of the Italian Alps, and I tell you what, some of the scenery from where we are right here now is absolutely fantastic. And the whole region is truly magnificent and boasts some of the most fantastic scenery in Italy. And it also boasts the FanCode European Cricket Series. It's the second leg of our Italian summer in Brescia, and certainly looking forward to seeing some of these top teams do battle the bat versus ball wall, saying that the 2 teams, Brescia versus Gina Brescia, well, it's going to be an exciting contest, 107 to 96 in favour of Brescia. Well, that's what the bat versus ball wall has to say. Well, let's see how it goes out there. Certainly looking forward to this contest. And these two teams, they're like the giants at the moment of Italian cricket. And umpire Roman Shubdev Singh have led the teams out there. Good morning, gentlemen. Our men in black, our match officials. And as you heard Vinny Sandhu say, the third umpire and also the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, will be overseeing proceedings as well. So, well, folks, I hope you had a nice Sunday. I suppose I should say a very happy Independence Day to a lot of our American viewers. I'm sure you're going to be having a lovely day. I think if my memory serves me right, Independence Day is all about barbecue, spare rib style, of course. It's the National Barbecue Day back there as well, and also Caesar salad. So enjoy, and what could be better than sitting there around the barbecue, having your Caesar salad and some of your spare ribs, and watching the cricket that is going to start here. So we're ready to go. The first ball will be bowled by Mohammad Afzal. So Brescia CC will be batting. And, this pitch, first time I'm here, of course, but one thing I like about it, the actual pitch itself is nice and wide. So we shouldn't see too many of those no balls which are going to be actually off the field of play. And nice, clear, wide guidelines there for the umpires as well. And one thing I will tell you, I mean, when I took my round out there, is the outfield. I mean, it's going to be tricky. I mean, these guys are probably used to it, but it's quite bumpy. It's rock hard. I mean, you heard us talking about Milan, how hot it was. Well, the heat is on here as well. It's already 29, 30 degrees, so it's going to go up to around about 32, 33. And those temperatures, remember, they give you in the shade. But it's quite pebbly, so it's not one for diving around on. Here comes the first ball. And it's good away swing there from Mohammed. Remember, we're going to see 6 teams in Brescia. So half the number of those we saw in Milan. Mohammed just not... didn't feel right about that one. Umpire Roman out there, he's travelled with us from Milan. Nice to see him with us again. He's punched out to mid-off. Do the fielding there. No run. Yeah, let us know bright and early what you did on your Sundays. Did you have a cricket-free day? Or were you watching some of the other cricket around the globe? Of course, you can be in touch with us via the YouTube channel. And this is a similar type of shot, but this gets past the fielder, and that is going to be 4 runs, just like that. And that gives you an early indication of what this outfield is going to be like. I mean, once that ball goes past you, it's 4 runs. The difference, I mean, going back to this outfield between this one and the one in Milan, I mean, as you can see, it's just as dry, but it's not so soft. Milan was quite soft on top because of all the dried sort of soil, but this one is compact. It's rock hard. Swings away. And as a result of that, I think some of the shots, the aerial shots, they're not going to plug on this. They're going to hit the deck and go. But yeah, one of the things, just go back to that point, it is rock hard. Quite pebbly, quite gritty is the soil. So I don't think too many fielders are going to be wanting to dive on this. This is hit up in the air and just dropping short of the fielder. And I talked about the bounce. I told you, what did I say? It is not going to plug. It is going to hit the deck and go. With the fielder in 2 minds here, I mean, he could have gone for the catch. He decides to try and stop the ball on the bounce, and he's not able to. This clobbers him as it goes over the boundary. So 2 boundaries in the over. And he goes for another, but this one he should be taken, and he is. The catch is held on the boundary. Wasim Ahmed taking the catch. So the matter has to go. Dulu, he decided he wanted to go big. Got away with a couple, didn't he? But not that one. So 2 fours, and he's on his way. And Mohammed gets his wicket. Yeah, didn't quite get the timing in here. And Dulu, I know he can be quite an aggressive player. I remember he had a great innings in Karama, Dulu. But this time, He finds the field, a good catch taken. So first opportunity, and it's taken. Wasim Ahmed taking the catch there. So first wicket down, the score on 9. It's also the end of the over as well. So 9 for 1 at the end of the first. Well, Vinny was asking if it was cool in the ice cube. Well, I wish it was. I think really we need to give this. I know why we call this the ice cube, because the first time we saw it, you know, it looks like a cube, an ice cube, and maybe in the winter months, times of February or whatever, it's probably you could probably get away with it. But I think at the moment it is anything but an ice cube. We'll have to give it a new name. So what do you reckon, folks? Give us a new name for our little commentary cube here. Cubifier? I don't know. Up in the air, and this is going to go through the 2 fielders, and once it goes past, it's 4 runs, and that ball just rolls away. Yeah, nicely played. I mean, I like this because he's given it everything. It's not a half-hearted shot where there's an opportunity maybe for a soft catch. He swung hard, and he gets the boundary. 4 runs this time to Afridi. Khan just needs to get the ball a bit fuller. He doesn't go fuller, he goes the same, and a bit more width, and this is cut away magnificently. Good shot. So he gave that a clout, then he hit hard and gets sort of right on top of it. Wasn't too focused on trying to get it along the deck. He knew if he hit it well enough, it's going over the fielder. It's a good shot to play in the power play. A nice shot from Sajid Afridi. The bowler got some thinking to be doing here. Just needs to get it fuller again. Just been a little bit too short, Wasim Ahmed. This is a miscue, and it will be an easy corner bowled. Well, just another soft dismissal. Both batters getting going, playing a couple of shots, and then getting themselves out. The first batter was Yasir to go, Yasir Dulu, and he played 2 fours, and he was then caught on the boundary by Afzal Mohammed, and now you just see there, the Sajid Afridi. Well, he hit 2 fours, and then he gets out very tamely. You can see how disappointed he is about it. So just like that, both the openers have departed. He said Dulu goes for 8. And Sajid Afridi, a couple of balls later, after he hit 2 boundaries for 4, he departs. A new batter walks out there. It's Naveed Chaudhry. See what he can do here. They seem pretty happy at the moment, don't they? Brescia just didn't seem to be too deterred with the ball going to the boundary. I think you gotta have that approach on this pitch. There's going to be runs scored here for sure, and quite a lot of them. This is hit on the up, and he's just going to get it onto the fielder, who then gives it chase, and he just can't stop it. 4 runs. Okay, aja ball nahi aayi. Oh, गिर चौका लग गया. Both efforts to get the field in there, but ball nahi aayi. There's one of those where, as I say, it's not going to hold up for you. And this one, it didn't want to stop. It just kept going. It goes over the boundary. 4 runs. And I don't think Wasim Ahmed was too happy about that. Seems to be giving the bowler a bit of the fielder giving the fielder a bit of a talking to. Ahmed once more goes for that line again, and this is a lovely shot. 4 runs through the gap, plays it through covers, gets right on top of this. Delightfully played. Had plenty of time, doesn't he? Well, so Naveed, well, he's probably keen not to make the same mistake. Well, he's hit the 2 boundaries now. Last 2 batters, both the openers, 2 fours and out. Naveed Chaudhry. He's got 2 fours now to his name. Ahmed, last ball of the second over. And, oh, this one gets chopped down. This will be interesting. Keeper, he gets there. Gets the throw in. Yes, it doesn't run away quite as quick there. I'm suspecting, just look at this ground, we've got a really good area view here. And the 2 overs, 26 for 2. And it was sort of top of the middle. You see all the way around the ground. It's like this ground is very similar in the way of its aspects, really, as the ground in Romania. So we're sort of, the actual playing area is set lower than around us. We've got this sort of ridge, a mound that goes all the way around. And we're right on the top of the mound, so we've got a really good view here. And but I will say that it goes probably from left to right as you're looking at it there. You maybe can see it on your screen. I think it goes uphill. So I think the longer boundaries and the harder ones to hit are probably going to be those ones sort of at mid-wicket, square leg. Whereas the offside to the right hand, I think the ball is going to race away. This one is going to be a Gandhi ball, and this is going to race away as well. And that is 5, and that's not a good start. And, this is Mohamed Afzal coming to bowl his second over, and he gets this one all wrong. And I don't know about you folks, but looking at what I've seen so far just in this short period of time, I get the feeling that we are going to see plenty of runs this week. I think the pitch, seeing how it plays, just seems to be a bit more bounce and a bit truer. It's another wide, so that's 6 runs of no ball so far in this over. Yeah, I think the pitch, the ball seems to come through. The batters prefer that, and if they time it well, it's going to take some stopping. It really is. 2 men straight at the moment. Again, this is down the leg side as well. This is another wide. So just like that, with this 7 come of the over, but not a legal delivery ball yet. Didn't have the same problems when he started, Mohamed Afzal. But for some reason here, for no reason at all, he's getting it all wrong to the right-hander. Going to try round the wicket. And this is a wider zone. Look where he's standing there, the umpire. Yeah, here we go. Good umpiring. That's what I like to see. Right, on the ball, straight away. Ah, I like it, I like it. He said, look, you've done it once. You do it 2 more times, you're off. Yeah, look, that's the laws. That's the laws of cricket. And it's good to see the umpires letting the bowlers know and setting the precedent straight away. Good officiating that. I'm liking that from umpire Rahman. So he does come over the wicket. Oh no, this is going to be also 5 wides. What is going on here? Dear, oh dear. Well, he then comes back over the wicket because of that warning from the umpire, and he gets it wrong again. Well, Metro Pizza, the sponsor, well, I tell you what, I hope they don't take the directions that he's giving to that Balota, because they're always going to be late with the delivery. And you know what that means? Free pizza, everybody. Free pizza. Mohamed Afzal, come on. Pressure on him now. That's better. Better delivery. Gets the ball in. So finally. And that score, look, it just rocketed up, isn't it? From nowhere. 26 it was at the end of 2 for 1. Short. Gets a good bit of bat on this. It goes straight to the fielder inside the circle at mid-wicket. Nicely stopped. Oh, that's a good ball. Just seems to have taken the pace off it now, just concentrating and getting in line. And this one just, well, it's good length as well, isn't it? Pitched right up, and it's just moving away from the batter. Can't do anything about that. It looks like he's got the radar right now. Short, gets back quickly. But this is something which, going back to Milan, not too many batters were doing successfully, and that's going back on the back foot and playing shots, because sometimes that bounce was just a little bit unpredictable. No sign of that here so far, so already you can see that the batters are quite happy to rock back and play their shots. Toss now for the new batter, Imad Khan. Well, he goes for the big shot. He gets it over the big wicket. This would go, well, does it go all the way? Just to check, I think it does. Manos arriba. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna sona. Shaka. Lagya. The first six. The first Massimo of the innings. And it comes the first runs to Imad Khan off his first delivery. Well, he had to wait a while to face that delivery. But when he got the opportunity, he clobbered it for a big one. Oh, good reply. Yorker-lent delivery right in the block hole. And, gets the single. And this over looks like it finally comes to an end. What an expensive one it was. By my calculations, I think 21, so it did go magical. And remember, I reckon about 13 or maybe 14 of those came off wides. There was on 2 occasions that there were 5 wides. So just like that, the score has accelerated. 47 for 2. So Naveed Chowdhury, he's off and running. And well, so is his batting partner. He didn't want to hang around. Imad Khan smashed a huge 6. You'll see that reflected on the power play chart there. That's exactly what you're wanting, those graphs to be going higher. But now it's an opportunity perhaps for the fielding side in Brescia to make a few changes here. Get those fielders spread out. So 5 men allowed outside the 30-yard circle now. See 3 go on the boundary leg side straight away. Square leg mid-wicket, long on, and there's a man sort of behind square inside the boundary, so that 5 leg area is all open. And third man, well, they don't really have a third man. Looks like they've got a slip, and I just mentioned him. I reckon he's got a hand on this, and it was the bowler that just had all the troubles getting the ball in the right areas. Well, this time, I think there's hand on this. Had to see it again. I'm sure there was. So, I mean, no third man. It's a risky one. Go with a slip. The inside look, there he is there. And, well, you have to say he wasn't quite in the position you'd expect him to be in, ready to take this. And the captain, well, he could have had a wicket straight away, Zahid Ali. So chance goes down, you have to put it that way. This one has been hit big, but there is a fielder out there. Will he get there? No, he can't. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona shaka lagya. Well, he backed himself, didn't he? And he absolutely crunches this, and despite the efforts of the fielder there, well, I mean, he couldn't jump any higher if he tried. Nasir Mahmood, and that's 6 more. And it's also 6 more to Imad Khan. 2 sixes for him. And, well, you know which shot he likes to play. Zahid Ali. What's the comeback going to be from the captain on the fielding side? Goes outside the off. A good change of direction. And single gets taken. And, of course, that big 6 brought up the 50 as well. So into the 50, into this 4th over. So Brescia CC are looking dangerous here, this partnership. Courtesy of quite a few extras, has to be said. Flights this one right up. And he didn't quite fancy that. Just quite happy to just drop the bat on it. Here's Naveed Chowdhury. Bit of width. Hit up in the air, but he gets the toe end. This could be an opportunity, but it's not. It goes all the way over. Well, he gave it some muscle, didn't he? A bit of muscle power. Though he didn't come out the middle of the bat, it still goes sailing over the fielder. 6 more runs. And, well, they need to break up this partnership, and they need to break it up pretty quickly. Now the captain, 15 of his first 5 deliveries. Hit hard towards one of those 3 fielders out there. And it's nicely fielded. And a good opportunity for me at the end of the 4th over with the score on 63 for 2 to welcome back my commentary partner, the legend himself, Mr. Maximo. Welcome, and welcome to Brescia.
Thank you. Very good morning to you, Rico. Morning to all of our viewers as well on FanCode in India and also on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company, and we've got a beautiful vantage point here of this ground in Brescia, don't we? We've got the mountains in the background, we've got the cricket in the foreground. Pretty hot and spicy out there in the middle already. I think there's just a bit less in the less for the bowlers in this pitch.
Where's the
I think
swimming pool?
Going
You promised me a swimming pool. Where's the pool?
Well,
you said, Rico, if you come to Brescia, I promise you there's going to be a pool. You're going to be nice and cool.
I don't know
see one.
if we can get this. Maybe Valentine's can get it, but we don't have a swimming pool, but I can land my helicopter here because there's a helipad over there.
How does that help you with the swimming pool? Are you telling me you're going to chopper me to a pool?
Maybe I can chopper you away to a swimming pool if required. But I want to say good morning to Sandori, good morning to everyone in the live chat. Still setting a few things up here, so I'll try and get a bit more active in there as we go. But speaking of swimming, though, you know how many beautiful swimming spots there are around here? We've got the beautiful Lake Garda around here.
Yeah.
And I'm actually thinking, it's come the end of the day, I'll be having a dip somewhere.
A little bit of bounce. Hey, look, I'm liking this setup here. I've got to say, I like this pitch. I think there's, we just saw there that if you put something in it, you bend your back, you're going to get a response. It's a start now here from Abdul. But I think the batters, you get batters in here, you're going to score runs. There is going to be a ton or two scored this week. I'm telling you now, there's going to be a ton or two scored this week because there's runs out there. The pitch, I think a batter gets in there, it's going to hit it well. The outfield, I mean, 50 metres is the boundary, and we've seen already batters are prepared to take the bowlers on and hit big, and the ball races along the surface. A lot of runs here, Vinny, today. A lot of runs.
Yeah, I think so. And the thing is, we've got the players to do it as well. We've got some very, very high-quality batters here in Brescia, no doubt about this. I mean, a lot of people saying this is the strongest of the groups. This one's pulled away, and this will be another boundary. So see, when boundaries come, they can come thick and fast. Right now, that run rate is 14 and over. Well, plus that, as Hazib just gets a little bit too short and pays the price.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's still, though, it had to be put away. And it was clinically done. Got into a superb position. Crunches that away. Liking the contrast of the teams as well. Their colours, Brescia in their traditional green. And certainly liking the lime and this sort of sky blue, navy blue effect jerseys of their opponents as well. Of Janjua Brescia. Yorker length got him out. Absolute beauty. That is a boogie, oogie, woogie fireball. And he actually spreads those stumps all over the place. Well, that was quite emphatic. What a delivery. What a ball. What a sight for a bowler. What an important time to get a wicket. Naveed Chaudhary, he has to go. He goes for 17 of that. His 14th ball. Here we go. Boom. That is that. And that was a delightful delivery. And it doesn't matter what the pitch is, doesn't matter what the outfield is like. You bowl that line, you'll get success.
Yeah, when in doubt, full straight. That's exactly what he does there. And gets it just right. Makes the stumps fly. That went pretty quickly into the furniture, didn't it? So 67 for 3. We've seen wickets, we've seen runs this morning in the first half of the first innings of this week. Yeah, Brescia CC. In the corresponding fixture last year, they were taking on Chivadate. That was Chivadate's debut in ECN cricket. And Brescia CC, lots of raps on them, as you'd imagine. They got bowled out for 50.
Yeah.
But fortunately for them, there was rain after 1 over of the second innings. And so it ended up being a no result, and they got basically a mulligan. They got to start their tournament again. Ultimately, they would top the table after the group stage, but then go out in the semi-final stage. It was a straight 1 versus 4, and it was Janjua Brescia that knocked them out. Janjua Brescia finished 4th on that occasion. Still remember that. I mean, there were a couple of players that were kind of key players for Brescia CC, breaking some team rules the night before, and therefore being left out of the side. So no credit to them, to the management for doing that, even though ultimately it would mean they wouldn't make the final. They finished in 3rd place last year in this ECS. You see 68 for 3 after 5, on target for a big score, no doubt about that. You can see a fair few players there that we saw in the ECL. Rico, you remember Dulu, of course, he's already gone, but Naveed Chaudhary is another one, Imad Ali, plenty of names. And look, these two teams, these are the 2 clubs in Italy that have played ECL cricket, because Janjua Brescia were the representative club in 2019, and they had just one or two still in that side. Zahid Ali, the captain, the most notable one. They had Zahid Chima playing for them back in 2019. Saw that clip on social media recently. And so, yeah, these two teams, the only two teams that have experienced the ECL. All right, time for the next over. Here's Raheem Qureshi. Starts with a pretty good one. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge it after just 5 overs. I mean, I have seen a fair few low scores on this field as well, although last time we came, should say that it was April, so it was slightly different. But this is really dry as a bone. And actually, you know, a lot of people talking about the field last week in Milan, and even this field, you know, one of the things, though, at the moment is there's some pretty comprehensive water restrictions in Italy at the moment due to the lack of rain that they've had. This will just be one, I think. Yeah, so, yeah, Rico, that's the reason they can't water the ground, because it's actually illegal at the moment. Yeah. They're really trying hard to conserve water. You can only use it for kind of your basics like drinking, bathing in, kind of household things. You can't wash your car at the moment. And that's why we're seeing these kinds of fields. And, look, you know, it does make it super quick for the batters, though. It makes it a bit tough for the fielders.
Qureshi into the attack, bowling to Khan. And, probably a good length to him now. Khan, you know, he likes to hit the ball hard and he likes to go for the boundary ropes. He's hit 2 huge sixes. And that's the only boundaries he's got. He's not interested in 4s, he wants 6s, but of course the bowling a better length to him now and a better line. He hasn't been able to manoeuvre another one over that mid-wicket area. And he joined out there by a man that we know really well. That's Kalab Sajjad. He's the captain of Brescia. He leads them well, doesn't he? He's sort of like the sort of silent mastermind who's always behind the players, always pulling the strings. But he doesn't often get the sort of merit he should. He holds the team together and he plays important parts. And he's a clever bowler as well. Though he doesn't always bowl, he knows when he should be bowling, when he shouldn't. And he could play an important role with the bat as well. This is a big shot. I don't think he was going to hold back too much longer. Khan, he wants to go big. He wants to cause a bit more carnage. That one goes through him. Qureshi, good start from him. Can he finish well? Just 3 off the over. And, just maybe starting to claw themselves back into this match with those 3 wickets. And, well, this will be a good start. This stays a nice tidy over. Short again, but this is whacked pretty hard, but it's put down by the fielder. Really was hit hard. I mean, he does everything right. He gets there and he needs to take this catch, really. And this could be a big let-off. You see, catch goes down, the ball runs away from him, and afterwards the fielder examines his fingers. But
it was belted, wasn't it? But you can see if you get too short, sits up and asks to be hit, really, most of the time on this pitch. Have a look at the score after 6 overs, 72 for 3. That's an average of 12 and over. See, just a couple of wides in multiples hurting them so far on the scoreboard as well, 13 of those. But Afzal, 1 for 30. More expensive than we're used to seeing from him. Back to Nasib Abdul now. Played for PLG last year, Pack Lions Getty. And so he's playing for Chandra Brescia this year. A few player movements I just noticed in this Chandra Brescia side. A couple of players from Bergamo United. They were called this year known as Royal Bergamo.
Gets on top of this. That's the Imad Khan. But once again, he's most of his runs, I think all but from one, have been out there on the onside. So I think they've got it sussed where they want to be bowling to him. Hasib Abdul, well, liked what he's done so far. He ripped out the stumps off Naveed Chaudhary. Now bowling his second. Let's see what he can do here. Go short. This is up in the air. It's a catching opportunity. Fielder gets underneath it. And it's another one that gets built. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, they've got to do better, haven't they? And this time it's Nasir Mahmood that puts it down. And either one of those, Nasir Mahmood or Raheem Qureshi, could have gone for this. And it looks like that it's this Mahmood that says, I'll take it, it's mine. Gets under it, and he goes for it croc style, you see.
One jumps out of the crocodile's jaws. Good comeback from Abdul, but he'll be disappointed because he really should have had that wicket.
Ahmad Khan, he's certainly a guy. We saw glimpses of him at the ECL, and he started opening the batting, ended up finding a home in the middle order. Couldn't really get going, but he's a very, very talented hitter. Right now, this is Sajjad, who elevates. Now, this really should be out, and what a catch that is! Oh, that's some incredible athleticism from Farhad Ali. He had to bend himself back. He wasn't quite sure where the boundary was, but he reels it in. Rico, what a catch on a Monday morning in Brescia.
Well, this is what we're talking about. We've seen two straightforward catches being put down, and this one goes up in the air. Goes in a long way. Look, the fielder doesn't know exactly where he is here. He's uncertain if he's by the rope, but he backs himself. Look, thinks he's about there, jumps up, takes a one-handed, and he looks up at his opposition teammates. And he says, there you go, boys. You're not going to be shouting about this. And one man who's got a big smile on his face there was Zahid Ali, the captain. That is a top quality catch. He makes it look easy. That wasn't easy. There were so many things going on in the fielder's mind there. And that was Farhad Ali. He's probably thinking, okay, I know it's my catch, but I've lost track of where the rope is now. And he thinks that he's there. He thinks he's by the boundary line. Have a look at this. He thinks he's there. He says, I can't go any further back. So he backs himself to take it one-handedly, and he does. And he brings a fair amount of joy and pleasure to the captain as well, Zahid Ali. And Janjua Brescia take another wicket. So they are, after it was a very, very good start from Brescia, they are getting themselves back into this.
Yeah, so if you're not sure, you'd rather be too far in than too far back. So he's not quite sure where that boundary is. But, he was surprised he had so much room to move. Full toss. It's one of the three men guarding the leg side boundary. End of the 7th over. Saqib gets off the mark. Score now is 76 for 4. And of course, this week is week 2 of our Italian summer. We did have 2 qualifiers from Milan because of how many teams we had there. We had 12 teams in Milan. Albano and Fresh Tropical already have booked their tickets to the Super Series. The winner of this week will join them, and then the winners of Bologna and the Rome Series in weeks 3 and 4 respectively. That Super Series will have those 5 top teams in Italy and will be competing for the 1 spot in the European Cricket League in 2023. The ECL is the Champions League of European Cricket, coming to you in February and March 2023. It'll be the 3rd edition, and it'll be really exciting to see exactly which team gets that honour. In Italy, we saw how well they did last year, and Brescia CC in particular, finishing 3rd out of the 30 clubs that we saw. So yeah, to be the 3rd top club in Europe is a pretty big honour. But right now, I've been pegged back a little bit, you'd have to say. 76 for 4. At one stage they were going kind of 14's pace now, just dipping under 11. And we're going to have Rahim Qureshi, I think, coming in to bowl over number 8.
Yeah, those last 2 overs, only bearing 8 runs. The first one from Rahim Qureshi, who's coming back to bowl his second. Nasib Abdul bowled beautifully. So, yeah, the pressure is on, and the batters, I think, have to now take the decision to start to go big. They're just having a bit of a chat there in the middle. Maybe just waiting for just got a slight delay here. Just a technical issue, which our team are trying to sort out. But once again, gives us the opportunity to welcome you all to Brescia. It's week 2 here of our Italian summer. Well, congratulations, of course, to Fresh Tropical, who were the champions of Milan, beating Albano by 10 runs in what ended up being quite a thrilling final at the Milan Cricket Ground. Back to the action here now, and it is Qureshi. Bold, gets this in the right areas.
I had a question about who won this series last year. Well, the winner was Gina Brescia, who ended up going and winning the whole thing. They won the Super Series as well, but I just put the link to the scores from last year in the chat, so people are asking those kind of questions. You can go straight to the source and have a look. That's probably the best way to do it. A lot of people ask me what players to watch out for, what teams to watch out for. Well, it's on our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Check it out.
It's a fair bit of bat on this. I think after seeing the other one just go through, he's decided now that the bowler's got his radar pretty good, so he's going to have to play those shots. I mean, last year the average runs here were about average innings per innings about 100 and, over 100, 104. Bowled again. He's bowling such a good line. He's hitting the deck hard. He's getting good carry through as well. getting the ball through to the batter at a good height, which makes it very difficult for the batter to sort of be hitting it straight on. So I'm just wondering if, well, the only thing they can do here is rock back and hook or pull, or try and play the uppercut in between the man at third and point. That's what you've got to be trying to do here. He's not giving anything to drive, Qureshi. So up in the air, so again, it wasn't there for the drive. The fielder gets under it, gets steady, and takes the catch. No mistakes at all there. That's nicely done. And that's another one that bites the dust, and it's Fahad Ali that takes it.
Not as difficult as the last one. This time he's got two hands, and he's not afraid to use them. So, yeah, pretty handy one to get at this stage as well, as it is the big wicket of Imad Khan. The Brescia CC continuing to slide slightly in the second half of this innings. He's gone for 20. Score is 77 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good fight back. I mean, they didn't help themselves, you got to say. Then Brescia, when they gave Tumin that third over, went magical. 21 coming off it from Mohammed Afsal, who just lost his line, gave too many wides away. But Zahid Ali then bowled the fourth. That one also was a little bit expensive. But then from over 5 onwards, well, they've been right on it. And it's all been down to the bowling of Hazib Abdul and Rahim Qureshi. Qureshi, well, with 2 more balls to go, he's got a standing figure so far, 1 for 5. And it is Amjad, the new batter that comes out. Qureshi to Amjad. And Amjad, a swing and a miss. Look, head is nowhere here. He's looking one way and swinging the other. Makes no contact at all with the ball, Awais. And he's out there with Mohammed Saqib. Qureshi to finish what would be a great spell. And no runs there. Oh, there could be a run out here. Oh, well, the keeper, I think he sort of snatches at this. They're looking for 2, and this would be out if he hit. Well, where's this one going? Well, somebody stop the ball. I'm getting dizzy. Well, the wicketkeeper, I think, had more time. He snatches at the throw, gets it wrong, and then, well, the batters decide they're going to gamble on a second, and they got lucky on 2 occasions. This was the first time.
We're off the end of the bat in the first place. That would have been out. And for my next trick, would have been out at the other end as well. So, yeah, that's a good experience, though. I think you've got to take everyone on offer. The bowler comes around, tries to back it up, can't. There's the old fast motion for you. We're one of the only sports broadcasts in the world that don't just do slow motion replays. We do fast motion replays as well. So give them 2 there. 79 for 5. Last 2 overs now. We're into the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, as we like to say, Rico. And let's see what they can put together.
Wasim Ahmed comes back into the attack. He had a few issues, didn't he, in his first over. So they've got to finish well here. They don't want to go for, say, a magical over or so here. Once again, get that score to go up to 100. They need to just stay.
So here you go. First 4 overs went for 63. The second 4 overs went for 16.
Yeah.
And that's why I said it kind of at the halfway point of the innings, I think after 5, saying, you know, don't judge it just after 5 overs because things can change. That's the biggest thing about this T10 format, I think, since I've been doing it, is that I was surprised how many times a game can change and how quickly it can change, really.
Swing and a miss once more, and just doesn't seem to have his hand and high coordination at the moment. The batter just swinging and missing, keeping the pressure on.
Ahmed bowling well. Slow ball, that's really clever. Good keeping as well behind the stumps. That's Naeem Ahmed. That just gets on the second bounce. Does have the artificial to help him out a little bit on the second bounce there, but still. Brescia worked their way well back into this game.
Got a bit hazy all of a sudden. It's like the sun's gone over some of this scattered cloud, offering a little bit of a respite from the heat. It's hit straight down the ground. I wonder if they'll try and take 2 here. the fielder does pick it up cleanly. And they probably would have made it if they decided to go for it straight away, actually.
Yeah, maybe I wouldn't have known it was going to be a wide throw, but yeah, it's getting to that point, isn't it, where you want to take on those marginal twos. I think the other thing is if they'd gone, most likely the thrower would have gone to the bowler, I feel. He felt like he had no real pressure on the throw. Anyway, here's Wasim. Last ball of the ninth.
Again, straight down the ground. Ball bobbles away, picks it up cleanly, and a good throw right into the gloves of the keeper. That was always ever going to be one. So this remarkable turnaround continues. Another very tidy over. So Ahmed finishes with figures for 1 for 20.
Yeah, so that's basically the last 5 overs going for 19 now.
Yeah.
Imagine that. I mean, that's 38 pace. And a team that's up and going. It just shows you the value of taking wickets. No coincidence that we had wickets fall in the first and second, but then the fifth. So we had wickets in the 5th, 7th and 8th, and we haven't actually had a boundary since the 4th ball of the 5th over. So we haven't had a boundary in the second half at all. So everyone that was saying, oh, it's going to be complete run fest, well, don't forget. I mean, things can change quickly. If you bowl well, if you can maybe expose the middle and lower order as well, and you can work your way back into the game. Here we go with the last over. Jaspinder Singh is going to bowl it. Not had a bowl yet. They're deciding to go from here in the 10th.
Places out onto the offside against just going to be a single, so it's all tiki-taka here at the moment. Well, they came out in the old V12, but yeah, as you say, Vinny, after the 4th over, they changed down to a tuk-tuk, and that's all that's been happening here at the moment.
Yeah, we've got a busted gearbox or something. It hasn't been happening for them now. It doesn't look like they'll get the 100 even.
Jaspinder Singh. This is another wild swing. And yeah, I mean, it's been too much swinging and missing from Awais Amjad as well. That's his 6th delivery, 3 runs, and he's almost played the same shot to every ball that he's got. I think Singh will just want to keep aiming in the same direction, the same corridor. And that's wide off stump. This one he goes fuller and slower as well. This bat on the ball, and well, it will go to the boundary, will it? And yeah, well, there's a foot on this. I'd like to see it again, exactly where the fielder's actual foot was when he stops it. I mean, the batter's disappointed with himself that he wasn't able to put it away. Look, just at the last minute here, I mean, does he get the ball before touching the rope? Well, it's hard to tell this angle.
Well, yeah, you can't tell. I think it's probably fine. The benefit of the doubt goes to the fielder on those boundary stops when we have a look at them. So everything rolling towards Brescia at the moment.
And it looks like, I mean, did they only just take the single there as well? It looks like they did, yeah, because it's not Amjad that's on strike. So, and that's probably because Saqib said, leave it to me, I'm going to hit it big. Well, he does hit it big, but he only hits it straight into the hands of Nasim Mahmood. But Mahmood, he's had a few issues out there, but he likes to stick to the crocodile style, and he takes the catch while he's in a key position. So obviously he is known for his catching abilities, and this time, no mistakes, he takes it. So, and wicket for Jaspinder. So he's 1 for 4 now off his spell, with still a couple of deliveries to go. And Saqib, well, he has to depart, 5 of 7 deliveries. So what an incredible fight back this has been. I mean, they were rocking and rolling along at some pace, and then all of a sudden, Nasib Abdul, he started a remarkable comeback for Brescia, and they're right on top here again.
Yeah, they sure are. This is run the feed. That comes to the crease now. More for his bowling. Just 2 more to come here. It's been a fantastic comeback here. Still no boundaries in the second half of this innings. Quite remarkable.
He's hit up in the air towards the fielder, and he puts it down. Charges into it, and the ball crashes into the hands of Rahim Qureshi. And well, Jaspinder will be disappointed, because he knows right now he should be bowling a hat-trick delivery. In fact, he's not. They get the single.
Cost them 1 though. It's been a really good last over for someone hasn't bowled yet in the innings. Always a bit of pressure when you're having to bowl the 10th. He's held it well. Here we go, last ball of the innings.
It's going down the leg, I think. Shaking the head of the umpire. They'll get a leg by. And with it, that will be the end of the innings. And it finishes on 88, which is quite incredible. And you see there, good call from the umpire. Shaking the head also. They say, no, that's not out. But what a comeback. And I think the happier team by far is going to be Brescia. So what looked like it was going to be a very high score at one point ends up to be one which is below par, below average here on this ground. I said that the average inning score last year was around about 104. So, but it's not going to be that here today in the first match. It's going to be a low scoring one. But Vinny did tell you that the last time we started here it was a low scoring affair to start off with. But this one's pretty low as well. I mean, it's the grady 80s, but to begin with, well, there were runs going quickly and fast. I mean, what the batters were doing, they're going out swinging the bat. I mean, both the openers, 2 fours, and this is another example of that. 2 cracking shots, and then got out, and that's how the first 2 wickets went. Yesedullah and Sajid Afridi, both of them, 8 and 9. But then we had a bit of a partnership, Imran Khan and Naveed Chaudhry. They batted really well. Chaudhry particularly played some nice shots. Imran Khan, well, he was just hitting it big, but there were also problems for the opener. Mohammad Afzal just couldn't get the ball in the right areas in his second over. He gave 10 runs away just like that with those 5 wides. And well, these were the big hits from Imran Khan. He really did hit it hard and big, but something had to give. And well, this one was another cracking shot, just smashing it away. But this is the way it was done emphatically, and that signaled the start of the comeback. What a beautiful delivery that was from Hasib. And, well, like I say, he wasn't always at his best out there. It was Crocodile Dundee, Nassim Mahmood. But he did take some catches. Talking of catches, that one from Fahad was absolutely sensational. A one-handed dream catch. And this one was a little bit more straightforward from him. But they came good in the end. Maybe it was a nervous start. There he is. He says, yeah, I can catch him as well, Nassim Mahmood. This one was not taken. That was an opportunity for Jasminder to have taken 2 and 2, and he would have been bowling the last ball as a hat-trick ball. It is not to be. Let's look at some of the pictures here of the beautiful scenery in Brescia, and we'll see the scorecard as well, which will tell you a story of 2 halves. It's quite incredible. You see there, after those 2 early wickets, both batters getting into the runs, then getting out. But then we saw that partnership between Imran Khan and Naveed Chaudhry, which looked like it was very fruitful. It looked like at that point, especially at the halfway point, to score 68 for 3, that they were going to get a lot of runs. And then, well, it went from 68 in the first 5 to 20 of the last 5, because the score finishes 88. A remarkable comeback, all started by the bowling of Hasib Abdul. Bowled really well, I think, got the ball in the right lines. And also, Rahim Qureshi, he didn't give anything to drive, and I think that's what made the difference. The batters just weren't able to play the powerful shots, and that ladder batsmen weren't able to play very well off the back foot. So that was a really, really good comeback there. So 88 on the board. Just have a quick look at the bowling figures. I mean, there were some expensive ones there. Mohammad Afzal with one of his overs going magical. Yeah. But there was also some outstanding ones as well. I've mentioned a couple of those already. But there we go. So Afzal Mohammed, 1 for 30. Wasim Ahmed, 1 for 20. That's 50 runs just there. It just goes to show you how good the others were. Zahid Ali didn't pick up a wicket, and his one over was pretty expensive, but the others were spot on. Hasib Abdul, he for me was the player out there with the ball so far. For me, he bowled 2 great overs, 2 wickets for 9, 1 for 7 from Qureshi. He was very good. Just bowled a really good line that they couldn't get hold of, and just been the thing there to come on to bowl the last over. And went for 5, got 1 wicket. Could have quite easily been 2, maybe could have been 3. And this is the mid-match summary. So match 1 here in Brescia, and it is Brescia, the home side. They make 88, and that leaves the door open here for a a Genjua Brescia victory. Well, will it be? They need 89 for victory here. I'm Rick Full, and alongside me is Mr. Maximo, Really Sandu, and we'll be right back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of the first match here in the beautiful setting of Brescia. Join us in about 10 minutes. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome to the FanCode European Cricket Series in Italia. It's week 2 of our Italian summer here. Last week was in Milan, where we saw Fresh Tropical beat Albano. And in doing so, not only did they become the champions of Milan, but also they booked their place in the Super Series. That's coming up in week 5 of this Italian summer. The good news for Albano, well, they weren't able to beat Fresh Tropical in what ended up being a close final, but because there were 12 teams taking part in Milan, or they too will be at the Super Series. So 2 teams from Milan, and now we get down to here in Brescia and then in Bologna and Rome, where only the winner will make it through to the Super Series. And the Super Series is all about those top 5 teams in Italy, the best of the club teams coming together and finding to see who will be representing Italy in 2023's European Cricket League. That is like the European club champions of Europe. Of course, at the moment, the champions, the proud holders of that magnificent trophy is, well, from my neck of the woods, I suppose, from Spain, which is the team from Barcelona, the Catalonian side. And that was Pakai Badalona. They are the champions. And they, of course, will be looking to defend their crown next year. This match, it looked like it was going to be a high-scoring one, but Janjua Brescia came back into it really well, only conceding 20 runs in the last 5 overs, so 89 required for victory. Here's the first ball. It's a swing and a miss, and they've gone attacking, haven't they? Got the one slip in. And Javid Mohammed is the bowler. Opening batters. We have Adnan Ali taking strike. We can't get anything on this, and this will be called wide. So, umpire Rahman spreads his wings. Non-striker. It's a man that had a good time in the field. Took a superb one-handed catch, and that's Fahad Ali. Let's see what inroads these 2 openers can make trying to get to this target. Well, it's one less needed, courtesy of that wide ball. Oh, that's good movement, really good movement. And you can see just why that slip is in place. If you're not moving your feet, then these sort of deliveries are going to get you into trouble. Just one of those with the batter. Well, I mean, he hasn't done so far, but I think here he could probably take another step or 2 outside his crease. And you can see why. You can see why, because that ball is moving away so sharply. He needs to try and get to the pitch of it. See where he is here. So by the time he's thinking about playing the shot, look where the ball pitches. It's already pitched and he's already moving away. So he needs to try and get to the pitch of the ball. Just see if he'll make that change. Doesn't look like it yet. All he's done is he's opened his stance a bit more, gone down the leg side a bit more. And this one is straight at him. But he misses out on that. Tries to hit it probably a little bit too hard. Just for his timing, maybe he could have just flicked this away. Remember, nobody on the boundary on the leg side. They've only just got the 2 players on the leg side. So just 2 on the leg side, and everybody else is packing out the off. It's a very aggressive field. Oh, that's an absolute peach. Absolute peach of a delivery. Adnan Ali hasn't got a clue, and then a non-striker, Fahad, runs over to him, and he's just whispered something in his ear. You just have a look there at the field. So 2 men on the leg side. You can see where they are by the umpire mid-wicket. But look at the bodies on the offside, particularly around that sort of point and cover area, all surrounding the batter. This one's down the leg side. It's not a good delivery. Gets a little bit of something on it. And again, he'll be frustrated. He wasn't able to capitalise on that one. It was a short one and badly directed as well from the bowler, but he gets away with it and finishes the first over, just conceding just 2 runs. So 2 without loss, and we often say that if you don't score many runs, how do you get yourself back into the match? Well, that's the way to do it. Get a very good first over in, and now all of a sudden the score of 88 Seems more like 98 for the team that are doing the chasing when you think about the runs they require per over. 323. Well, that's where we're at. That's how many matches we've had without a golden ball. It's an ECN record, and surely it's going to get broken at some point here in Italy. Well, golden ball is when the teams end up tying, and then what happens? It goes down to 1 ball, so the batting team remains batting. Anyone that hasn't been out can face the ball. Any bowler can bowl the 1 ball. 2 runs required. They get 2, they win. If they don't get 2, they lose. Simple as that, the golden ball. So it's been a while. And bit of a delay here. I think it's all about the bowler wanting to get the field right. Well, he's ready to go now. In he comes. Sajid Afridi. And no run. Up in the air, and well, it's gone high. Watch out for the bounce. What's it going to do? And it bounces away, and that's the difference. I think I touched on this before we started the day, that this outfield, the ball is not going to plug. It's rock hard, and it's got good foundations, this ground, and that one goes for 4 runs. So that's the first boundary, and well, gratefully received after that first frustrating over. Adnan Ali gets one away. And yeah, so the golden ball we were talking about, look, have a look at this. So I told you what the golden ball is now. This is how it looks. So all time, the bowling side 18-11. This year, the bowling side 4-1. Now, when we started with this, everyone was saying it was too favoured towards the batting side. So this into the pads. So think about that. I mean, what's your views on it? So basically, scores are tied. So what happens is the batters, so any batter can go out and bat. So of course, if you've got a batter that's been in, you would think that they've got the advantage about it, seeing the ball well. And it could be different if you've lost a lot of wickets, because then you've got your tail enders there. But they're just going to get 1 ball bowled at them from any bowler, and you need to get 2 runs. Everyone thought, nah, surely that's easy. Pitched up, slightly slower, ball bobbles around, goes to the man at mid-on. And it certainly looked that way. I mean, the batting side were winning those golden balls when they came up. And then there was that real change. I think it's just where teams got smarter. Bowlers bowled better, bowled a good full-length delivery, very difficult to get away. And fielders stopped panicking. I mean, if you're in panic mode, that's the thing. That's when we've seen a lot of not going down as well, where the fielders panic and the batters scramble to get the second. Well bowled, good bit of pace from Afridi. So, are we going to get a golden ball? We were pretty certain that Milan would bring us one. It didn't quite happen. We had a few close ones. Wonder if Brescia will be where we end that record run of matches without a golden ball. Afridi. Good delivery again, nice and full. This is nicely played out. This will be a test for the fielder. He can't get it. He's already taking his foot off the accelerator to conserve a bit more energy. As this one beats him, and he gives it some chase, but he's not going to get to that. So 4 more runs. It's a nicely played shot. Doesn't try and overhit it. And that was the captain, Sajid, doing the chasing. Couldn't do anything about it. End of the over. A very important boundary at the end of that. Takes the score to 11. And well, they're 11 without loss. Brescia at the same point were 26 for 1. So you can see the difference, but we know what happened in the last 5 overs. And if you missed it, well, the first 5 was very fruitful for Brescia. 68 they were, 3 down. The next 5 just bought them 20 runs, losing a further 5 wickets in that period. And Nanali to face. Hits this beautifully straight down the ground, and that's going to go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinna sona, shaka, well, it's in the slot, wasn't it? And that's the difference, you see, when you can plant your foot down and hit into the ball. Earlier, with the ball swinging around and moving away from him, he wasn't able to do anything with it. So he gets the boundary that he was after. And Javid, on his first over, was magnificent. He's getting the ball to cut away, but that one was just a little bit too full and straight. This one's being attacked as well. Looking for 2 boundaries, 2 and 2. The fielder should stop it and does. Well, he's certainly been doing a bit of running out there as the captain. So Gulab Sajjad does stop it, but it's going to be 2 more runs. Yeah, just going a bit fuller and straighter here, attacking the stumps, Javid. So he's not getting that movement away that he was when he was pitching the ball outside the off. So he wants to go back to that line, I think. Try to keep the ball slightly away from Adnan, who's now all of a sudden in attacking frame. Up in the air, this will be an opportunity. One of those fielders there has got to take this, and does. No mistake, so they get their first wicket. And smiles on the faces of the Brescia players, and it is Mohammed Saqib that takes the catch. And that was the plan, wasn't it? That's what this field was set for. And this time, you can see how far he's out his crease, so he does take the point that I was making. I was going to say takes me advice, but I don't think you can hear me out there. He does start batting outside the crease, gets him some success, but the bowler was able to adjust his line accordingly to that movement from the batter. Gets the slice, it goes up in the air, a good catch taken. No mistakes from Mohammed Saqib. So Javid Mohammed gets the breakthrough. Adnan, after struggling to get pat on the ball, he just does get 14 for his side, but he goes off his 13th delivery once again, number 13 being the unlucky one. A very good morning to everybody wherever you're watching from. You are our global cricket family, and it's always lovely to have you here tuning in. And remember, if you're watching via YouTube, you can get involved with the YouTube chat. Aggressive start, fielder has to get down, does. Keeps it to 1. Naeem Ahmed is the new batter. Yeah, remember to, you can get involved with the chat with us. Remember to like, give us a thumbs up. If you like the thumbs up. And share, tell your friends, tell your family. And also namaste to everybody that's watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent, loving your company as well. Oh, well bowled. Fahad Ali has yet to get going. 4 of 3 deliveries. And that 4 coming from 1 shot. So Brescia just trying to pick themselves up. You can hear plenty of support for the bowler. Now, I think it's just reminding the batter to stay in his crease. I don't think he does. Keep an eye on the batter. I think the bat stays planted. Well, he does move out slightly away, but okay, fair enough. I suppose it's worth making a point. Slower delivery, full toss, it ends up in, oh, fingertips from the fielder. I get the feeling that that was Mohammed Saqib again. Yeah, it was. He's already taken 1 catch, almost takes another. He's not the tallest. He has to reach up for this. It's a very good effort. Look at that. And I think, if anything, he does well. He saves certainly what would have been 4 runs. End of the over. So that's also the end of the power play. And score is 21 for 1 after 3. So at this point, they're way behind where Brescia was. But as we keep saying, Brescia really fell apart in the second part of their innings. So if they keep going at this pace, they'll get to the score they need. So now, interesting to see how the field will change. Whether it will change, because sometimes we see a team start very attackingly in the power play. They don't concede too many runs, but as soon as the power play is over, they're very quick to spread. And you just think, well, if the batting team is not on top of you, you don't have to go so defensive straight away. And they've still got, pointers inside the circles. Third man, then, one coming across now. I was thinking that maybe they should still be having one more in the ring out on the offside. They do now. And he's not going on the circle, so a bit of pressure being applied. They're still fairly attacking. Nobody in close though on the leg side. They've got 3 men back straight away. And then man at fine. Just, I would say he's on the 45, but sort of in between. So in between sort of a very fine leg and the man 45 of the umpire. Surprises me a bit. I think at this stage you still have that one in the circle on the leg side. So maybe it's all to do with because you're going with spin. It's well bowled. They're asking the question. But, the umpire saying no, not having none of that. Shubdev Singh shakes his head and says no. Well bowled again, and this time they take the buys. Wicketkeeper gets some glove onto it, not able to stop it. Getting a good bit of movement here. First time we're seeing spin being used, and you see the ball is gripping this mat quite viciously actually. Good turn. Can't. And like the idea from the batter. I think he's just playing this away with the spin. Does the switch, but doesn't make contact. Fahad Ali. And Bashir Khan, really good start. And good work from the keeper as well, very quick hands. That's Nasir Hussaini. Interesting times, a really, really good start this from Bashir Khan. We didn't really see too many out spinners in Milan. I think Jawara Singh was probably one of the ones, and Adnan Malik. But Malik didn't really get so much turn. He was just all about deception with the flight. So a good start there from Bashir. A very good over, just 2 runs from it. So the score goes to 23. 4 overs in now as we welcome back into the commentary box. Vinny Sander. Vinny, an interesting start.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's not quite the breakaway start we saw from Brescia in their innings, but they still kind of are in a decent position. Want to say a quick welcome to everybody who's joining us. Welcome to week 2 of our Italian summer. A little bit of cloud cover, a little bit of kind of relief from the sun. I mean, it has been really hot this morning. Pretty much 30 degrees by the time we hit the park this morning at 8:30 local time. So, you know, it is that time of the year. It's going to be hot. It's going to be spicy. You know, fatigue's going to be a factor for sure. Look, really high quality week of cricket coming up. Stay with us. Here's Kalab Sajjad, the captain, coming in. And this is gone, and gone. Well, he had to throw it away. Had to eject it. Wow, how about that for a bit of fielding? I think there's always Amjad now down there. But, wow, this is an incredible bit of fielding. It just ran out of room and had to throw it back.
Yeah, I mean, Kalab Sajjad, he's very, very disappointed. Maybe take a look. He does so well, and then he's going over the boundary. He throws it back in. Yeah, I mean, that was Saqib, Mohammed Saqib. And you can see the captain, Kalab Sajjad, is thinking, really? You couldn't take it? I think he's done really well, the fielder there.
Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, the amount of times that bursts through and kind of ends up going for 6.
Yeah, just have a look. I mean, the question is, does he step over at any point before releasing the ball? I mean, the foot, I think, is fine there, and
you can't call.
Oh, it's so difficult to. I think
he's
okay.
fine. Yeah, I mean, from this distance, you cannot possibly call that. So, yeah, and if there's any doubt, it has to go to the field. You've got to say it's good effort. They scramble back for 2.
Yeah, great effort.
Yeah, Saqib, what a good effort that was.
This one just goes straight through from the captain.
Yeah, the train going past. Remember that from last year. Nowadays, we've got such a beautiful vantage point, though, from our commentary position.
Goes out to the man at long on, bobbling away. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned about the sun, but one thing you're really feeling here is the humidity. The humidity at the moment is massive, and there's very little air as well. So you can see that the players are gonna struggle with these conditions. Going to be taking on lots of fluids whenever they can. This one's called a wide. Roman. We saw him in Milan, of course, as well.
Yeah, so yeah, about a 1 hour train trip, isn't it? We had the other night, and I know that Helix, I don't know if he's in the chat just yet, he requested me to show a bit of the train trip, so I did on my Instagram, Mr. Maximo, did a bit of an Instagram live. The reception wasn't always great, but yeah, Helix, there you go. You can watch that video now if you like. Keep it up for a little while. But I mean, you can already tell it's going to be a pretty hot series on the field. Sajjad didn't bowl that much in ECL. This one goes straight over the stumps.
Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't look like he's happy with spin at all, Fahad, here. We've seen a couple that have just gone outside the off that he's missed. And he keeps his foot down there, planted, no problem there with the stumping. But he doesn't fancy it. We've seen him leave a couple outside off that he could play at, just complete leaves. A couple he's got a bit lucky with that have been called wild by the umpire. But yeah, he's struggling. 10 balls he's faced for 6 now, so the dot balls are starting to mount up. Plays this one down out on the off, so he'll take the single. But, it means that he will remain on strike, and they probably will. I mean, if I was the captain, Sajjad, I would just go back to Javed Mohammed once more and say, there you go, more spin, because Ali is not liking it at all, and he's just putting them under a wee bit of pressure. That score now moves them to 29, and that rate from nowhere is like just under 12 now, and that's what a couple of tight overs will do. So maybe, well, what Janjua Brescia will be hoping is that they can do the opposite to Brescia, that they get the attacking in the last 5 overs. So that's what they're going to have to do here, and they do go with the Bashir to continue. Up in the air, opportunity. Is this got the legs to go with the boundary? It does. Well, it doesn't come out of the middle of the bat, and despite the efforts of the fielder, it goes all the way. So that will certainly help Fahad Ali. He gets the boundary, gets a Massimo. 6 runs, Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, nice shot, and that's the one they needed to get moving, didn't they? So, I mean, Bashir Khan, very, very good left-arm spinner. We saw him have success in the ECL. This time goes over cover, and this one I don't think will be stopped either. So here come the boundaries. As Fahad is getting in gear. 6 and 4, hungry for more. He moves to 17.
Yeah, 2 boundaries. And just like that, somebody who was struggling against spin is now getting bat on the ball and moving along. Living dangerously, but I think he's just decided, I'm no good just chewing up deliveries here. I've got to go one way or another. Go out there with the bat or go back and let somebody else in. This one just flicked up in the air. And a comfortable catch taken. It's a bit of a nothing shot really in the end, but I think that's exactly what Ali decided. I either crack on or I get out. And he cracked on with 2 deliveries, certainly a 6 and a 4. He was hungry for more, but so was the bowler. And Bashir Khan, well done to him, gets the wicket. Look, no power with the shot, he just flicks this straight to the fielder. It was dipping. And a nice catch taken, low down.
Yeah, and it was clever strategy. He tried to go with the spin. That's how he got his boundary. The ball before, that time, it was just a catchable height. He found the fielder, needed it to go in the gap. Instead, it will be a wicket, and so, a disappointment. It just seemed like he was getting going, didn't it? Fahad Ali is the second man dismissed, 39 for 2 in the 6th. Yeah,
but then at the same time, though, Vinny, he would have been more disappointed if he hadn't hit those 2 boundaries, the 2 previous balls, because then it would have been a bit of a nothing innings. There goes that train. So what have we got then? Is that? I suppose that's the. Is that the high-speed link?
Yeah, not sure. One of the louder trains. And, I want to say, load a few people to. Chris Smith, load as you. I know that you tuned in for that Instagram Live the other night. Also, Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi. Good to have you with us as well. And anybody else that'd like to share a few questions? We're just settling in here in Brescia. And Brescia gets his first wicket of the series. I just feel like it won't be his last. He was a very effective bowling option for them in the ECL Champions League of European cricket.
Yeah, I like what he does with the ball. He gets good turn. He's got a good flight. And he teases the batters. He just draws batters out of the crease, gets batters going back, and he gets them with the wrong one as well. And, look at the turn on that. Well, they're asking the question. And let's have a look at this. I mean, the movement, the turn first is incredible.
Yeah. Ball gets away from the keeper as well here, so I'm not super sure he actually gets the ball onto the stumps. We'll see if we can have a look at this on the replay. Firstly, I don't think he has the ball when he hits the stumps. Look at this. The ball just escapes for me. So, yeah.
Batter does well, stretching the old hammies there, but he does get in, so if he did have the ball, I think he still would have been in.
But fine on all counts.
Such a clever bowler. He tries something different here, last ball of his spell, 1 for 13. What if he just goes for the straight one? Full and straight, just holds the ball across the seam, gets the batter playing for the spin that's not there. Let's see. Oh, well, this one goes through. It's going to be a chase on for the fielder. He's not going to get there. This is going to be 4 byes. And yep, there's the signal from umpire Shubdev. And just goes through the legs. It's a bit of the old nutmeg.
It is the old nutmeg. It doesn't really turn like the other one. That one slides on. So fooling the batter and the keeper that time. So they'll take the runs. That's 6 overs down, 44 for 2. So look, despite losing the wicket, a fairly productive over there for Brescia as they get 15 off it. 4 of them are byes, but still, they'll take what they can get. That makes the required rate 45 runs in 24 balls, so 11 and over. It's very achievable. And we could have a real close finish here at first match in Brescia.
Yeah, just have a look at the bowling figures so far. Javed Mohammed 1 for 12, but he's completed the 2 overs, as has Bashir Khan. He's taken 1 for 13. And looks like they probably will. Looks like the captain is going to come on and bowl. He's second here now, Sajid. And the batter's doing a fair bit of stretching out there at the moment. So, he's had the opportunity to have a good stretch. It's taken a long time to get there. I mean, it is a time game, Skip. It is a time game. Be careful. And now he's adjusting his field. Yeah, I mean, in a close game like this, the last thing you want to be doing is giving any extras away at all, especially in terms of penalty. This one gets through the infielder, but well backed up. 1 run.
Yeah, so this Chad bowled a very good first over, didn't he? Just conceding the 6.
Sajad. Same area again. Oh, this one. Well, the infielder is confident that it's going to be backed up by the fielder in the deep. Well, it is. And it's really good work, actually. And keep that really well.
Naeem Ahmad. Less than run a ball pace at the moment. And he's going to pull this one away. Again, just the one. And, just something we mentioned earlier. I'll mention again if you just joined us. Now, one of the reasons we're not seeing a lot of green on these fields in Italy is some pretty harsh water restrictions at the moment that don't allow watering of the field. It's actually really, really strict what you are allowed to use water for because of the lack of rainfall that there has been over the last couple of months. So, yeah, just for those of you wondering, some people said Milan looked a bit like we were playing on the moon or Mars or something like that. Well, that's the reason. Of course, you know, conserving water, super important. And I guess everyone just has to adapt. Glad we are playing cricket, though. This one, actually, watch this. Almost gets caught behind. He whacks it onto his back leg, if I'm not crazy. Well, bounces first, so it wouldn't have been out. But yeah, I thought for a second he whacked it onto his leg and it might have been a catch. Catching opportunity.
It's been a very good spell from the skipper. No wickets, but only 10 runs so far. And well, we'll get a couple here. No, just the one. The fielder comes across. This one may have been a wide, but that's one thing that Luke Sajad has done so well. He's kept the ball sort of there or thereabout where that wide indicator line is, the blue line, and the batters haven't been able to get after him. He hasn't bowled at the body, hasn't given him anything. And all he's done is he's created more pressure. The score now 49, 2 wickets down, but that is the end of 7 overs. So 18 balls to come in the innings.
Let's have a look what's coming up in match 2. Chivadate versus Kings 11. And Kings 11 had a really good year last year on ECN. They won the Bologna series, but this time they're here in Brescia. And just watch out for Simranjit Singh. He's an Italian ECC representative. Jasvinder Singh also very good time last year. And Vikas Kumar at the top of the order is a real live wire. Kuldeep Lal's a great pickup from them. Seen him a lot in Spain. Look at Chivadate though. I mean, they have lost a couple of their main players that got them their results last year. Darashiko, the main one of those. But still some good players. We watch out for Kuljinder and Sajjad at the top of the order for them. This match is coming up in about half an hour's time. Right here. Oh yeah, we're going to get big Malkeet Singh out there as well. Well, he's listed at 6. Sometimes he opens the batting and absolutely smashes them.
Yeah, that's a pretty good lineup there. I mean, Kuldeep Lal, I didn't pick that one. So it is the Kuldeep Lal, is it? From,
yeah, it is.
Who we've seen play for Brescia in Barcelona.
And playing for the Spanish national team at the ECC last year, of course. Right, man, that was a brilliant over by Shazad to not allow a boundary. Now, we haven't had a boundary now in 11 deliveries since that 6-4. But then remember, the wicket came. So that's what pushed the rate right up towards 14. Need a big over to get back. And Imran Naveed, he's a very good player. Again, played by injury in the ECL, but he's a really clever bowler. I think they're going to rely on him to bowl 2 of these last 3 overs.
And Naveed, once again, his radar is spot on straight away.
A quick hello to Mohammed Rashid Khan Rabi and to anyone else that said hello. Sorry if haven't gotten around to you yet. We're still setting things up. Hello to Myra Patel. Hello to Shrug as well. Anyone else? Any questions? Throw them in the live chat. He's in European Cricket Network.
Oh, this one is punched away. It's a lovely shot. The timing of this is absolutely spot on. So Naheem Ahmed, he goes bang. And this is such a good shot. He's so dismissive of that. He says, you can't be bowling there to me, son. That's where I'm going to put it. That's a really good shot. 6 runs. Gia, shaka, lagya.
Yeah. I mean, that one was perfectly timed, wasn't it? Naveed got a bit short and he got banged. Maybe that's the one that gets Naeem going. He moves to 14.
Goes for the Yorker, but he ends up being a full toss. It bobbles away to the fielder. Just be one. He'll be disappointed with that. Yeah, you can see he's looking up into the clouds, shaking his head. That one gets away. And look, they're going to be very disappointed, I think, Tanjore Brescia, if they don't get to this target, especially when you see how many wickets they have in hand. Well, it looks like they're going to all go down to the final over at the moment. This is up in the air. Has he got enough of this? Fielder comes across, and he can't do anything about it. This is 6 more. And, well, Imad Khan was the one who was patrolling the boundary. But this goes arriba, 6 más, manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Yeah, really handy. So now both batters smacking Maximos in the 8th. It's just what they needed. At the start of this over, that rate was creeping towards 14-15. Now they get it back to 2 a ball. Last ball of the over. They're all big balls now. Naveed.
It's this hard into the deck. Fielder comes across and attacks the ball well. And just keeps it to 1. That's always Amjad. That is also the end of the over. So that's a much better over. That's the score. Moves on to 64 for 2. And just like that, that rate comes down. So where are we at? I can tell you where we're at. We're into the last 2 overs. And 25 are required from it.
Yeah, so shade over 2 a ball. The one thing here is if you can bowl a really tight over, say 6 or less, then you suddenly feel it's very, very hard to lose. Look, same thing goes the other way though. If you can pull out a magical over here, it's hard for the batting team to lose. Looks to me like they're going with Sajid Afridi. Gets it right first up, full straight, just dug out for 1.
Yeah, Afridi. That's what he's going to try and do here. Try and get every ball on full attack. and basically say to the batters, well, the only thing you're going to do here is hit me straight. I think he could have maybe the long on a bit straighter, really. I think he's a bit wide, maybe long off as well. If he's going to bowl that line, it's a straight drive that's going to be on. This one is shorter, and it's been fired away for 4 runs. That's a length you don't want to be bowling. It's a bit shorter. It was too wide as well. The good work of the wrist here. Seizes onto the bat, gets the wrist into play, carves this into the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, beautiful shot. It's a very, very good, well-executed cut shot. I mean, he gets the feet in the right position. He watches it, doesn't try to overhit it. The way he used his wrist there was really good as well to generate even more speed on the ball without really trying to overswing on it. So 20 off 10. They've got plenty of wickets in hand here as well, Rico. But I mean, these batters at the moment, they've seen a lot of the bowling already. I think there's a lot on them. And probably Imran Naveed's going to come back for the last over, I imagine. And they whacked him for, well, they each whacked him for a 6. So here we go, 20 off 10 now.
Good ball, and the middle stump cartwheels out of the ground. That is a boogie, oogie, oogie, kookaburra 5 ball. That is an absolute spectacular delivery. Oh, I'm loving that. And he's saying to Haseeb Abdul, anything you can do, I can do better. This is a delightful delivery. Afridi, well, he put a bit more into this one, Vinny, and he knocks the middle stump clean out of the ground. Jack the Fatte style.
Yeah, I mean, just tries to go a little bit square on this, I think. Just basically tries to hit across it. Look where he's trying to hit that for a ball that knocks middle stump out of the ground. And then he practices going straight. Again, it was too little too late. Naeem, handy contribution of 19 for him, but he'll go no further. The score is 69 for 3. Well, all top 4 batters that we've seen have made double figures, but no one has gotten past 19. No one's gone into the 20s, so no one's really taken this innings and run with it.
For a fast bowler, there is no better sight than seeing the middle stump being taken out of the ground in spectacular cartwheel style. Well, that is a beaut, absolute beaut. Well, if you can deliver a couple more like that, well, we're certainly going to have a very interesting final over here. In comes Afridi. And edge gone! Shaba Shaba Kinna Sona Jang de Fatte! Wow, what a catch that is. That is outstanding from Nasir Hussaini. That is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Absolute wonderful catch. Oh, well, this is class. Absolute class. This ball is travelling at some speed. What a catch this is.
Yeah, it takes off. Look at that. But he's perfectly balanced to make the dive, and then he makes sure he protects the ball when he hits the ground. Hussain with an excellent diving, acrobatic catch. And so just like that, Sajid Afridi's on a hat-trick. This game changing in a heartbeat, 69 for 4.
Well, absolute wonderful. And, well, the batter, Haseeb Abdul, he comes and he goes. He goes for a first baller. So, well, there's another one of these. And we know where they're going here. Because, well, there's plenty of lakes around. And Lake Garda, well, that's where you want to be in tonight. Well, watch out for a couple of those ducks.
I'll be watching. So right now, will this be hat-trick number 14?
Now he's on the money, but the batter sees it, gets bat onto ball. It goes on to long on. They take the single. And, well, this is a pressure delivery here now, I think, to Wasim Ahmed. Because he knows there's just the ball to come in this one. Have a look at the score now. So 19. He's going to have to go for the big shot for me. He's going to have to go for the big shot.
6 off the over, make that 7. So that's just what the doctor ordered for Brescia CC. Yes, Sajid Afridi. He delivers, doesn't he? And so that's the end of 9 overs. It's 71 for 4, 18 required off the last. Well, it's not impossible, but certainly highly improbable. The highest scoring overs in this innings have been 15. That was in the 6th and the 8th. But hard to see it happening. Still, pressure's the funny thing. It does look like Imran Naveed's coming back into the attack, and he did go for 15 in his first. So let's see what happens. Could finish this. Let's say hello to Taranjit Singh, saying, yeah, don't see most of the Brescia players, which represented Brescia CC and ECL. Yeah, it was the mixture of them. Players do get around here a little bit, something I've noticed. But right now, here's one of them, Imran Naveed. To bowl the last over, he's defending 18. Let's see if this gets interesting.
Naveed. Gets the first one through as a dot, and the batters, they don't try and take one here. I mean, I think when you're in this situation, I know Qureshi is the new batter and probably wants to be given as much strike to Ahmed, but for me, that is one you take, is one more you cross off the 18 you acquire. It stays at 18 now off 5 balls.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have taken that one. I think that Wasim's the one guy that can win you the game from here, I think. I don't think one run would have helped a lot. Let's see what happens. 18 off 5.
And he gets the off stump. There's another one that goes. So Wasim is swinging, but swinging blind. And Naveed knocks his off stump and gets another wicket. All smiles on the face now as wickets start to fall and the dot balls start to build up. And, well, there's the captain said, and he says, yes, captain, I provided. And he certainly did. 2 dots at the start of this, the final over. So 4 balls to go, 18 still required.
Yeah, that makes it real tough now, doesn't it? As we see Nasir Mahmood coming to the crease. Just want to take a moment quickly. I know that I've been made aware that there's been quite heavy flooding in Australia, particularly in New South Wales. So, you know, sending our best wishes to all our Australian viewers, particularly those on the East Coast and those in the affected areas. So, yeah, to all of you over there, our best wishes. So, let us know how things are going on down there. Right here, it does look like Brescia CC is throwing this up, unless we had a late twist from Nasir.
And we're not going to get it. He's right on the money. And we're going to get an opportunity to see another bowler, see if he can get a hat-trick. That's 3 today already. Well, 2 haven't quite done it. Well, can Imran Naveed do it? Well, he's knocked out the stumps of Nasir Mahmood. Beautifully bowled. I mean, this is bowling at the death at its best. Full, straight, hitting the stumps. You know what the batters are coming out to do. Well, I think he's got a very good opportunity here now to pick up a hat-trick, because
and the most pure hat-trick you can get is 3 bolts.
Yeah,
the most pure you can get is 3 bolts, and that's exactly what he's on here. It's been a while now since Javid Zadran in Austria came up with the last hat-trick. Consecutive matches in that series, creating hat-tricks for the NSCC.
Come on, money boy. Hat-trick time for Naveed. New batter comes in.
Quick comeback though, after his first over went for 15, including a leg by, including 2 Maximos at 2 wickets back-to-back. Will this be a third? And look who it is. It hits the captain, Zahid Ali, who's going to face up the hat-trick ball.
Well, he'll get a single, but no more. And it's not really going to help the cause when you needed a boundary there. So takes us now to 17 of 2 balls. So this match is done, unless the bowler commits a crime, bowls a no ball, and it gets smacked for 6. Naveed doesn't look like he's going to make that error. Hit hard, it will bounce away, and the fielder, well, he does a bit of foot fielding there. Well, this is Italian Classico style. And,
a way to beat the offside trap there. Let's have a look at this. It's a flying kung fu style bit of fielding.
Well, that's hit him high up on the shin. He's going to be giving that a rub sooner or later when the camera's not on him, for sure.
I think so, considering that even the boundary probably wouldn't have made a difference in the game. Anyway, here we go. Last ball.
And that is that. It finishes with a dot. And it's all over. So it wasn't a big score on the board from Brescia. They struggled in the last 5 overs, but the same way they struggled in the last 5, they made sure that Brescia struggled more or less all the way through. Most of those overs were pretty tight, and what was impressive was the way that Imran Naveed, after his one was quite expensive, the 8th, he came back so well in that 10th, but it was all to do with, I think, the bowling of Sajid Afridi, especially the way he bowled that 9th over. He picked up the wickets and also kept the runs low, so needing, well, 18 off the last, just couldn't get there. So really well done. Good effort there, but again, we've seen the quality that we're going to see out here from the teams. And this time Brescia CC were just a little bit too strong for Janjua Brescia. So good victory for them. And next up, well, we've got another spicy encounter coming out. A lot of star names there, Vinny.
Yeah, can't wait for that. Yeah, cool. It'll be really interesting to see how he goes in this competition. No doubt about that. Next game coming up just 15 minutes away. Stay tuned. ECN opening day in Brescia, opening match. And Janjua just not really able to get on the base from the get-go, even though There was a fair bit of intent there. I mean, I guess the main issue for me here is all the top 4 got to double figures, but none were able to get to 20. So nobody was really able to get after it for an extended period of time. And a lot of them had fairly slow starts as well, under a runner ball through their first 10 runs. So that's just a sign of the pressure that Brescia CC do bring to the table. This is where it looked like Fahad Ali was just getting going. Then this was the case, wasn't it? Just when batters started to get going, they found a way to get out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there was a few dot balls mounting up on batters, and then they came back with a bang. But and that's a good example there. Comes back with a bang, but then a couple of big shots and then getting out, and that was where the downfall was. They weren't able to get really. It's the key word that we use a lot of time. It's about partnerships. Weren't able to get partnerships, but this was an absolute delight to see. What a delivery that was from Sajid Afridi, and 2 in 2. And then thanks to the diving wicketkeeper there, Nasir. What a great catch that was as well. And those 2 balls there, I think, changed the context of the game. Too many required of the last. And then, well, Imran Naveed did the same thing. He put himself on a hat-trick for taking this 2 in 2. A good performance, and I think very similar maybe here, Vinny, to perhaps Fresh Tropical in Milan. They're a team that we know can go big with the bat, but if they don't, they've got plenty of stars with the ball to keep and restrict teams to a low score.
Yeah, you said it. And so, I mean, they're a champion team for a reason, and they just found a way to win there in the end. It was 88-73. You can see my point in the top 4. Now, all of them getting starts, but no one going on with it, finding a way to get out. And the other thing is a lot less wides were conceded in that second innings. Just the 3 wides in the 10 overs and the 4 byes in there, of course. So 8 extras total. But the main thing is no one reaches 20 there, and that means Jandra Brescia don't reach the target. And so, yeah, fairly low-scoring one, but we sometimes do see that at the start of series, don't we? But Jandra Brescia, we won't see them again until tomorrow. But I'm sure they'll be hoping to pick up the pace when we see them next. As far as the bowling went, you've got to say Imran Naveed held his nerve well at the end, 2 for 16. His second over just went for 2. That was after he conceded 14 and a leg bye off his first over. Sajid Afridi also 2 for 16 was very, very good. Wickets for Javed Mohammed as well as Bashar Khan. And even Sajjad only went for 11. He was the most economical with the bowlers. So you just have a look. What a team effort that was. All the bowlers off their 2 overs just going for between 11 and 16. So bowling as a unit. And for that reason, it is Brescia CC that get off to a winning start here in week 2 of our Italian summer adventure. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back in 10 minutes, we will be back with Shivanate and Kings 11. 2 new teams hit the park for 2022, so we hopefully see you then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great Monday morning. Get your fix with us. When we come back, you're watching ECN, and this is the FanCode European Cricket Series Italian Summer.
Hello and welcome back. Well, one game in, still 3 matches to go here on opening day in Brescia, week 2 of our 5-week Italian summer adventure. And we'll get to see 2 new teams to the competition right now. Well, new to this year, we did see them in 2021, but it is Cividate versus Kings 11 in match 2. Let's see what happens at the toss. The 2 captains are with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch.
Who's 11 the call? Ed? Ed's the call. Tails.
We're gonna bat first.
Okay, good luck, mate. Thank you. Have a good game, guys. Enjoy. All the best.
Cividate won the toss and they have elected to bat first. Good confident move from them. We have seen kind of inconsistent spurts of batting, I suppose. I think when you do get in on this field, you've got to make the most of it, because when wickets fall, they can fall in clumps. But conversely, when you do get on a batting run, the batters are very, very hard to stop. And Cividate, well, they have lost a couple of their stars from last year. They were showing last year that they could spring an upset or two. I think they'll probably find it a little bit difficult this week, but still they do have some good players in there, and I suppose the experience of last year will be very, very useful to know that they can mix it up with some of these other teams. Look, last year they ended up finishing 4th, but they did spring a surprise in their first game when they had Brescia CC on the ropes when they bowled them out for 50. Let's talk about Kings 11 though. Well, we actually saw them in the Bologna leg of the tour last year. They won that. They went to the Super Series, even though they were a little bit disappointed, I know, in the Super Series that they ultimately weren't able to make it all the way to the final. They've got some really good players. Watch out for Simranjit Singh. You saw him there at the toss. I think he is one player we saw playing for Italy in the ECC last year that is very, very talented. Very good fielder as well. Can do a bit of everything. And so I think we might even see some dancing as well from the Kings 11. We know that they love their cricket and they love to celebrate Chaka de Hatte style. And speaking of celebrating, here is a man, Rico Full, celebrating his first day in Brescia in the box. Over to you. Let's get to the second game of the day. The news from the toss. Cividate, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Let's get this game started.
Yeah, let's get this game started, all right. Thank you to Mr. Maximo there. And looking forward to this. Looking forward to seeing, well, some of my old friends from Bologna. Well, Kings 11, they were the champions in Bologna. And I remember some very good performers in that series. Vikas Kumar was there. Malkeet Singh, well, watch out for him. He's big, but don't let him fool you. I mean, a lot of star names there as well, but of course, one of the main players there is Simranjit Singh. I mean, he's a class act as well. And I think they've been boosted as well, haven't they, with the likes of Kuldeep Lal. We've seen him play a lot of cricket in Barcelona, and he's playing for Kings 11 as well. And Cividate, well, I mean, what have they got to offer? And I think they've made the brave move here to bat first, and not too many teams prefer to do that. And the bat versus ball wall is saying that Kings are 102 to 95 on to win this. Have a look at the record, the timeline, if you like. But both teams haven't had it all their own way. So 3 defeats for Cividate to 2 there for the Kings. It will be an interesting contest, and I think it's all about getting these the early nerves out of the way. The tournament referee is going to be out there doing the umpiring for this match as well. That's Stefan Gooch, who'll be out there with umpire Rahman. That means Medadal will be the match referee, and keep an eye on things as the third umpire as well. A very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching the cricket from. I hope you're going to enjoy the week here in Brescia. Certainly had a good start with Brescia themselves. Getting a good victory over Gina Brescia. Here we go, the first ball in this one, and it will be called wide. And well, it won't be called wide. It's going to be actually a wicket. I'm thinking I've never seen a celebration like that before. And an edge on this, and it's a first baller. So Sajid Ahmed goes first ball. And it was a wide delivery. Look where this is. This is going to be called a wide for sure. And he gets a little edge on there. And Stefan Gooch, well, the first thing he has to do is put his finger in the air. There's the first wicket goes, and a very straightforward catch from Vikas Kumar. And what a great start that is. So Abdullah, well, the double A. Well, double A gets the wicket, and it's not a good start. There's the batter, Sajid Ahmed. Well, he sneaks one behind first up to Kumar. And I was mentioning this is all about the nerves in the first match that you're playing. When you're aware of the cameras around you, you're aware of people watching you. And I think that shot sort of demonstrated that. That's the new batter we see coming out to the crease. It's going to be Zain Ali. Yeah, you see here again, it's a wide delivery. but he just gets him playing. I mean, it's so wide. He just needs to be leaving that alone. The batter there, you know he's nicked it. He has a quick look at the umpire, and well, he may have fooled me, but he doesn't fool the umpire. Stefan Gut says, yeah, you did snick that, you've got to go. So what should have been a wide, ends up being a wicket. So 1 wicket down, no runs on the board. Great start for Abdullah. Abdullah once more to Ali. Once again, outside the off. Ali's trying to get on top of this one. Sees it go through. Zayn Ali. Givedate, finishing 4th last year. So they'll be looking to improve on that. Good areas from Abdullah, and see that's why this field has been set. I mean, it's very tight. I mean, the yellow of the Kings 11 is always in eye for the batter, especially out there on the offside. They've got 3 men on the leg, nobody back. 1 on the 45 on the onside, square leg, and mid on. He's in the circle, and out on the offside. You've got that slip in place. 3rd man is back, and now they've gone for long off to go on the boundary. And that's a Jagmeet Singh that moves into that area. This is up in the air, up and under, goes over the infielders, being chased, but is not going to be stopped despite the efforts of the fielder. Sarabjit Singh, both effort मारिया, both दौड़िया, both बजिया, but लग गया चौका. You just don't catch these; they just go away from you. Boundary. That'll help things, especially after the start they had. The batter just making some amendments to his helmet. Yeah, I suppose it's they're the shots you've got to be brave enough to play in the power play. And you know there's only 2 men out, and one of them is at 3rd, so. And if the other man is straight, then you know anything on the onside or offside, you make good amount of contact, you should be able to clear the field. No change. Abdullah. Wonder if he'll attack the stumps more. This one he's been consistent in this over, outside off, outside off. Will he try and get one to go straight? Will he attack the stumps in this? Let's see. No, he keeps it in the same areas. And once again, it's an ugly swing. Not moving his feet at all. So ball to go. 4 on the board, courtesy of that one scoring shot. 1 wicket down as well, which was a wicket at the very first ball. Up in the air and bouncing kindly in the end, I suppose, with the fielder there. Jagmeet patrols the boundary pretty well. One thing I do remember about Kings, and that was their catching. Their catching was absolutely superb. And one man who will probably resume his normal position at some point at mid-on was Simranjit Singh. He took some great catches. And as Mr. Maximo said in the introduction to this match, he knows where the camera is as well. He likes to turn around and give us the old Chak de Patte celebration as well. So they're a very tidy, competitive class team of Kings. The champions of Bologna, and they know that if they to keep their dream alive of representing Italy in the European Cricket League, they've got to win this series here. So first over complete. 5 on the board, and 1 wicket down. Get a chance. And he did get the single, so Gurjinder Singh yet to face the ball at the non-striker's end there. Been hit pretty well, and this will be 4 runs He's just a little bit short there. And Yadav goes for 4 off his first delivery. Vibhor Yadav. A little bit too short, and that's see the difference straight away. I mean, we often say you got to get the ball sort of either full on or outside the off stump, especially to batters that like to be swinging in the arc. And Yadav, he attacks the stumps, and straight away, Ali is onto it and gets a boundary for himself. That's his second. Yadav needs to get his line outside the off. Has it prompted a field change? Yeah, it has. So change straight away. I'm not a fan of that, I have to admit. I think it's a first ball, it's a loose delivery. This one's even looser. It's nicely taken, very casually taken by Vikas Kumar. With one hand, good movement from Vikas. Assesses it well, and he's onto it. And there he is in his glove. So some early issues for Vibhor Yadav. Yeah, so we've seen the mid-wicket pushed back. Still the 3 men on the onside. And this time he takes the leg stick out of the ground. Well, swinging from the hip was Zain Ali. But Yadav, after 2 not so good deliveries, comes back and takes leg stick out of the ground. So that's the way to bounce back. And Ali, he has to depart. These stumps, well, they're going to certainly need some counselling at the end of the day. Well, this time it's a leg stick that's doing the old cartwheel. And yeah, celebration there. A nice shot of Kuldeep Lal. So joined Kings 11 for this one. He's somebody that we've seen play many European cricket series in Barcelona. Normally plays for Brescia, but has played for 1 or 2 other teams there as well. So Ali departs. And it's going to be Arslan Mohammed, who now comes into, well, you've got to say into the firing line a little bit. 2 wickets down here now. And Zain Ali, he's a sort of cavalier approach. Didn't quite work. He did pick up a couple of boundaries before that's his leg stump uprooted by Yadav. Yadav, I mean, it was still leg sided, wasn't it? So he seems to be still looking to attack the stumps. Let's see how he goes about here. It's full, up in the air, goes over the infield and will be 4 runs. So once again, he's concentrating on attacking those stumps and batters, and we'll try and take full advantage of that. And I think we just saw a glance at the helipad that Maximo was talking about. So there is a helipad. He wasn't joking. I know he makes things up sometimes, but just have a look at this. Just see this ball as it's going towards the boundary. Just about there, the other side of that fence. Back to the live action. This time it's along the ground. Fielder's got to get down early. It does. Makes the stop. Does Jagmeet, but not before the batters scramble and take the single. A shout out to our production partners here. And, Martins, that's come with us from Milan. We've got a new man up in the tower. That's Valentine. Hello, Valentine. I hope you're well. And also Kiriolis, I think it's pronounced. So a new team, Kiriolis and Valentine here, along with Martins, the producer. Short, rolls on this. So this is where the man who was deployed in the deep comes into play. Has a bit of difficulty picking up the ball. It's Manjit Singh. Now, one man we haven't seen yet. I don't know where he's hiding himself. Here's the Muliwala. Muliwala not keeping wickets today. I know he's here. I've seen him. So he's a character and a half. Yeah, for this one, he's 12th man. Just seen his name. He's my friend. Well, I call him the Muliwala, Jagjit Singh, and that's because I know he loves his paranthas, Jagjit. And he was ever so nice in Bologna. He made sure that myself and Vinny, we didn't miss out bringing us some aloo paranthas and some muli paranthas as well. And well, I know he's a long way from home, but you know, they would come very welcomely received as we have a look at the teams that are going to be taking part here. So 6 teams in total. Brescia winning their first match right at the top. So let's see which one of these 2 teams can join them on 2 points as well. And a good point to bring back into this match. Match number 2 here in Brescia. Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu. Welcome.
Thanks, Rico. It's really good to be here. And, yeah, great to see his Kings 11 side again. Abdullah, the new bowler. Over number 3, gets driven. Beats him, but should just be 1. So, yeah, Kings 11. They're at side we saw winning last year in Bologna. And, look, just where they're located, it's not kind of right in either of these cities, Bologna or Brescia, kind of in between. So that's why this year we're seeing them taking part in this Brescia leg, which, look, I think pound for pound, probably the strongest, like consistently strong leg that we'll see. Goes for this, launches it, and this is long, strong, Maximo. What a shot that is. He just decided it had to go. Aslan Mohammed, there's bang and bang. This one is gone. And so in the slot and disappearing. 6 runs. And hello to Roger as well, asking how many matches today. 4 matches today. And so, yeah, settle in. This is just match number 2. This time he goes offside. Not quite as good, but pretty good. Maximo, back to back. Aslan Mohammed. Well, he's ready to keep things moving along. Once again, this one's just that kind of length. It's drivable on the up. He knows it's the last over the power play, I think. And so he's just making the most of it at the moment. Looking pretty good.
Yeah, some nice shots. And he's given 1 or 2 of the Kings players a bit of a wake-up call. They thought this was going to be a walk in the park. What are you saying? Hang on a minute. What are you talking about?
Yeah, just look straight away, that run rate. Back up to 11.6. Bit shorter, good adjustment, but good adjustment by the batter as well, as he just waits on this, almost waiting for that one to move a bit shorter, and then he just dismisses it away behind point for 4 more. Cuatro, queridas más.
I'm liking what I'm seeing here. I'm liking it, and I'm liking it a lot. I mean, he's played some big shots, but he shows that he can play the class he wants as well. A bit of finesse as he strokes that one away. Lovely cut shot, beautifully played, beautiful timing. So not only does he have the power, and he's got the lovely gentle touch as well. He can stroke the ball to the boundary too. So Abdullah, he had a good first over. So only went for 5 and picked up 1 wicket. It's not the same in this one.
Yeah, where to now?
Full the legs.
Yeah, this one will be stopped. And a bit lucky that it probably does get stopped. But that is our good friend Jasvinder, who I'm sure will come into the attack at some point. He had a very good series in the Super Series last year. I think he was probably their outstanding performer. Abdullah trying to peg things back. Last ball of the power play coming up. This time, an off cutter. Picked up, but they're always going to get through for 1 there. So end of the power play, pretty even for me. 35 runs but 2 wickets. 35-2 after 3. And Abdullah getting a bit of punishment there in the second, although decent comeback. His final figures. 1 for 24 off his 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean that over, just doubling the score, or more than doubling it. For 16 for 2, and then all of a sudden it goes to 35. So that's exactly what they needed to do. So they finished the power play. I mean, you can see that reflected on this graph. They finish it well, and they don't lose a wicket in that over as well, which is key. Interesting to see now. I mean, they've got so many. I mean, look at that side. So many options, bowling options there. And it looks like they're going to go with Jagmeet Singh. He's having a discussion with his captain about the field.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to go for Jagmeet, who's a pretty clever left-arm spinner. Yeah, so Kings 11. I mean, what they showed last year is they were fantastic chasers. In fact, they even chased down 150 in a really memorable game just to stay alive in the tournament. And they did the business overall. Parma in the final, who are a very good cricket side. That was in Bologna, where we'll be next week. This week they are playing in Brescia. I think we're almost ready to go. Will be Kuljinder, the captain, who's facing up. Full toss, and he's hit it straight to Malkeet, who won't drop it in the end. Has been called a no ball. Yeah, we'll have a look at this on the replay.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if this was dipping enough, Vinny. I mean, it's been called early. And, yeah, okay. I mean, it's
marginal, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, they are harsh on those. We know that. So free hit. So this will be caught, but it probably won't be out. In fact, definitely won't be out. As that will be Gibor Yadav that holds the catch. So essentially, he's on an invisible hat trick now because the first one was caught off a no ball. The second one was caught off a free hit. Well, it has happened though. No real damage on the scoreboard out of all of that. So he sneaks back in, sends back his partner. Despite that, nobody fielded it. So put that down as a single.
Yeah, Jaswinder Singh. He's the guilty partner there. He comes in. I mean, he does enough to stop the batters take the single initially because they think, no, it's too risky, but he doesn't collect the ball. And then the batters say, well, you know what, we'll take it. Ends up being an easy single.
In the air, and this one is travelling out of the ground. Maximo put it with the rest. Aslam Mohammed, he has been brilliant here so far. And he sends that one out of here, straight through the line, 6 runs.
Yeah, I mean, every time he plays a shot, it's a big shot, it's a boundary shot. And Arslan, well, he's shown he can play the pace. And now he's up to the task of the spinner. He's putting some pressure on the Kings here. They want to see the back of him pretty quickly.
Down the ground. This should be handled. It's slightly awkward bounce there for Simran. Down it long on. Now, Aslam Mohammed's an interesting one. He's a young player. I mean, he's only 22 years of age. His nationality is actually Iranian. So, yeah, not something you see that often in the cricket world, but last year we saw him put together 130 runs in 10 matches, including a best of 37. Just hit pretty hard as well. And you got those 3 fielders on the leg side. The only 3 fielders on the leg side. All boundary riders. So after a bit of a shaky start, but Jagmeet settling in. Nice ball in the over. Oh, this gets straight through. It actually bounces over the stumps. And Jagmeet can't believe it. I mean, how much does this miss by? Not much. Eventually it's hounded behind the stumps because Kumar in the keeping. It's the end of the over. Score is 47 for 2 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have your company here in Brescia. Brescia will be bringing the pressure. Now, I've had a lot of questions already about the format this week, and we do have 6 matches. I can just show you here that it's a bit like, well, it's exactly like our ECL format and in the ECC Championship Week format last year. We have 6 teams all play each other. And all play each other in the first phase. So they'll play 5 matches each over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then they'll be split off into a top 3 and a bottom 3. And then instead of a Super Thursday, this time we have Super Friday, because we're going to do 4 matches a day, not 3, not 5. And on Super Friday, the top 3 will battle for the double chance. On Saturday, the bottom 3 will fight for survival. As we see, just a single to start this new over. Yeah, so essentially, you know, the top 3, if you're in the top 3 after match 15, you're guaranteed a spot in the finals, but you're not guaranteed a double chance. That's what you have to play for on Super Friday. The bottom 3, they just have to fight for survival on Super Friday, and only one of them will survive to Saturday, and they'll play another eliminator. So obviously, you want to be in the top 3, Rico. That is really key. As we have Jaswinder coming into bowl now, right up around the wicket. In over number 5. I mentioned he had a very good series in Rome last year. Remember the Kings 11 and Gina Brescia will see in the next game. They both played in the Super Series last year in November. He's hit hard. That's cool deep down there. Haven't seen him do too much just yet, but I'm sure he'll figure wonderful scene with the ball in this innings. Yeah, so yeah, we have Kings 11 and Gina Brescia from the Super Series last year. We've got Brescia CC from the ECL earlier this year. Jandra Brescia, former ECL side. This is in the air, and it's going to travel over the long on's head. It's Maximo time. Aslan, well, that is a pretty good shot from him, and that equals his top score in ECN cricket. Another big 6 over long on.
Well, he's enjoying his time out there. And that's a massive hit. I mean, he's got 2 4s to his name. And now we'll add to that 3 6s as well. So he is certainly enjoying himself out there. And he's hitting it clean. He's hitting it pure. There's nothing dicey about him so far.
Oh, this time gets carried away and misses out. Yeah, he's doing it really quickly. That's the thing as well. Scoring over 2.5 runs the ball. You can see what Jasminder's trying to do. He's just trying to slide it across him. Make it difficult for him to get that onside, but he's also hit really well over mid-off. Yeah, that's one of his little out-swingers. Which takes a bit of a Tortuga on the way to Simran, but he handles it. In the end, there is a Maximo in the over, but not the worst one. As Jasminder goes for 10, the score after 5 is 57 for 2.
Yeah, nice. Pretty tidy over from Jaswinder there. He's created a few issues, a few swings and misses, but you're going to get that. He's just got to keep backing himself. See that another bowler going on. They need to break. I mean, the wicket they want, of course, is that of Arthur Mohammed. You can see there, 38 of 15. He's the only one who's really got going there. Kuljinder Singh, the captain, he's at run a ball 8. But it's all about trying to get the wicket off Arslan. And they're going to go back to Jagmeet. So very much about keeping the pace off.
Yeah. Let's see if it works. 6 overtime. Tossed up. This one comes down as low full toss, but not really punished.
They've got Kuldeep now in that important position at long off. It's a very good catcher of the ball as well as Simranjit Singh at long on. And there's the breakthrough. Or is it? Well, let's see.
I don't think he moves here.
The keeper's pretty
The
confident.
keeper, I think he's never moved there. Rico's a bit trigger happy. I can understand though. And, the humidity is really ramped up though at the moment. It's causing all of our senses of perception to be a little bit out. What a great time to say hello to everyone in the chat. Mr. Maximo Jr. He's watching from Bangladesh. I can't say I've ever been to Bangladesh, even though I'd love to visit. So probably gets me off the hook a little bit. But thanks so much for your support. As usual, he said he's been following all the way since back in the middle of 2020. Almost 2 years now. Crazy. Or over 2 years, actually. Goes for it leg side. Oh no, this is nothing you can do about this. Even Simranjit, who's one of the taller guys in the competition. And this isn't a misfield. This is just a non-field. It's a proper Tortuga, a giant Tortuga.
Yeah, well, look, this goes back to one thing I was saying earlier in the start of the day, Vinny, that this outfield is solid. It's not like the one in Milan where the ball plugs. It's going to hit it and take off. I mean, there's a lot of stones and pebbles combined together. And that's why you're not seeing anybody diving on it. But some of the bounces are going to be hard. Well, this one, well,
is out.
I think this is hit straight back at him. When he's dropped it,
yeah.
It was right into his gut.
It really was. And look at this. You just can't believe his luck here.
Oh.
Gets in a bad position, really. So, yeah, chance goes down. Jagmeet. This one's on the stumps but turned away. Be a long chase for Jaipal. Jaipal was the captain last year, but captaincy has been given to Simranjit Singh this year. Bit of a changing of the guard and the leadership structure, but still he's a very, very important player. Takes him up to 64. Last ball coming up.
Yeah, Jaipal, I mean, he's one of those bowlers that just tossed the ball right up there, but has a knack of picking up wickets. I wonder if they believe that spin is working. If this one's just fired in a little bit quicker, but good hands there on the boundary there from Yadav. I wonder if he's going to back himself to have a bowl here, or Simranjit will go back to zone to pace. There's also Kuldeep Lana. Kuldeep Lana, he's got so many variations as well. I mean, he can bowl the cricket ball, but he's normally to be pretty accurate with his slow balls. He's got that option as well. So Jaipal and Kuldeep having a chat here. So I think it will be Kuldeep. So Kuldeep Lal going to have a bowl here now for Kings 11.
Yeah, it's great that we're going to see Kuldeep. And yeah, the question about Kuldeep playing in Italy, and look, as long as it's cleared by the Federation, I mean, we see some players invited to play in multiple countries. I think it's a good thing. I think it just kind of builds bridges between communities. And as long as it's allowed, and I don't see any reason it shouldn't be. I just think whatever you can do to improve the quality of your teams and your competitions is a good thing for European cricket. Anyway, here is Kuldeep, who's coming into bowl over number 7. First one's an outswinger, which is just pushed away. And then we'll just get the single here. It's been a good partnership, this one, isn't it? And really, I've got to say that Kuljinder, he's played his part as well. Just make sure he gets off strike. Aslam Muhammad's been the aggressive one. He's now got his highest score on ECN, but he might go no further. This is in the air. Simran doesn't drop too many, and he's not going to drop this. So Kuldeep gets a wicket in his first over as a Kings 11 player, and it's a pretty handy one as Aslam Muhammad, he struck well for 39, but he'll strike no more. It's Kuldeep with the super strike in the 7th to 66 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's a wicket they wanted to get quite easy. He's the one that's been hurting them. And right on cue, Kuldeep comes on to bowl. And Simranjit Singh takes a catch, and he's not going to drop too many out there. It gets high end of the bat, and Simranjit gets into a good position, takes a catch, and it's been it was a good knock. I liked what Mohamed Arslan did out there, played aggressively, 4 6s and 2 4s for his 39. The question is now that can they keep that momentum going?
So, new batter coming out there is the number 999 is Ramunshi. 999 is the UK emergency line. He doesn't have the highest shirt number, though, in the Chivadate side, because you do have a 2004 in there. And this is worked away, and this is a good start for Munshi. Just gets a little bit too straight there, Kuldeep Lal, and he gets glanced away to the boundary. And what a good shot that is to start the innings for Munshi.
Yeah, it's a good shot, but it's not a good ball when it goes down the leg side, and it's just a little touch needed, a little nudge, and that goes all the way to the boundaries. And a loose delivery to bowl to the new batter. No pressure put on by Kuldeep. We'd be disappointed with that.
He certainly would. Keep up to the stumps to Kuldeep. Full, pretty straight. I don't think anyone knew where that went. Yeah, that squeezes out for a single.
Yeah, that's that slower delivery that Kuldeep gets in. Looks like a juicy full toss, doesn't it? But it sort of dies on the batter. I mean, lucky to get a bit of an edge onto that.
So now Kuljinder takes over, and he gets knocked over. And so 2 in the over for Kuldeep, who's right on target that time. And once again, chucking the butt there style, middle stump out of the ground. And Chivadate lose both their established bats in the 7th, 71 for 4.
Well, Kuldeep Lal, he comes on, and he comes on to do the job for his captain. And Simranjit Singh, he needed to get, particularly Mohamed Arslan out, and Kuldeep Lal and the captain, Simranjit, combined to do that. Simranjit taking the catch, and then, Kuljinder Singh, I suppose he just felt the need now to take over the role that Arslan was playing. The first shot he tries to put away, he gets the ball goes straight through from Kuldeep, and he gets his stumps knocked over. So more stumps being damaged. And what a good start this is from Kuldeep Lal, and great over so far. 2 for 6 he's picked up. There's still a ball to go in the over. 71 for 4 as well. 2004 is coming in. What's that? Is that his birthday or something?
Well, that's a very good question. That was something I was going to check. There's, Ram Sunil, I can tell you he's born in 2002. So
yeah.
no.
It's not that then.
There's a question from Federico Mento. Hello to you, Federico. Nice to see you. He said, how many players are eligible for under 18s? Well, I know that 5 of the Chivadate squad are eligible. Just looking at the Kings 11, I wouldn't think there would be as many. I don't think any of them would be. Just looking at the squads. But a fair mix of ages and experience levels in this tournament, no doubt. End of the over. That's the end of 7. The score is 71 for 4. Just a reminder, after our Italian summer journey is over, we will be heading into August. So this is about 4 weeks away today in Dresden for 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks in Krefeld before we head to Belgium. And 2 weeks there as well. Then over to the ECC, European Cricket Championship, where who knows, may see quite a few of these, well, I'm sure pretty much all the Italian team we see, we'll have seen them at some point during the Super Series, just because so many clubs are involved. Yeah, but join us for our adventures all around Europe this year in the FanCode European Cricket Series. Right, here we go with over number 8. It's back to Jasvinder Singh. Starts with a dot. Pretty good over from Kuldeep in the end, despite going for that boundary. Takes 2 for 6.
Yeah, it was a very good over.
Very popular player as well. Well, this is in the air, and this is going to be out of the ground. Well, that's a good straight hit. Munshi's come, and he's been hitting boundaries straight away. Challenges the boundary rider and wins. 6 runs, Maximo time.
Yeah, just win that. Just keeping the pace off the ball. Maybe a little bit short there. Allows the batter to get right under it, but it's a very good shot. No risk, no chance for Sunamjit to get anywhere near that.
Oh, it's good keeping. Vikas Kumar's done a pretty good job back there today. A good little bit of outswing, takes that past the bat and gets ready to fire again, Jasvinder. This one's launched though, and this one is also out of the ground. Well, Simran so close to getting a fingernail on that, but Maximo Chivadante fighting back. And that was just a really nice shot, backing himself to clear the outfielder, and he's done that twice this over.
Yeah, muscles it over the boundary, doesn't he? It's in the slot, and if it's in the slot, well, he's going to give it some whirly, and he does there. So Isra Munshi, well, he's munching on these deliveries at the moment from Jaswinder, who's going to decide now to come around the wicket. Let's see if he has more success.
He does, although a fair bit of bat on this, needs to be stopped. It is stopped. It's also intelligent. He's not going for absolutely everything at this stage. It's still over 2 overs to bat, and I think Munshi, if he can just get those couple of boundaries and over, that should get them up towards that 110 mark or something like that. At least test the Kings in their first chase. They were known as the chaseologists in their Bologna series last year, but in the Super Series last year it wasn't quite as successful. Now this one's in the air as well, and this one's going an absolute mile. Maximo Ramsunil just absolutely smacked that 2004 on his back, so a pretty big number, but a pretty big hit to get his account open.
Yeah, this is a big hit straight over that sort of long off area. Absolutely thumps it clean out of the middle of the bat. And that is a terrific over. The score, just like that, moves on to 90. 90 for 4. 12 balls to go now in the innings. Looks like Kuldeep Lal has been given the ball again. And, well, the captain, Simranjit, he wants another good one from Kuldeep here.
19 off the over, 18 of them in sixes. 3 sixes a dot, 2 dots is Kuldeep, and he's going to knock the leg stump out of the ground. And so, keeping it simple, gets full, gets straight, and he gets Munshi for a quick fire 18. 3 wickets now to Kuldeep Lal. The score is 90 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, have a look at this ball. I mean, you think it's going to be smashed. You think it's a full toss, that it's going to disappear. But look, there's no pace of it. It's clever bowling. It's slow full toss. Look how early it's been played. And, you know, the bat is totally disgusted with himself. You can see it. But it's clever bowling. That's what Kuldeep Lal does. He gets that slow ball. He varies his pace so much. That's why he's so effective when he's playing there in Barcelona. And of course, Kuldeep Lal has played a fair bit of national team cricket as well for Spain. Wasn't involved this time round in Belgium, but he's still out there to prove a mark. He's still out there to prove a point, and well, he started well here. That's 3 wickets now, and only 6 runs conceded.
Tanush, the big fan in the chat. He might be sniffing a fifer here, Kuldeep. This Musharraf Muzaffar. He hits it straight to point and runs, but slight fumble means he'll get away with it. Off the mark.
Yeah, I mean, Kuldeep now, he's just got to be, I think on the stumps, he's just keeping his variations going, because he knows that Ram Sunil, after hitting that big 6, is going to be looking to go after him here. Every batter is going to be throwing the bat.
And there's a 4th for Kuldeep, and so now he gets Sunil. Oh, he's taking wickets for fun. That one's almost an instant replay. Even the same stump removed. Well, that stump's shaking, and this innings is looking shaky now at 91 for 6.
Yeah, well, Kuldeep, I mean, that's why he's such a class act, and that's why so many people like like him when he's playing his cricket. He's always turns up and always turns on a good performance. Again, it's just no pace on it. It's slower. He's hitting the leg stick again. And you're right, it's almost a repeat of the other bowled dismissal we had, the same sort of celebration as well. And he looks at the captain and says, there you go, Skip. Is that what you needed me to do? Well, it certainly was, because 2 batters that were thumping the ball for 6 are now gone. So you've got 2 new batters out there all of a sudden. So once again, I mean, okay, there's still an over to go after this one. So this should still be eyeing up a 100-plus score. But called it 4 wickets now. He's still got 3 balls to go. Are we going to see a 5-for here? 4 for 7, 3 balls to go in Kuldeep Lal's spell.
Well, we've only had 2 5-fers this year. Could this be a third? It won't be yet.
It's a very good delivery.
Yeah, Kuldeep's been brilliant. And he's just kept it really simple. I mean, I think he's tried to be fooling at the stumps. That's exactly where you need to be at this stage. And it's just that 1 ball that hit to the boundary. 4 for 8, great figures. 2 to come. This is full outside the off stump, and so just a 1. 1 more chance to get the 5. Not something you get to do very often in T10 cricket. Just going to look up his best bowling figures. That's what you can do on ECN.cricket. Here we go though. Last ball for Kuldeep. In the air. And this won't quite carry, so he won't get his 5 but still pretty good effort. 4 for 10. And this is also the end of the 9th over, 94 for 6. But what an entrance to the Italian competition for Kuldeep Lal. Just looking at his best figures. Well, he has taken a 4 for before. He took 4 for 5 versus Pakai Care back in 2020. So he does have a 4 for to his name. But still, not often that you see it.
I mean, Kuldeep Lal, I mean, you're looking at his statistics there, and probably you'll find that he scored a few runs as well, including a few hundreds. So he is a stellar player if he's on form. Yadav comes on to finish off, and he says, give the ball straight back to me. Well, if he's trying to rush through the overs now, it's too late, because 9 overs is complete. If there was going to be any penalties, they would be on there already. So calm down, Yadav. Take your time.
Full, fairly straight. So Yadav doing a good job as well. I think this is what you got to do. You don't need to overcomplicate it at the end of the innings, which try and force the batters into mistakes, especially if they're slightly lower order batters.
Yeah, he's bowled a second over, didn't he, which went, I think went for 11. So just trying to, you can see here, big effort made not to try and bowl too fast, just get the ball in the right areas. This is dragged out the batters. Think about turning around for the second, but decide against it. The fielder pretty much has the ball in his hand already. Kuldeep out there. That's fielding at the mid-wicket area. Oh, well, this will be a no ball. That's a Gandhi one. But this has come out all wrong from Yadav. And Yadav, well, he apologises straight away to the batter. And I think this one just completely wrong. I'm not sure if he tries to get the slow ball and then it comes out wrong. So that'll be a warning, definitely, for Yadav. And he decides he's going to come back over the wicket, which is probably a good idea. I'm not so sure why he changed to go round anyway. Free hit. Hits it pretty well. It's in the air. It won't be out, and that's probably why they did. Well, Malkeet there. I'm not sure. Malkeet Singh really throws the dummy there at the bowler. He looks like he's going to say, looks like he's saying, I've got it, and then he doesn't move at all.
I've heard of free hit. This is a freeze hit, because it's one thing to back off and not worry about catching the ball. You still got to field it.
Yeah.
The come gets this wrong. He hits it straight at the fielder. Just catches the break there. That really should have disappeared. Does bring the 100 up though for Chivadate.
Yeah, he's lucky as well. I mean, it's probably just borderline the height as well.
I mean, to be honest, I reckon that was higher than the one that was called earlier.
How could it be higher than one call earlier? The one call earlier went over his head. What do you see?
No, not that. I meant not that one. I meant the one way earlier.
I told you in Milan before you come here.
Hey,
you're
interrupting me. That's the end of the innings. I was talking about the one that Jugmeat bowled. No, but no, not the one earlier in the over.
Jugmeat, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, we'll finish with a wicket. So 100 for 7 will be the final. So 101 for Kings 11. Well, they'll fancy themselves to chase it. They'll have to bat well, though. And we saw a lower target defended already. Great opportunity for Chivadate to see what their performance is going to be like with the ball and in the field. They can take a leaf out of the book of Kings 11, I think, especially late in that innings, where I think they did pretty well to keep the brakes on. Let's have a look at what happened in the first half of this one. Well, we thought it was a wide. Turned out a wicket to start. A perfect start for Kings 11.
Yeah, it was a perfect start, wasn't it? I mean, we were looking for the umpire to signal the wide. He put the finger up, gave the wicket. And, well, the openers, they sort of made starts, didn't they? I mean, we saw Kuljinder Singh, he played sort of more a sporting role because when Zain Ali went, Aslam Mohammed came in and he played some beautiful shots. He really did. Have a look at some of these shots that he played to all parts of the ground. Hit the ball big straight. He played that beautiful cut shot there as well. And he was looking the part. And well, that one was a huge hit. And he raced along to 39 of 17 deliveries. They needed somebody to get him out. They needed something special to happen. Well, that was Jeffrey, our Tortuga. He was giving Simran just a bit of problems, but Simran no problems taking that wicket. And it's all about, I suppose, with Kuldeep Lal coming into the attack and doing that, what we've seen him do plenty of times, and that's get wickets with his variations. But there was still one other batter at the other end preparing to do some big hits, and that was Isham Munshi. He hit a few big ones, and then he had to go. And well, this was the full toss. That gets Munshi. Slower delivery. And then Kuldeep just repeats what he did earlier with this one, just getting the wickets, knocking them over, and just saying to the skip, you like that? And the captain says, okay, I'll take the catch here. And that was the final wicket that went down. Wicket number 7, 100 on the board. So 101 required for victory. They'll be slightly disappointed there because don't forget, at the end of the 9th over, the score was at 90. And you just thought there with both, still you had the big hitters out there, that it could end up being a 110, 120 score. But good work there once again from the Kings 11, especially from Kuljinder Lal. You'll see that later, or Kuldeep Lal I should say. But let's have a quick look at the scorecard. Kuljinder Singh there, he'd played his part well, the captain, before he was bowled by Kuldeep Lal. And Yadav, he was in the act earlier with Abidullah. Abidullah, the wicket of the very first ball, remember. But Aslam Mohammed, I mean, he was the star. I think he played some really good shots. His highest score in the European Cricket Series. And, but it was the bowling of Kuldeep Lal that was sensational. He came on at the right time for his team when they were in a bit of trouble. Kuldeep bowled the 7th and the 9th over, picking up 2 wickets in each one, only conceding just 10 runs. And Yadav was good as well, though a little bit expensive in his first over. And Abidullah, well, what can you say about his 2 overs? The first one was a brilliant one, just 5 runs from it, but he goes for 24. But the fielding was very good, no mistakes really with the catching. And that's what you'd expect from Kings 11. They were the champions, European Cricket Series champions in Bologna, and now they are hoping to make it through to Rome for the Super Series in a few weeks' time. But it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of good teams there to beat. But Chivadate, they get 100 on the board. There's runs on the board and it's 100. So there's work to be done here for Kings 11. 101 required for victory for Kuldeep Lal. He certainly was the mastermind with the bowling. Will he also do the damage with the bat as well? But to find out, stay tuned. Join us in 10 minutes' time. I'm Rico Full, along with Mr. Maximo. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Brescia, Italy. Hello and welcome back, Bentornato. Welcome back to this beautiful setting here in Brescia. And, surrounded by these lovely mountains. Do a bit of research on these mountains and see what Sierra we are by. I know that we're right sort of at the foot of the Alps here, in a lovely location. It's just about an hour from where we were in Milan. And it's the second largest city in the region of Lombardy, with thriving industries and home to, well, this is what I'm looking forward to, the Franciacorta sparkling wine. And well, together with neighbouring Bergamo, Brescia has been nominated the Italian Capital of Culture for 2023. There you go. So there's plenty happening around here. I must say, I did enjoy my walk into the town yesterday, the old town, and the piazza, the plaza, the square is absolutely beautiful. And that's where you've got the two cathedrals, the old Duomo Cathedral and the new, right next to each other. You've got the tower there as well. It's absolutely splendid. It was a lovely walk. And it was really nice to meet some of the local people as well that told us a bit about the history of the place. Here we go. Start of the second innings and a big in-swinger there from Arslan. Well, Arslan, he's done his job with the bat, I suppose, and now it's time for him to show what he can do with the ball. And, it is Kuma who opens up the batting for the Kings 11. Remember, 101 is the target. They restricted Trividati to exactly 100. Nice shot through the gap. A chase is on, and two fielders running after this. And they're not going to catch it. Well, that was a race between Hamid Afzal and the cricket ball. And Sukhwinder Singh thought he'd have a go as well. Can't get it. Once that gets past you, 4 runs. One thing that Kuma does so well, and I remember this from last year, is cut the ball. He is an extremely good cutter of the ball, because Kuma. And sometimes he may make a slightly slower start, but don't let that fool you. He's an aggressive, hard-hitting batter. Up in the air, and this time he gets past the fielder. This time it will be stopped, or will it? Well, he has a slight fumble. Batters come back and take 2. Yadav is the opening partner for Kumar. Kuma, I think he's probably got a good idea of what Aslan is doing with the ball here now. Seeing the couple, he knows that he's starting wide and getting the ball coming into him. So I think it's he's probably already on that front foot pretty quickly. Aslan Mohammed once more. This time a little bit shorter, so the ball's swinging in into the body of Kumar. He'll take the single, so it gets to 7 and gives the opportunity to his opening partner, Vibur Yadav, to face a few. That sun now starting to burn away some of the cloud that was giving us some relief and respite from the sun. And it's starting to warm up now. Drops the bat on this, decides to take the single. That'll be disappointing, I think, for the bowler there. You've got plenty of blue jerseys there in that area. I mean, you can count them there. I mean, that's after 5, 6 out there, excluding the wicketkeeper. And something like that's got to be stopped. And they're pushing that man in a bit closer now. No point having all those bodies there inside the circle and a batter just able to drop the bat and take the single. This is flicked up in the air, fielder coming across and takes a catch. And they get, because Kuma, it was a little flick. He enticed him into the shot, and no mistakes made there by Islam Munshi. So Munshi says, I'll take that, thank you very much. And well, they celebrated that one because they know they've just got a dangerous batter out there. Kuma, he goes for 7 off his 5th delivery. So Aslan Mohammed, well, he's playing a big part in this match already. Made a very healthy contribution with the bat, 39 of 17. And now he gets a big wicket with Kumar off the last ball of the first over. Kumar will be disappointing. Only one man out there, and he picks him 8 for 1 at the end of the first. And a good time to welcome back into the commentary box Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, so 324 matches without a golden ball. We are now, believe it or not, 71 matches past our old record for how long we've gone without a golden ball. We haven't had one since the 31st of March in Portugal. We've been all round the place since then. Where have we been since then? Netherlands, Bulgaria, Romania, Landskrona in Sweden, Stockholm in Sweden, then Prague, then Hungary, then Austria, and then, of course, our first week in Italy in Milan. That's a long time to go without one, long time between drinks. And what a good catch that was out on the boundary to get rid of Vikas Kumar. And when she's having a good game, Simranjit Singh's the new batter, coming in at number 3. And that's the end of the over as well. So he wasn't facing. It was Yadav that gets a single. Second over being bowled here by Kuljit Singh, the captain.
Yeah, Simranjit Singh. Now to face a battle of the two captains, Simranjit to face his first delivery.
Plays all around it, first ball. So a couple of things to catch up on in the chat, which I just poked my head into in the first over. Keanu asking any chance we'll see Venezia at some stage, and the answer is yes. There is no Venice leg this time because it's been basically combined with Bologna next week. It's hit pretty hard. Almost takes out his partner, almost takes out the fielder as well, but Zain Ali does well. Keep that to 1. So we will see Venezia next week in Bologna. So it's a slightly different format. It's the format we used in Milan last year. It's a 9-team format where 8 teams have to compete in the group stages. This one's whacked back. Geez, this won't be stopped. That is absolutely slammed down the ground by Yadav. Cuatro carreras. And wow, Rico, even if there was a fielder on the boundary, this could have just blasted straight through him.
Well, what an off drive this is. Absolute beauty. And I think the bowler's glad he doesn't get his foot behind that. That was a laser beam. Classy shot from Yadav.
So just to explain next week in Bologna without wanting to confuse everyone, but there'll be 8 teams at the beginning of the week, 2 groups of 4. The top 2 from each group will go through to the second phase, and then they'll be joined by Venezia, because Venezia automatically qualify as the top seed because they did qualify for the Super Series last year. So we'll see them on Thursday for the first time next week. This is in the air, and it is smashed, and this is our first one up the hill, and that's almost going to embed itself in the dirt up there. Maximo. Well, right now, what we're seeing from Viro Yadav is that he's in the mood to attack the power play, and he's attacking it very well.
Yeah, this is a good shot. He doesn't hold back on this, does he? This is all about the power. And smashes this away. Boom. Shakalagya. Lovely shot.
And the second thing I was going to say, I'll update you in a second. First, tossed up, miss hit. Yuvraj Singh donated 1,000 rupees. Thank you very much, Yuvraj, for your support of European cricket. And saying, Rico, for every Maximo, he will donate 500 in second innings. Just do brah on 6. So I've just cost us 500 by not mentioning it before that last one. But anyway, right here, let's talk about this game. And it's 24-1 after 2 overs. You can see 6 teams here. It's our standard 6-team format. They'll play each other over the first 15 games. Each team playing 5 matches. The top 3 and the bottom 3 get a very different experience then on Super Friday, because the top 3 will be playing for a potential double chance on Saturday. The bottom 3, well, they'll just be playing to stay alive in the tournament. So plenty of cricket to watch out for this week. Looking forward to it. 24-1 after 2, so they're going at the 10 and over they need. I'm liking the look of the Kings 11 and some of their ins. Kuldeep Lal is listed to bat at 4, so maybe we'll see him next. You've got players like Malkeet at 6, and he's a guy that has shown it in the big games. He can score some big runs.
Yeah, if I seem to remember correctly, they used to pump him up the order, didn't they? And just to go out there and hit big runs straight away, and he was quite productive sometimes. I remember he scored a very fine 50 in one of those games last year.
Well, Yadav's a good pickup for them, though. Started a new over, and this is Zain Ali. He's going to bowl the 3rd over, last over of the power play.
Yeah, just having a chat with Simranjit. Probably saying to him, look, you just need to get a little flick on this. And, fine leg. He's not going to be able to stop anything that goes into the square leg area.
I have to say, Kings 11, they've got a lot of support on the chat. I think a lot of people like the way they play their cricket. It was a high-scoring ground, wasn't it, in Bologna last year? Goes for this. This one is up and out of here. Maximo.
Bravo! balle, balle. Ginnasona, Shaka. Yeah, the captain, he's off and running, and whatever it is that you'd have said to him, it's working. Big 6.
In the slot and disappearing. Yeah, Kings 11 won the Bologna series last year, a memorable series for them. And in the Super Series in November, we saw them at a 4-4 record, pretty even. They were 3rd out of 5 at that stage, and they were disappointed. They ultimately wouldn't make the final. They won the eliminator against Venezia 129-71, the team we were just talking about, but then despite putting 120 on the board against Brescia in the qualifier, they couldn't defend it as Gina chased it down with just 1 ball in hand. This one's smashed. And well, none of these are easy stops, I'll tell you that much. But that was a nice bit of work by Sunil. So, yeah, I mean, Kings 11, they're a team that came, very, very close to going all the way. I mean, ranked 3rd in the T10 across the whole of Italy last year, and think about how many clubs took part. Yeah, that's a pretty good effort. And so I think for them, they'll be really disappointed if they don't chase down this 101 against Civinate. Oh no, this is the bonus. It's going to be 5 wides. It only just misses the leg stump, but I think it just swings a little bit after the stumps. And we see the keeper, Abdul Rahman, just misjudges it, you see. The swing takes it away from his gloves, and that's costly, 5 runs.
Yeah, I mean, you think he's got it there. I think he thinks he's got it, and next thing you know, the swing sort of dips on him as well. Doesn't get any gloves on it at all. So that's a bonus. Bear in mind that we've had 1 big 6 in the over as well. So that's 5 more. So they've got the runs they need of this one as well. And I don't think they'd be wanting to do anything dangerous now. They've got the runs they need. Yadav looks like he's seen the ball pretty well. Let's see how he plays Ali now. 2 balls going the over.
Yeah, he just punches it out. Yuvraj is 500 rupees just sneaking in now. We have to find out where this money goes. I mean, I know it goes to head office. What are they just having a laugh in there? Are we just paying for their Friday night drinks every week? Yuvraj? No, I think...
Yuvraj, thank you very much.
We do appreciate the support.
He's a huge supporter of European cricket.
Yeah.
And big shout out to you, UV.
Huge supporter of you as well, Rico. Swing and a miss this time. End of the over, end of the power play, and the score is 33 for 1. So you called it. I've got the runs they needed, and that one just sneaks inside. Yeah, Helix says, don't tell Corey. Well, Corey went crazy when he found out that you could donate money in the YouTube chat. So he started trying to call everyone freeloaders. Like, come on. But what I will say is, I know that we do have plans so that if you do want a slightly enhanced viewing experience, that you can maybe pay a very, very small amount per month that goes all towards European cricket, just to try and kind of harness that and to improve what we're doing. Of course, it is a pretty difficult environment commercially for an organisation like us, but we love what we're doing and we want to keep doing it. This is going to be 4 right into the gap. And so Yadav is in the mood to party. And you can see, end of the power play, lots more outfielders, but it didn't matter. That one splits the middle and goes for 4.
Yeah, good firm, solid shot. He gets plenty of power on this, doesn't he? And he's got 2 men out there. Mid-wicket, long on, trying to combine together, but not able to stop this. He's absolutely crunched. Liking this from Yadav at the moment. Seems to be a pretty sensible knock from him. And this one's a full toss, and it's out of here. Balle, 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 Kinnasona, Shaka, Lagya, Brrrr, Shaba, Shaba.
Ching, ching. I'll take it again. This one did deserve to go. Baseballed out of the ground. Yadav, what a good pickup he's been.
Wasn't the best of deliveries, was it, full toss? But still, look, you've got to put it right. So many times we see batters hitting out at the full toss, but being caught on the boundary. I mean, if you're going to hit it, you've got to nail it. And he gets that clean out in the middle. So the captain, Kuljinder Singh, is under spot of bother. Batter just has to wait. That's a 12th man. Walks right in front of the side screen. Oh, this is big. Oh, this is mammoth. This has gone a long way. This is a Bizaway supersonic 6. What a hit that is from Yadav. Oh, Kinna Sona. Shaka Lagya.
I hope you got deep pockets, Yuvraj, because at the moment, 6-inning bonanza going on. They are absolutely caning this, and this is the way it was going. Someone keeping score. So, I hope someone is. Oh, I've got to say, it was fantastic. He executed. Big shot. Now he wants it again, and this one is going, gone.
Oh, my word, it's another. What a lovely shot this is. Straight down the ground, out in the middle. It looks effortless, but it goes all the way. 6 more. Kinna Sona. Shaka Lagya. Patake Chalpe. Ground with Swere. The fireworks have started, and Yadav, he is on fire. 35 now, and just on 10 deliveries. He's not going again, is he? Yes, he is! Balle! Oh, Kinna Sora, Kidda Swad aa gaya. Well, we know, I said it before, that the Kings 11, they're the team that they run on parontas. I can tell you that. Alu parontas and muli parontas. Well, I know that Jagjit Singh, the 12th man, he makes the parontas. He's fed them well this morning. And they're smashing the ball to all parts of the boundary.
Well, there's been 6 Maximos in this innings, and I think there's been 5 Bras for those of you that are keeping score. It's, I mean, that's what these Kings 11 guys can do. Again, they're one of those teams that will just keep swinging. They will kind of just back themselves, and they've got heaps of batting to come at the moment. After 4 overs, they're well on top. 62 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have your company once again. Thank you once again. You for your support. Hopefully you're enjoying the entertainment. That's something we've had a few ideas over the years. I mean, one day maybe we'd like to do the 48-hour T10 marathon.
It's got to happen.
Where
maybe
happen. For every 6, there's a small donation you can pledge, and maybe it goes to a charity, something like that. It's been tough with the pandemic. You know, one thing we're working on in the background is ECN Plus, which is something that, you know, will always run alongside YouTube. So YouTube will still be there. It'll still be free. But just for a very small monthly contribution that all goes to us, helps us improve what we're doing to give you an enhanced viewing experience. Well, this is in the air, and that's really good fielding because he's trying to turn that into a catch. And sees he's not going to get there. And a good
could have
throw.
been out, Vin.
I think it would have been, and now they're going to come back for a 3rd. So, yeah, I think it would have been out, but would have had to have been a direct hit. In fact, now they think of a 4th, they won't get it. It was an awkward one. He just had to try and block it with his body. And, yeah, I mean, I think, direct hit, but, I mean, it's going to be a tough throw from there.
Yeah, once again, we see a batter change their line. He's ball watching. Rather than run straight, he puts himself under difficulty there. You just got to run straight and get yourself in and take the quickest route. Yadav, he would have been fuming if he got himself run out there.
Intelligent stuff this time. Simran will just take one. Yeah, so I mean, look, Kings 11, they played a lot more T10 cricket because they played last year, of course, but they also played the Super Series. They played 2 series last year. Chivadate just played the 1, obviously here in Brescia. Same with PLG, Pat Lyons-Getty, that we'll see in the 4th match a bit later on today. So I think sometimes you see that superior T10 experience coming through, running between the wickets and stuff like that, how to approach the innings, how to kind of take the right amount of risk. Sometimes people overdo it, go at absolutely everything. And Raihan is saying, how can we contribute from Bangladesh? Well, I think in the YouTube structure, it doesn't have a payment structure from Bangladesh. So you don't need to pay. You can just enjoy it. We appreciate you. And like I said, well, this is another pretty good bit of fielding. That is Parminder Kumar. He's been busy out there. And like I say, now we're working on ways that we can, it's a little bit from a lot, because we know we have a lot of viewers daily. I mean, one of our goals is to get up to 300,000 YouTube subscribers. So if you haven't yet subscribed to our YouTube channel, make sure you do. ECN European Cricket Network. We'd love to reach that milestone. At the moment, we're at 295,000. I want to keep growing and keep being able to expand what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing we're focusing on. Chance here, but I think he gets himself back in, and then they'll take the overthrows. They will get the single in the end. Yeah, I mean, we're doing a bit of the Italian job here, going around Italy, the Italian summer. But our own Italian job, we want to get to that 300,000, don't we, Vinny?
Yeah, we'd love to do that. And, yeah, I mean, this is one of the things you have to realise. I mean, we are thrilled and we are delighted that we can provide so much content for free. I mean, we're not a money-making organisation, but obviously we still need to keep the lights on so we can keep doing what we're doing. This is in the air, and this won't quite carry.
Oh, well, he's backed away from this. This is a catch. I don't care what you say. Nobody can tell me otherwise. This is the catch you've got to take. And
I'm going to tell you otherwise.
No.
I don't think he can get there on the full.
This is a catch. This is a catch, Vinny.
He runs in and then he pulls up because he doesn't think he's going to get there on the full.
You're going to correct yourself.
Here we go.
You're going to correct yourself.
He runs in.
Look how long that ball's in the air. That's a catch. Go on, admit it.
Well, you get out there and you catch it. No, I'll bandage you up afterwards. Anyway, 70 for 1 after 5 overs. I suppose they do need a wicket.
I mean, that's the thing. All right, whether you want to call it a half a chance, but you've got a partner. Sorry, just swallowed a fly there, but never mind. You got a half a chance. You've got to take it. You've got to take those chances. It's the new protein food, they say, insects. Well, I'm getting my protein here. Oh, this is a long way up in the air. Good luck. It is catchable. And he takes it. Well done. And they do get the wicket. And is it an important one? Well, Siramjit Singh, he was just playing the anchor role, and he probably got tired of seeing the ball being hit to the boundary from Yadav. So he decides he wants to go for a big one himself. Well, it certainly goes a long way up in the air.
Yeah, Isra Munshi's had a really good game so far, got to say. Yeah, this one was up for an age. And well, I'll agree with you on this one. This one was catching opportunity. Goes too high, not long enough. And that one disappears. And into the hands of Isra Munshi. He then gets a high five for his trouble. So Chivadate can be mixing it at times, just not really able to put a whole game together here, you'd say. And this will give Kuldeep a bat at 70 for 2. I want to say a big thank you to everyone else. And just see that Nikki Chowdhury's joined us, and Nikki is actually going to be joining us as a guest commentator in week 5. Really looking forward to that. Nikki is playing a very, very good level of cricket in England.
Buongiorno, Nikki.
Yeah, buongiorno. We'll have to teach her some of her Italian, although she has some pretty good language skills as well, with Hindi and Bengali that she can speak as well. So she's got a few skills that she's going to bring to the commentary box, I'm sure. And so hello to you, Nikki. She's in the chat right now. So if you've got any questions for Nikki, throw them away. And I was enjoying listening to her the other night. In fact, on the train, I was multitasking. I wasn't just doing the Instagram live of the train trip. And I was also listening to her on Sunrise Radio. And they are the biggest Asian music commercial station in the UK.
Sunrise, I remember.
You would love it. I felt like it was
I know Sunrise Radio. I mean, I think if they haven't, tell me, Nikki, are they still in Southall? I think just off the, I think it was the, what do you call that bridge? Did you sort of go over the bridge and they're there? To the, yeah, Sunrise Radio. Used to love listening to Sunrise. You can't quite pick up the reception now too well in Spain. I mean, maybe Nikki, when I see her, be able to give
you're a dinosaur. You can. It's all on the internet now, you know.
Yeah,
I was listening on the train as we were going through nowhere in northern Italy.
You didn't tell me. You were listening to Sunrise. You could have told me.
You looked like you were asleep. It's been a long day.
Yeah, I wasn't quite asleep, but it was a long day. And I think we were like all exhausted with heat and just wanted to get to base and get under a cold shower and a cold drink, which we did. We did both. This is a wide. Yeah, Sunrise Radio. So, yeah, and anybody that also listens to Sunrise Radio, why don't you give us a shout? Well, why don't you get on Sunrise Radio and tell them that you're watching the cricket and where you're watching it? That's a good idea.
Ian Johns is all over it because he said, yep, they are still by Southall train station.
Okay, there you go.
Good general knowledge by you. I know that you didn't know that you could just click a link and listen. Now they're going to get 2 on a fumble of a ball that had pretty much stopped. And Nikki's shot back with a buongiorno. Yeah, it's going to be really fun. And so she'll be watching pretty intently, of course. I already know 2 of our Super Series teams, with Albano and Fresh Tropical advancing from Milan. Just one team will advance from Brescia. And so it'll be interesting to see who it is. I mean, Kings 11 certainly making a strong statement. Question here about who's the strongest team in this venue. Well, if you go on a website, you can find out exactly what happened last year. We called a wide. We had Gina Brescia win this last year. But then you've got Brescia CC, who are the ECL representatives and came 3rd in the whole of Europe in this week. And you've also got Kings 11, the Bologna winners, this week. So take your pick. I mean, they're 3 really strong sides. You've also got Jandra Brescia, who are former ECL representatives. Hit straight, but not that hard. And, well, there you go. He tries to turn it into a catch. That's Rico Full's fielding coaching, costing him 3 runs there. We can't fault the effort, though.
No, this one is different.
Fielder.
This one is different.
This one is exactly the same as the other one.
It's not. Come on, guys and girls. Help me out. You know I'm right. This one is different. This one is one where I think the fielder has got to make up his mind up quick. He's decided he wants the catch. When he realises he's not there, he does very well to try and smother the ball going through it. It sort of yorks the fielder. Good effort from him. But, look, I think he's shown the desire to try and get the wicket. It hasn't worked. 4 runs. Credit
to Zain Ali there, to be fair. It's very difficult. I mean, we're talking about decisions that, you know, even that first one, we were still umming and ahhing whether it was a catch or not. But you have to make up your mind in a second or less. So, you know, typically you're more defensive in a T10 match, not going after catches because wickets have less value. But it depends who's batting, what stage of the innings, those kind of things. Right now, just 21 required of 24 balls. You'd assume the Kings will do this in a canter. Hamad Afzal is the new bowler. Fielding done it there by Pamita Kumar.
Yeah, Afzal coming into your attack. Of course, you need wickets. I mean, anything can happen. We know that. We've seen that so many times. We saw it in Milan so many times. A team got a wicket, and the next thing you know, it's like 9 wickets falling for, what was it? 9 wickets for 18 runs, something like that. So a wicket can make things happen. And you've got to believe. You always got to believe.
I'll fall off my chair if they lose from here, though. It's Afzal. Being fairly sensible, aren't they? Kuldeep just using the opportunity to work himself in. Yeah, so Nikki saying she just joined a year ago to Sunrise Radio. She also, tell you what, this girl can hit a cricket ball. Seen some footage of it. Yeah. Playing some county cricket there. I think playing for Surrey at the moment. Isn't that right, Nikki? How are you hitting them at the moment? I wonder if she's ever played T10. I'm guessing not. Smacked, and this will be 4. It was just hit so hard, and Kuljina, the captain, he took a couple of steps to his left, but the ball had already left the arena.
Super shot.
And this also brings up his 50. Rico, what a fantastic innings from Vibo Yadav. He's 53, not out now, off only 18 balls.
Well, Yadav, he says, I like this team. They give me Alu Prontas, they give me Muli Prontas, and I score runs. This is a nice shot. Ball badaya. Apni Yadav nu apni 50 puri galli. Excellent batting. That was a glorious shot to bring it up as well.
Now, just kind of hacks across the line this time.
And Nikki, tell me, is Glassy Junction still there? Glassy Junction, I mean, Southall. I mean, I do miss, when I was a youngster, Vinny, it's like every weekend when we moved from Southall, when I was very young, we moved to Harrow. And of course, at that point, a lot of the stores where we used to get our sort of the Indian spices and that from was still in Southall. So every weekend was a trip to Southall. I used to absolutely love it. Really did. We used to have the glove jambus as well from the street vendors. Down the ground. This is a cracking shot. This ain't going to be stopped. That's 4 runs. What a beautiful straight drive that is. He's played some shots here for both these batters. And Kuldeep Lal, well, this is his shot. We know that. We've seen enough of Kuldeep. He plays that away absolutely beautifully. 4 more runs. They're doing this in style, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Sending a strong message as we approach what you think would be the end of this match. 91 for 2 now.
Well, I'm talking about sweet things. And I think, well, Kings 11, they'll be having the jalebis and the laddus as well once they win this one, because they made a very emphatic start here. And, it's a combination of good, smart cricket. When it's a good ball, that's right up there. And look at that, the batters. Look at that, they're ready to go. On your marks, get set. And they're saying until that ball comes in, they're not giving it up. That's good cricket for me.
This is the innovation we've seen in the run between the wickets in ECN cricket. 7 overs down now, 92 for 2. Just 9 runs required off the last 3 overs. And coming up the afternoon session, Brescia CC, well, they are a team that represented Italy in the ECL this year as the champion club. And the team that they knocked out in the Super Cup final, essentially ending their ECL dream, and a game that you did last year, is Gina Brescia. And Gina Brescia kind of got their revenge by winning the Super Series last year. But really, you'd have to say last year, these were the 2 top teams in Italy. And Gina Brescia, their first appearance in this series coming up in match 3. They won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. So Brescia CC, with the first game, had a very strong start, didn't they? But kind of fell off the pace a bit. Still defended it against Chandra Brescia. That'll be a cracker of a match coming up in about 35 minutes. Right now, here's Aslam Mohammed. Last roll of the dice time. He gets a little slower ball, but deceives the batter, deceives the keeper, and sneaks away for a bite.
Yeah, he's disappointed. Arslan Mohammed, he sort of almost goes right up to the keeper there and it says, hey, what's up, man? You got to stop that. Yeah, I agree. Frustration. You know, you need to get a couple of good overs here, maybe put the squeeze on, stop the runs from being scored. And when they don't come off the bat, they come in the form of byes. He certainly, look, he's got plenty to be positive about. He's had a good performance, Arslan.
Got a feeling we might not finish this over, though. The way that Yadav's going, he's facing up now, gets a full ball, and he smacks it off his pads. Awkward bit of fielding. And just keep it to 1 there. Or do they? They do. Here's Ramunshi doing the fielding. One thing I will say is, you know, on a ground like this, and of course, because of water restrictions, they're not allowed to water this ground. That's why it's looking like it is. But what I will say, it takes an immense amount of skill and courage to field on fields like this.
Tell me about it.
One thing I'd love to see is some of the professional cricketers I played with and some that I know to get out here and do the fielding on this ground, because I think they'd really struggle.
Yeah.
The ground fielding in particular is what I'm talking about. Because you can't just stick the leg down and have it roll to you like a billiard table.
Yeah, if this gets past the field, I know he does well. Good stop. Look, you know, there's a lot of fielding techniques. I mean, fielding is something that has changed hugely, and well, he's going to be sent back. There was the run there, but I think Yadav is saying, nah, I'll stay here. I'll try and finish this off in start. But look, yeah, some of those techniques that are deployed, you know, the slide past the ball, slide and throw, etc., get the dive in. Well, if you come into this sort of field with that mindset, you're going to be going to casualty, because you know, this sort of outfield is going to cut you up bad, and it is rock hard as well. And sometimes we do get asked questions on the chat, you know, why outfielders sometimes not diving around and having a dive. Well, that's the reason, you know. Well, there's the throw, and that's not clever cricket. And Arslan Mohammed, I think he's just getting a little bit irritated and niggly here.
I feel like this might have been out if he hits, you know. See how much of this is foxing.
Kuldeep is enticing him to do it.
He would have been out. I knew it. Well, you got to go for the highlight at this stage, because I think you're going down in flames. So who cares if you give away a run? Come off, here's bowling anyway. 5 to win.
Yeah, and Lyle out there. And Lyle would love to do it with 1 shot. And, well, he just wants to take the single. Looks like he's got ready to play the big shot. I think maybe he was getting ready to do the old ramp shot here. Doesn't quite get the ball he wanted. So he changes his mind and says, there you go, Yadav. I'll give you 1 more. I'll give you 1 ball in this over. But look, I'm not taking a single. I'm giving you 1 ball. You do what you can with it. Otherwise, I'm back on strike.
Yeah, for sure. Any boundary will do it now. But yeah, it's good to see Nikki tuning in. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you in week 5. I know she's very busy, but she's tuning as much as she can. And yeah, she's making an effort to get into the chat. So you get to know Nikki a little bit. And I think it's about time we had, you know, female voice in the chat. Maybe keep us under control.
What are you talking about?
No, not that one.
You didn't like that one.
You were listening to Nikki on the radio last night.
Yes.
This is going to be 6. It's going to be all over. Maximo, and for one more time.
That's it. That's the end of the match. And Yadav does it in style. He goes into the 60s. 62 of 22 deliveries. And it's an emphatic victory from the Kings 11. This is what we know they can do. When they're on song, they are a very, very difficult team to get past. And, well, the introduction to Yadav to their team, Vinny, hasn't that strengthened them? I mean, we know they're a strong lineup already. Look, we haven't seen the likes of Malkeet, Jagmeet, Jaipal. We know what Jaipal can do. He can hit 60s for fun. And then there's Jaswinder as well, Mr. Laddu. Well, I'm talking about Laddus. They're going to be eating Laddus and Jalebis now, because they've got their first victory under the belt. A good performance also from Kuldeep Lal. Don't forget the 4 wickets that he took to add to his knock there of 15 not out. They're a strong team, and they've certainly shown the other teams in Brescia what their intent is. Their intention is to go all the way. But look, there's a lot of good teams here in Brescia. This is really going to be a very, very exciting week.
Yeah, it sure is. And you can't wait for this next one. It'll be spicy. Match 3, Gina Brescia winning the toss, sending in Brescia CC. Will they be able to keep the bats quiet? What about Yasir Dulu? We haven't quite seen the best of him yet this morning, but he's one player we saw do it at the top level of European cricket right now. Let's have a look at the chase. 101 were required, and I said the Kings 11, they'd be disappointed if they didn't do this with time to spare. And in the end, they didn't let me down. And what about that innings from Vibhor Yadav? 62 not out of 22. 6 big maximos and 3 fours. And he wasn't just hitting 6s for his team. He was actually racking up a a few fines for Yuvraj Singh, and thanks again, Yuvraj Singh, for all of your support. But tell you what, he was in a hurry, and he certainly made a strong statement here in match 2 of this FanCode European Cricket Series.
So well, Vinny. I mean, he's aggressive, but at the same time, his timing was epic on some of the shots. Simranjit Singh, well, he's a big lad, but he couldn't find the boundary there. There was that brave effort from the fielder, just trying to get to that catch to see if it could make a difference. But the ball went through him and went to the boundary. And this was a top shot, wasn't it? Straight down the ground. We've seen some lovely shots, some lovely straight hits as well. And in the end, Yadav, he was just proved to be too strong for him. Another man that's had a good day and pretty sure. Look at that lovely shot. Beautiful picture there of some of the aerial views here in Brescia. But yeah, I mean, Yadav, he's certainly got to be the player of the match, I think, here. He bowled pretty well as well. And then knocking off the runs in style. It's a good man to have in your team. Does well with opening the bowling and then also opens the batting as well. And there's the scorecard. It just shows you they've done this with a breeze, really. They did lose Vikas Kumar when he tries to flick one over the square leg, but finds the fielder out there, and Ishram Munshi takes a very good catch. He was very good out there in the field, but then Vibhor Yadav came out, 62 of 22. They couldn't find a way to get past him. That's a very healthy strike rate as well. Simranjit Singh, the captain, he was caught on the boundary by Ishram Munshi as well, but Kuldeep Lal then just played a very good supporting role.
Just played smart, didn't they? Kings 11, once they got in a good position, they were never going to let Shivadante back into the game. And just have a look at that. Kuljin, the captain, getting some punishment as he went for 41 of his 2 overs. The wickets went to Aslam Mohammed, who I think had a pretty good game. 1 for 18 off his 2. The other wicket to Ram Sunil. But well, they had some highlights in there. Kings 11 just far too strong. They get the 2 points. And remember, it's all about trying to separate the top 3 from the bottom 3 in the first 15 matches. Matches you'll see between now and Thursday. We're going to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in 25 minutes, and when we do, we'll get to see our first look at the defending champions, Brescia, also the Super Series champions in Italy last year, and they'll be taking on Brescia CC, who are the team that represented Italy as the champion club in the ECL. So it's going to be a high-quality matchup in Match 3. Don't go away too far. We'll be back shortly on ECN. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. See you back here soon for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Brescia opening day. We're halfway through the day and now it's time to roll into the afternoon session, and we are going to see Brescia CC again. We saw them earlier and the ECL 22 representatives did start their day with a win against Giandra Brescia. A bit of revenge for Giandra Brescia, knocking them out of the finals last year in this particular tournament. But now we are going to get to see Gina Brescia for the first time. And Gina Brescia, well, they actually won this series last year and then won the Italian Super Series. In fact, the only reason we didn't see them at the European Cricket League this year is that Brescia CC knocked them out in the T20 Super Cup. So it will be these two that will be renewing their rivalry here in match 3. Let's see what happens as Stefan Gooch is with two captains for the coin toss for match.
Brescia the call.
It's tail.
Tails the call. It is tail.
It's tail. We won the contest.
Okay, you have a ball?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck, mate. Good luck, guys. Have a good game.
So it is Gina Brescia that have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. They obviously do want to chase. They normally chase pretty well. They won't have Hassan Ahmed in the side today, so that's a bit of a loss for them. But watch out for Nisa Ahmed, who's likely to open the batting. And he is a real dynamic hitter when he gets going. And we saw him, in fact, playing for Italy in the European Cricket Championship last year. And he had some really, really good performances there. Watch out also for Mohamed Imran for Gina Brescia. I think he is a guy that brings a lot to the table. He's an experienced character. And he is a guy who I always like to see. He's also pretty good for some hitting in the middle to lower order as well. And their captain, Ruki Ahmed, I think he's pretty happy with winning the toss and sending in a Brescia CC side that weren't particularly convincing in their innings, although they got off to a good start in match 1. They'll want to sustain it all the way through this time. Watch out for Imad Khan with a bat for them. So let's get ready for the third match of the day. The news from the toss is that Gina Brescia, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bowl over to Rico in the ice cube. Let's get this one started.
Thank you very much to Vidi Sandhu as we have a look at a lovely aerial shot of where we are here, and look at all those properties, some magnificent ones as well, all nestled at the foot of the mountain here, the foot of the Alps here. You see some sporting aspects, other sports, a football pitch there. We saw some athletics track there as well, and that all leads to this beautiful ground in Brescia. And well, we know that around here we have the lake as well, and the Lake Garda offers numerous numbers of water sports. It's such an exciting place to go, and certainly on days like today, that's where a lot of people make their way to in the afternoons. And well, it's known for its water sports, but it's also known for its cricket. And here we certainly have some sensational lineups for you today at the FanCode European Cricket Series in Italy, in Brescia. And these two teams, well, they don't get any bigger than this. Brescia CC taking on a Gina Brescia team that have always been right up there, challenging for the top positions in Italy. They've had plenty of battles, and this one's going to be a battle as well. Brescia 101 to 98. That's the way it goes. You have a look at the timeline there. Both teams have just lost once in the last 5 occasions. It's going to be a close game. Both teams have got some of the key players missing, but there's still a star quality cast of players out there. Expecting this to be a very, very good match. Yesir Dulu is going to be opening up for Sajid Afridi. Brescia are going to have a bat first. They're being put in by Gina Brescia. And you can see out there, the heat definitely is on. And if you've seen, I know a few people commented in Milan, and since then we've got further information that the reason why, not just these pitches, look, it's the whole area really. Anything that's grass, it's practically not grass anymore. It's like hay. The reason is because of the extreme conditions. Of course, the reservoirs are running low, so water is being prioritized for the essential use. And unfortunately, watering the outfield here and in other parts of our football pitches as well are all suffering. It's not an essential. So we will see a bit of this, unfortunately, but still, look, I mean, it may not look pretty and green, but it's still playing pretty well. It's a very fast outfield, very bouncy one as well. So we get ready for the start of the first ball. And here we go. It's straight at the batter, and Dulu this time is quite happy just to play this away. Dulu, if you remember him, I mean, in the ECL, he played one sensational knock. He's quite a remarkable player, really. And an attacking player. He can hit the ball big when he gets going. And I reckon, I don't know, maybe Maxi might have a view on it. I reckon he's lost a few pounds as well. Seems to be a little bit trimmer. I hope that hasn't affected his hitting ability. Sajid Afridi facing his first delivery. Nithar Ahmed, a very classy player. Batter wicketkeeper behind the stumps. And, pretty sure he'll play a major role in this series. This one's flicked away. Well, this is such a good shot. It's not a bad delivery at all, this. I mean, this is not a ball that the bowler would expect to be smashed for 4 runs in the mid-wicket area. It's not too short. It's a sort of pretty full up to the stumps. And yet, well, it's just been flicked away by Sajid Afridi. Mohamed Imran probably can't believe that's gone to the boundary there. And, he looks on. I mean, it was a risky shot to play, but it was timed beautifully. 4 runs. The first boundary goes on the board. And it's a very crafty, nifty shot from Afridi that gets it. This one he gets to go the other way, but it's well played. It was a good delivery, but the batter was up to the mark as well. And Sajid Afridi just waits for it. He didn't have too much time to react, but he made the adjustment so quickly. What a clever shot that is. So it shows that he's able to go up and over and also through. Timing and placement this time, beautifully played. Imran wants to get a reply in here. So time cuts to the fielder. Oh, there could be trouble here. Oh dear. That is a big let off. Where's the ball ending up? It's going to go all the way to the boundary as well. Well, this should have been out, and it ends up being 5. Well, have a look at this. And look, he's not in the picture, and that's not good from the fielder. I mean, the wicketkeeper needs to have that. Yeah, I think you can see Nithar Ahmed is saying, "What are you doing, man? And the fielder had a lot of time to assess the situation there. And I think the umpire just got to make sure that they get the right batters, the right end. I believe they did take the single in the end, so I think that's going to be 5 runs, the single, and the overthrows. But that's a bit of a disaster. And Mohamed Imran can't believe it. He's been like, well, hit for 2 4s. One of them's been thrown. And the slower delivery, which Dulu just allows to get by. So it's a crazy start to match 3 here in Brescia. It will be 14 for no loss at the end of the first. Once again, it's a very warm welcome to everyone. And remember, you can always find a way to get in touch with us, not just through the website, theeuropeancricket.com, but also through the likes of Instagram, Facebook, and even Twitter. Either Maximo, he's been quite active on there. We saw a bit of Maximo on the train the other day, and myself at Rico Full as well. And of course, from me and Maxi, who comes into the not so cool Ice Cube now, we want to wish everybody that's tuning in from America a very happy Independence Day.
Yeah.
Now, if you are tuning in from America, why don't you let us know what your plan is for today, what you're doing?
Yeah, hello to all my American friends. And I do have quite a few. I have actually spent a bit of time over there in the States, doing a bit of work. And met lots of friends there, particularly in Las Vegas and in Miami and Seattle as well. So hello to all my American friends. And they're always quite fascinated about my cricket aspect. Back before I was doing this full time, I remember at quite a few of these business conventions, I would start trying to show them how to catch and stuff. And they said, "But where's your glove?" Because of course, baseball country over there. But they quite liked it, and they were a bit fascinated. Lots of cool things happening in American cricket as well. Right here, though, I'm focused on this battle because you know that these two teams have a bit of a rivalry. How could you not? I mean, Brescia CC, they're the team that kept Brescia out of the ECL this year. Brescia won pretty much everything else except the game that they needed to make it to Kartama. They pitched up and whacked for 1. So yeah, I think we'll see a pretty intense game, even though, okay, both teams missing a few players just because of the time of year and a few other circumstances, but still, I mean, I'm looking forward to it.
Hassan Ali into the attack now.
Would say it's saying 31 degrees right now. You can add 10 to that. Right now, you said that we should think of something else for the ice cube. Have a look at this one.
What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's fine. When it goes past the crease.
No, for the ice
it's
cube.
inside.
It's
I think it's a microwave.
the microwave.
I think I'm in a microwave right now.
Oh, an edge, and this one flies away. It's well stopped there by the third man, and this flies over Nisar Ahmed.
Don't know if he got a glove on this. I heard a sound. He's got pretty good position because he's accounting for that angle. Yeah, I mean, good effort from Nisa. They had the third man covering anyway. Helix said he's kind of interested by the whole baseball glove thing. Well, I mean, I played semi-professional baseball as well, something I didn't take up until I was in my 30s. But, yeah, the baseball gloves, it's interesting. There's different types, actually.
This time it is taken. A similar ball, and we're talking about gloves. Well, that is neatly in the glove of Nisar Ahmed. He's a top campaigner. Look at those gloves. I do like them. They look pretty trendy. They've got the old Spanish colours, I think. Well, he's not playing for Spain, and he's not playing in Spain. He has played a bit of cricket in Spain, though. Good catch. Well, that glove takes the catch, and then the same glove takes all the congrats.
Yeah, a bit more of an orange than a red, but I tell you what, not often the universe gives you pretty much the same catch about 1 minute later. It wasn't quite as far away from this one, and yeah, showed good presence of mind just to go with the one glove. So the angle across working for Hassan Ali, and that is the first wicket of match 3. Brescia CC lose it at 16 for 1, brings Imad Khan to the crease. Yeah, just going back to what I was saying, I mean, there's different gloves, so catchers have a different sort of glove called a catcher's mitt, which would have been handy actually for Nisa here. If he'd had one in his right hand, because they are pretty big and have a lot more padding because of just how fast the pitchers throw the ball. Then you have kind of outfielders' gloves, which are a bit bigger than infielders' gloves, which are a bit easier to get the ball out of your glove to throw.
So why did the fielders have gloves?
And first base has a different glove. It's more of a scooping glove. Yeah, good question.
Cricket
They never
ball's
used to
harder,
in baseball. They never
Cricket
used to
ball's
until
harder,
the end of the 19th century.
Wussies, that's what I say. Well, this is out of here. That is big. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona shaka lugya. Out of it. It goes. And yeah, I mean, we don't have those gloves. I mean, wicket keeping in the
Well, I mean, I don't have a leg to stand on because I always wore 2 gloves when I was playing because I was a wicket keeper. 22 for 1 off 2. So, yeah, how's that for a start for Imad Khan? He just completely smacks that dismissively for his 6th first ball.
Imad Khan, this is how you got off the mark. Last time, he just likes to hit a big 6 to get off the mark. That was big.
Have a look at this. This is the 6 teams we'll see this week in Brescia. And after match 15, we'll have a top 3 and a bottom 3. And we'll know exactly who is to have to do it the hard way through the eliminators and who will do it the slightly easier way by playing in the playoffs on Super Friday.
Swing and a miss. So, Mohamed Imran is going to bowl himself out.
Imran, very experienced player. He has played in ECL before, actually. Played for Jandra Brescia in 2019. We also saw him representing Italy in the ECC. That was in 2021.
Slower short ball, but that's why the timing isn't correct on it. But he does get a single through.
Yeah, so any questions or comments that you might have, don't be afraid to throw them into the live chat ECN European Cricket Network. We always love your contributions in there, keeping it very interesting for us. He goes after this leg side. He helps on its way, and that is up the hill. Maximal. Well, 2 balls, 2 sixes for Imad Khan. He is up and about, and he kind of made that by sneaking across outside the off stump. Proactive stuff. Absolutely smacked that away for 6 more. So, something to think about. He's now conceded 21 off 1.5 overs. Batters the Rinner, so hard to stop. But this one is skied, and the fielder, he won't quite get there. And actually, almost thought about jumping and pulling it back in, but it was just too far gone. And so it will be another 4 runs. This one's a bit more risky. I think it's lucky it's still the power play. Otherwise, I think the man at long on would have had time to come across to that and perhaps make it into a catch. But instead, it's another boundary, and Imad Khan is absolutely going off here at the moment. Hasn't he hit the ball well so far, Rico?
Yeah, I mean, that's what he does. It's what he did in the first innings. He's in there just basically to go bang, bang. That's his role. And he hits this pretty hard as well. And this time it's his own partner that has to take evasive action.
Yeah, dangerous time to be a bowler. Dangerous time to even be a non-striker, I think. These balls are getting hit real hard.
Now, Dulu, 1 strike. He hasn't really got gained himself yet. He's quite a dangerous and hard-hitting batter himself. Places out onto the offside and take a single. So he's quite happy to be just playing this sort of supporting, not quite an anchor role, but the supporting role he's seeing. He knows what Imad Khan can do, and while he's out there, he probably wants to give him as much strike as he can. Though this time, it was the end of the over, so he's actually taken the strike off him. It's 35 for 1 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, 35 for 1. Some info in the chat. Shrug saying the gloves were first used in baseball in 1870 by a player who had an injury. Others started using them, and gradually they evolved into the sport used today. Yeah, the history of baseball is actually pretty interesting. And so one of the things that I'll give you a bit of baseball history. The umpires used to be a lot further back, and they used to have chairs, and people would bring them drinks and all this during the game, and it was like a revered position.
Is that right?
I think it was some sort of king.
This is the guy that sort of stands behind.
Now they're right behind the catcher.
Yeah.
So they're right behind the catcher. And yeah, what I would say is that it's just a slightly different way of catching the ball. You just kind of catch it more in the webbing rather than the center of the hand. But it's not too difficult to get used to. I certainly didn't find it too tough.
You know, one thing that amazes me, I mean, as you know, my daughter Sonia plays handball.
Yeah.
But in handball, I mean, they're not allowed to use gloves. Even the goalkeeper can't use gloves.
Yeah, that's right.
And they don't have any protection at all. Can't wear like a sort of a head protection. And that ball, the handball, is a very hard ball.
Yeah.
And I just think that's amazing. And I often say to my daughter, I said, well, why? Why can't the portero, the goalkeeper, not wear gloves? It's just not allowed.
Yeah.
Strange.
Yeah, it's a very fast sport as well. You got to be super fit. It's a sport I've always wanted to try, actually.
Yeah, I've always wanted to try.
I've watched it a lot in the Olympics. That's probably when I've seen it the most. Just waiting for it.
But you know, I mean,
technical delay here.
We're talking about other sports. We talked a bit about your baseball.
Yeah.
But handball, I mean, it's got the different versions throughout. Beach handball, if you watch beach handball, it's fantastic because you get extra points for the way I mean, if you do a somersault and throw and get a goal, you get extra points.
Are you serious?
That's what. No, absolutely.
Is that right?
That's why when you watch beach handball, every time they're scoring, they're doing all sorts of frills and thrills.
Get out of here. Well, I definitely want to watch that. Right. So, still waiting to get going. What do we think in the chat? I mean, you know what? It might be a good chance. Might be a good chance while waiting for this technical delay. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Why don't we do it?
No, come on.
Lurker call out. Come at us. If you are lurking, welcome to Brescia. We want you to get in the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, and say hello, say where you're watching from, and you can just tell us a bit about yourself as well, if you like. I mean, main thing is, if you are lurking and you don't often get in the live chat, now's the time we want to hear from you. We only do this once a day, right?
Yeah,
so we'll do it
we'd
once a day.
love to hear from you. And once more, happy Independence Day to everybody in America. And I know you're watching the cricket and doing other things because today is a day. It's all about barbecue spare ribs and Caesar salad. That is the main. It's also a national day for those two foods in America. You know what it is as well, and I feel bad for the several people that will get hurt today because you know what they also love in America? Yeah. Homemade fireworks. They do. And look,
homemade fireworks.
I'm doing this. Yeah. I'm doing this for the Americans. Look.
There we go. There you go. That looks pretty good.
Caesar salad. There you go. You
have to eat it with your hands.
So look,
they didn't
thinking about you.
All right, here we go. I'll let you nick off to watch that then in a second. But first, let's go back to the action here. And we're going to start the over with the wide. It's Faisal Shabir who's coming into bowl. Over number 4 into the power play, so you can have up to 5 outfielders now. Looking for lurkers. Keep coming at us. Got the robot already saying lurking for a barbecue. Cat's Channel, who is lurking as well. We're loving the lurker interaction. And this one's a wide as well. Just struggling to control the movement at the moment.
Yeah, Shabir just having a few issues here. Getting the ball not to swing so much. I mean, it's 18 or so deliveries old, plus the 1 or 2 extras that have been bowled, but you can see the shape on that. It really is moving big. Just needs to get that one in the right areas, and I think he will cause problems.
Got a fair few lurkers
I'm liking
already.
it. I'm liking it.
We haven't even gotten started in the over. I'm loving it. Keep it coming.
One is in the right spot. And, hey, I've got some goodies that have come to me in a green bag here. I've no idea what's in. Should I have a look what's in
Yeah, what are they giving you? From
Ooh,
Alary
look.
Prontas.
No, then I don't think these
Oh.
look like booties. Maybe they're stuffed with something. We'll have to see. So there could be a different.
I got to
type
admit,
of
I went to an
pronto.
all-you-can-eat Brazilian barbecue restaurant last night.
Did you?
Not hungry yet. It's the next one.
I think it's
Faisal
like a,
Shabir.
like a booty. You're not hungry, so you all
That's
you
the
can eat.
first time
I
ever.
thought you weren't going to do that anymore because you always said you overdo it.
Oh, I do.
What happened?
I ran into it and I said, that's a bit of luck. It was like the universe. Hey, let's get into some lurkers here while we can. I want to say hello to Pistabai, who's watching from Chennai. Huge fan. Great to have you with us. Hello also to Jackson Redex. I want to say hello also, obviously, to the robot, who's lurking for a barbecue.
Yeah.
Wants to know when we're going to bring out our own barbecue sauce.
How's a robot eat?
Maya Patel
How's the
Patel
robot going
saying
to eat a barbecue?
ECF, European Food Network. The EFN technically, but okay. I don't like saying it. Hello to Vinny Fangirl saying she's a lurker today, watching all the way from Vinny Land as usual. I want to say hello to Hunter. It's right saying your lunch is too healthy.
Yeah.
I mean, you do look after yourself. I think you have to. But also, I want to say hello to Mike Buckland. He said that he'll be lurking more now that he's retired. Well, congratulations, Mike.
Congratulations, Mike. Happy
Retire
retirement.
out or retire not out?
Happy retirement. Up in the air, and this was pretty hard, but I think it was dipping. I haven't seen anything from the.
I
from the
reckon this
officials.
is. I don't like this one. This is my instinct. It's close, but remember, if it's waist high or above, it should be called. It was. I mean, umpire's in the best position, I suppose. That's what you'd say
I
with
think
that.
it's on the offside to the right-hander, which is harder for them to see. So sometimes I think maybe the umpire that's standing is got to give that shout out. So, just waiting.
Yeah, waiting. But very even start, I think. Should be out. Sneaks this one in. It's pretty much the perfect ball, I think. And so let's get on the replay. Just look at this. Yeah, it's very hard to hit. And the batter's thinking as well. That's probably a wide, isn't it? So that's why he pulls out of the shot. I see so many viewers from Sri Lanka as well. The test series going on at the moment between Australia and Sri Lanka. Some really entertaining cricket there. Wish I was a spinner. Looking at some of the success that's been going on in that series. This one's going to take a couple of bobbles and then it will go down to Mohammed Imran. Yeah, European Food Network. I'm keen. And where are you from, Mike Buckland? Congratulations on your retirement. I think that's fantastic. Hopefully you can spend some more time with us. Last ball of the over. Another full toss. Well, you're not going to keep getting away with it, are you? This has gone all the way. Kina Sona Shakalagya. Well, this one's nice. This one is hot. It's spicy. And Imad He hasn't had too much to the strike of late, but he certainly makes the most of that one. He moves into the 20s, 23 off only 7. It's 45 for 1 after 4. And just a reminder that the winner of this week will go through to week 5, the Super Series, along with Albano and Fresh Tropical. Fresh Tropical winning that series in Milan last week. And those two have booked their golden tickets. They'll be joined by just the winner here in Brescia, and then the winner in Bologna and Rome. And look, the reason Milan gets 2 slots and the others get 1, it was decided by the Federation because Milan had 12 teams. So, for example, in Brescia, we're only going to see 6 teams. So they thought it was only fair that Milan would get the 5th spot. So I can certainly understand that. But, I mean, it's going to be 1 or 2 teams pretty unlucky to miss out from Brescia. No doubt about it. I know that the robot is thinking that we need a Vinny and Rico special sauce, special barbecue sauce. I wonder, I mean, I would probably like it super spicy. I have to ask Rico about that. He's tucking into his lunch and he deserves it as well. And as we start the 5th over with a wide. Going back to the lurkers. I want to say hello to Isra Hussain. I've liked some of your comments this morning as well. Thanks for the interaction. ECN, European Cricket Network robot, asking, is anyone here lurking from the Philippines? This one just a bit too wide and gets caught. And Mohammed Biplob, sorry to hear you're not feeling well today. He's asking for our thoughts, and thoughts are with you today. Biplob, hope you're well. Hope you get better soon. Vinny Fangirl asking, what is a good name for Mr. Rico? Just wondering. Well, I'll let you decide. I normally go by Mr. Balle, Balle, Balle. But nicknames are meant to be short. So, you decide. I think Rico's a pretty cool name to start with. This is a little French cut, and it's going to get past Nisa, and it's going to go for 4. So Dulu, well, half the man he was, scoring at half the rate he once was, and this one just gets into this area. It's Nisa doesn't deal with it, and Dulu, who does a fair bit of keeping himself, he'll know that's a difficult one. He does get a 4 there. Azim Zafar lurking from a week-long wet cricket grounds from Brisbane, Australia. Well, I know that a lot of our viewers watching from Australia, they might be in areas affected by the heavy rains over there and some of the flooding. So, to everyone back in my homeland, sending you the best, and thoughts are with you. Hopefully you can find some relief here on ECN. 50's up now for Brescia CC. And this one is skied, and it's going to get over the third man who was in the circle. Sadad Ali couldn't do anything except watch that go over his head. And Hassan Ali must have felt like he's walked under a ladder this over. And Yasadulu, not quite finding his traps yet, but he is finding the boundaries. Hello to Vivek Davda. We are very well, thank you. Thank you for asking. He's been doing a bit of lurking while working in the UK. And he's enjoying listening. Some people do, if they can't quite keep their eyes on the screen. They like to hear what's going on. And we appreciate it. Here's Hassan Ali. He swings this leg side and gets it pretty good. Maximo! Well, that one is a pill on the hill. And Dulu finally gets one out of the screws. And that one went a long way off the bat. That's 6 on any ground. Put it with the rest. Good batting. It takes a bit of a risk going across the line, but he does have a pretty good eye. And he gets the reward that time. Elon Musk. Says the robot, any of Elon Musk's Twitter bots there lurking? If so, give us a shout. All right, Twitter bots. He's always up to, the robot's always up to speed on what's going on in all the multiverse. ECN would like to get the umpire in for a chat. Well, they're kind of busy right now. Israel is saying, what do we think a pass score is for this ground? Well, if you go on last year, it's 104. And I would say, it seems a bit low to me, maybe 110, but this one's in the air, and no one behind square. I think this will run away as well, and it does. So both batters going big guns. Now you can see that a lot of these teams, they have very strong and long batting lineups. And particularly the teams that have played at the highest level, at the Super Series, at the ECL as well. And right now, Brescia CC on 130 pace. 65 for 1 after 5 overs. So, yeah, although last year we saw an average runs per 10 overs of 104, I feel like it will end up more in the 110 to 120 zone. But we'll have to wait and see, won't we? I just think also there's a bit less in this pitch for the bowlers. It's not completely dead, but it's a bit less for the bowlers compared to what we saw last week in Milan. Some good batting there. And hello to Kitty and happy July 4 to you. Are you well? I've got to say, the American national anthem, if I'm speaking completely neutrally, it's one of my favourite national anthems in the world. I'm a bit of an American sports fan as well. I like my American football, I like my baseball. I like all ball sports, really. Here's Rookie Ahmed, who comes out and he gets smashed high, but this isn't going to carry. It's a chance and it's taken. And Shahrukh Nawaz will take the catch. So the captain, Rookie Ahmed, comes on and induces the false shot out of Dulu. First ball, didn't want to have a look at him, tried to swing him out of the ground, but just fell a couple of metres short. And a nice catch by Shahrukh Nawaz down there at long on. And the partnership is broken with the first ball of the 6th over. They came together at 16. And they depart at 65. So 49 partnership for the second wicket. Dulu goes for 20. The score is 65 for 2. It was a well-judged catch, as Helix said in the chat. Quick hello to Mohammed Yusuf as well. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully you're well. And yeah, thanks again for all the lurkers that popped into the chat for our lurker call out today. But right now, it's over to Naveed Chowdhury, another big hitter. And if you go back to the first game of the day, don't forget Brescia CC, they had a really good start, didn't they, to their innings. They were 63 for 2 after 4 overs. And after 5, they were 68 for 3. So a very similar position to here. But in the end, they were only able to get 20 runs off the second half of their innings. So this is where they hit the wall. Let's see if it happens that way again. Chowdhury faces up for the first time. And he gets beaten outside the off stump. Well bowled by Rookie Ahmed. In fact, if I take that a step further, their last 6 overs just went for 25. So yeah, certainly one area they'd want to improve. Still very early in this series, but don't forget, each team will only play 5 matches in the preliminary 4 days here. This one comes back at him, inside edge. Great over this so far. So basically how that works, in the first 4 days, teams will generally play once a day, but one day they'll play twice. And yeah, Rookie Ahmed, he's on a maiden at the moment. I don't think we ever got our 8th maiden in Milan, which would have tied the record, although, remember, it was just a 1-week series there. Did have 8 maidens in Stockholm and 8 in Portugal. But this has been a fantastic over so far. Jenna Brescia trying to work their way back into the game. Vivek said has been to the US a couple of times this year and watched some live stadium NBA, MLB and NHL. And wishing everyone a happy 4th of July. Well, that goes from all of us. We know we've got viewers from all around the world. One thing I've never done is spent a 4th of July in the US, and that's something I'd love to do one day. Just be careful where I go out, though. There's fireworks flying everywhere. Swing and a miss, and he's still on a maiden. And Chowdhury just can't get anything going here after the wicket first ball. He's had to eat 4 dots. Well, Maiden Waters, if you're watching, now's the time to show yourself. Will we get a maiden? I'm going to say no. I mean, he'd have to hit it first, wouldn't he? Rookie Ahmed, what a 6th over. And we won't. Breaks the maiden, but if anything, Chowdhury, he's going to have to sort himself out because he'll be on strike once again. Just the 1 off the over. Very, very good work from the captain, Rookie Ahmed, who also gets the wicket of Dulu in the over. So after 6, a 66 for 2. He's kind of exactly what happened to Brescia CC the first time around. Robbie wanting to kick back, and they still have 8 wickets in hand. I mean, no reason they should be struggling along. But yeah, in their second half of their innings last time, they got all singles except for 1, 2 and 1, 3, where overthrows came into play. Shrug saying might have turned the run down if I was Imad Khan, so I could get on strike. Yeah, I get that. I think at this stage, though, you're still backing your partner to get going, and Chowdhury is a really good hitter of the cricket ball. And he'll get a different look now, I suppose, with Faisal Shabir. But definitely worth thinking about. Shrug for sure. Here we go. 4 overs to go. Can Chowdhury get going? We will get a run here. So we will get to see Imad Khan back on strike. Looks like Mr. Maximo Jr. in the chat. It's become a bit of an expert all of a sudden. Everyone's asking questions. I guess he has been doing his research. He's been following us all the way since June 2020. Not a bad man to ask. But, I mean, I don't know how you can split these teams. I mean, they're both champion teams. And so, when you ask us who will win, all we can say is your guess is as good as ours. Shabir. Gone cold. I like it, but I'm not sure there's an edge there. I wasn't particularly convinced. And this can happen when you've been up the wrong end for too long. I mean, Imad Khan, as he came to the crease way back after 1.5 overs. Since then, there's been 27 balls. He's only faced a third of them. So he's been starved of the strike. When he has been on strike, most of the time he's been really good. He's going at 3 a ball. Doesn't bounce as much as he thinks, but he's still able to pull it away for 1. And so, yeah, Brescia CC, same old story. Out of the blocks quick, but then going at a snail's pace through the second half so far. That's what CD Tamup saying as well. Mr. Maximo Jr. said tough call in this game, but just slightly favouring Gina Brescia. Goes after this, and he absolutely nails it. And that's exactly what Chowdhury is capable of. Maximo! Straight through the line. Well, took a while to get the car started. It looks like he's just pulling out of the garage and does it in style. 6 runs.
Yeah, nicely played. Well, I thought I'd come back on and get a bit of inject a few runs into this innings, and that's exactly what's required. So Chowdhury, he finally does get hold of one, and you said it, Vinny, we know he is a decent player. He can hit the ball pretty well. So now he's got that one out the middle. Maybe that's the start of things. Shabir gets this one right up there. Better delivery. He's not able to get underneath this, but he does get the run. That's the other thing here. It's a case of if you're not going to put the ball away big, or take the single, keep the strike rotating. That's what they've got to do here. It's so important. They've got to end up with a score. I mean, still here, you're looking at, I mean, they should get to sort of that 100. And if they get a push on here, 110. Predicted score 113 at this stage. So you can see that the computer is thinking the same as I am. But they've won a good over. A couple of wickets that go down. That could all change. This is up in the air. He's got a spicy chance, and he goes down, and worst case scenario is not only does it go down, I think he's hurt himself in the process here as he pushes the ball over to the boundary. I think he may need a bit of attention here. But first of all, let's have a look at this again. Look, he's got his eyes on it, and at the last moment, he's not able to take it. He goes, I think he goes to take it in an awkward way. I think he would have been better off trying to let the ball to drop into his palms. He goes upwards towards it. And it's hit his fingers pretty hard and goes to the boundary. I mean, he's walking about in the field of play. If he's hurt himself, I think you've just got to say to the outside, umps, I've got to come off. And I don't know if what he's done. Hopefully it's nothing too serious, but it looks like that the 12th man is getting ready. That would be Ali Raza Garcia. He might have to come on. And yeah, it looks like he is. So having a change. And, well, this is what we're talking about, so we give an opportunity to look at the format here. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's where everybody plays themselves The thing is here, I mean, you want to be finishing in the top 3 because the top 3 means that you're going to be playing in final state. But the bottom 3, well, they've then got these elimination matches. Only one of the bottom 3 will go through to final state. So it certainly is a super Friday coming up, isn't it? Playoff matches for the top 3, elimination for the bottom 3, and then we go into final stage Saturday. Only one of these 6 teams will go through to the Super Series in Rome. So you can see just how important it is. And you know, there's a lot of, you see, everybody's having a chat about who will win between these 2 teams. But when you put the others into the equation as well in the group, well, who's going to win the group is too close to call for me. This one is off the pad. The bowler bowls this one and doesn't look too comfortable either. So that, yeah, I think he just managed to catch himself on that, on a bit of the artificial there. He's stuck. Wants to get in the wickets. Wants to really slow down. Michelle, he charges at this, gets it past the fielder. Nicely played. And the bowler sort of follows him and tries to bang it into his body. But he's quick enough to get the bat onto this. And once it beats the fielder there, that's always going to be runs. A desperate lunge at the ball from the fielder. He's not able to stop it. So 4 runs. They look like they should do better. I mean, they got to 88. And they batted first in the first part. I mean, they were able to defend it. That sort of team that they are. Brings back memories of Milan, of Fresh Tropical in Milan last week. Tropical were able to do that on a number of occasions. A team that should go big, didn't, but they still can defend it. This one, played out into the off. Yeah, the bowler going very wide there. Just got to be a little bit careful with his planting. He's back foot. Not sure if that. Let's see where he goes here. Let's have a look at this one again. Yeah, he's got to be careful. He's stuck there. He's very close to being called a no ball for the back foot. And there may be conversation. Maybe he's checking with the third umpire here, which I believe is Medadal. Stefan Kuch, normally third umpire and the match official. And okay, I think he's just maybe just having a chat with the batters and say, just be careful when you're running. That's something that looks like that we may have to need some attention, maybe in the midway through this innings. And that one is going to be called a wide, and it goes all the way. It's Gandhi, a Gandhi ball. That will be 5. And that's one thing they didn't want to do there. Just like that, they go past the 88. They are now into the 90s. We've seen that a few times today. It's just the bowler getting the line wrong. I mean, he's got to do a fair bit to do that, hasn't he? It goes quite wide outside his crease. It just goes to show just how much effort he's putting in to get the ball angled in. The valuable bonus runs and the extras, they were pretty good up until then, but they've just been doubled with that one delivery. This is being pegged away, not going to be stopped. He rolls on this, keeps it on the ground. 4 more runs, nice shot. Gets into position so quickly on this and gets a swivel in. And that's the old Michael Jackson. Oh, as he hits that to the boundary. That's 4 more runs. And desperate not to repeat the poor finish that they had in the first match. And they've been aided somewhat by some inconsistent bowling from the bowlers. Again, it's just getting the line completely wrong here. 2 balls to go in the over. You need to try and finish it well. Chaudhary still not blazing, but finding his form. This one goes through. So the dot ball. That's sort of been part of his game really here, Chaudhary. He's played some nice shots, but then he's conceded a few dots as well. That's 11 balls now for his 14. And I think Imad Khan will be starting to get just a little bit frustrated. I mean, you can see he said 13 for 37. He needs to get on strike, and again, there's going to be more frustration here. And I think here, I mean, if I'm Imad Khan here, I mean, I'm usually one. Well, if I'm Imad Khan here, I'll be trying to run to the other end. But look, I know I'm normally saying you've got to take every run that you can get. But me, there, I don't run. I say, sorry, end of the over, I'm staying on strike. Because though Chaudhry has played 1 or 2 nice shots, he's used up too many deliveries for me. Imad Khan's out there, he's blazing. He needs to, he doesn't want to get cold. But that's the end of the over. So 8 overs gone now.
Classic hit and miss, really.
Yeah.
Chaudhry so far. But still in a pretty good position. But isn't it funny how these innings have been kind of similar? I suppose the difference here is they have been able to pick up the pace again when they lost at the halfway point. So 8 overs down in this innings. If you want to have a look at it this way, because they had that magical 5th, their first 4 went for 45, second 4 went for 50, but 20 of those 50 came in the 5th over. Here we go with over number 9. This is a really well executed pull shot. And Chaudhry says, no problem there at all. You see, that's what he's meant to do. He's normally the kind of player that you'd want farming the strike for himself.
Yeah.
So he's no second fiddle.
Exactly.
And he smacks that one for 4.
Top shot because it's up against the man who's up at 2 of that and only conceded 1 run in 6 balls. It's the captain who comes back into the attack, Rukhsar Ahmed. And the first one's just a little bit too short. He knows it and he gets punished. Can he get it back on the line outside the off? He goes short again and this is pelted. Fielder has to stop it. Does.
Good fielding.
Yeah, when that ball is bobbling, Vinny, when that's bobbling around to you, being out there,
yeah.
I was trying to explain to some of the viewers how difficult it is. I mean, we saw one that went to Simranjit Singh from the Kings 11.
Yeah.
One of the best fielders you find here in Italy. He had no chance. The ball hit the deck and flew over his head.
Would have had to been Shaquille O'Neal to stop that one. I mean, what he does get there, Rizwan, is he gets a bounce a fair distance from him. So one of the things you're trying to do when you're trying to field an outfield like this, but my tactics would be all about reading the last bounce. So if the last bounce is a few metres in front of you, then it's almost like a slips catch. You can react to that last bounce and field it. But the problem is if it bounces too close to you, you really have no idea where it's going to bounce or how it's going to bounce. The Rizwan got a friendly bounce that time. This is Rukhsar Ahmed, who's been brilliant. This one's in the block hole. It's well done by Chaudhry to hustle through for a single.
Yeah, that's good from Chaudhry. I mean, he's probably just saying to Imad Khan, you see, it's not that easy. But he now gets to the other end. He started this over with hitting a good boundary. I mean, the 100's come up, 101. And it's all about where they can take this now. So we've gone 103 is the highest scored, and that was the Kings chasing 100. Or 101 for victory. So looks like we're going to go beyond that. A fair bit on this. It's probably a good job he doesn't time it right, because I think that could have ended up just being a bit of catching practice for the fielder out there, Nawaz.
Yeah, but I mean, getting Brescia, I mean, look, both these teams, to be fair, missing a couple of key personnel, but I think kind of evens out. I mean, easy chase, but they certainly have the firepower to do it. Let's go back to like Nisa Ahmed, for example, along with Ahmed Sharif last year against the Czech Republic when they chased down that score in the 140s. And if they'd lost that game, Italy would have been out of the tournament. They ended up making it all the way to the finals week. As we get to the end of the 9th over, the score 103 for 2.
6 balls to go in the innings, so they'll be eyeing up for sure to be as close to that predicted score as possible. I mean, they should be looking at minimum 10 off the over. That takes into 113. I mean, if it goes magical, it takes into 120 plus, which would be ideal. Too bad it's having a chat. I mean, 2 wickets just gone down, but that sometimes doesn't mean that you should just swing aimlessly, because the last thing they want is to get a few dot balls in here, because they're trying to do that. Got to get bad on the ball. At least be taking, I mean, the worst case scenario is you get 6 runs from it, which is a run a ball.
Yeah.
That's worst case.
Let me take you back to that game, though. It was Italy, Czech Republic. Czech Republic made 144 for 4 off their 10 overs. Then in the second half of the game, Nisa Ahmed 51 not out of 22. Ahmed Sharif 80 not out of 26. They chased down 145 in 7.5 overs.
That was sensational. I
What a
remember
game that was.
very well. This is hit really well, but the fielder should take it and does. I mean, he had to, otherwise he's going for 6 when he turns around. and gives a little smile. Hassan Ali, he's having a good day out there, bowled pretty well. Now takes a good catch, a young cricketer that's enjoying himself. Yeah, hits this really well, and if it weren't for the fielder, the tall man as well as Ali, it would have been 6. Ends up being a very good catch. So Ahmed Khan, he started very well, but I just think it's a case of he was kept off strike for a bit, and then he started to go cold. That's if you can in this heat. Well, he did. He went cold, couldn't get going, and then just trying to get the acceleration with the last 6 balls to go. But look, this is the danger. This is what I was talking about. You know, sometimes you go for the big shots and you give your wicket away. Ends up being a dot. New batter now, the captain, Khalib Sajjad. Yeah. He would now have to go to the strikers end because of the rule that we introduced. That in 1st of October will be for all cricket.
Yeah, that's right. Couple of questions in the chat coming out in a second, but Fareed was the successful bowler. And Fareed comes in and knocks over Sajjad first ball. So now he's on a hat-trick. I just feel our hat-trick duck's going to get broken sooner rather than later, Rico. Oh. Fareed, 2 balls, 2 wickets. It's 103 for 4.
Yeah, the captain comes out and sees his stumps are absolutely rattled. Well, the castle has been destroyed. And there is a castle in Brescia as well. Should make our way and have a look at that castle right on the top of the hill. Well, that castle is old, but it's still standing. This one is down and out and knocked out as well. So we will get another opportunity. I think for the 4th time today, Vinny. Yeah. An opportunity to hat-trick. The last we saw, 2 in Austria. And there they were. It was Daniel Akenstein and Jawid Zadran, both with similar figures, 3 for 18, that's both true. From Vienna CC.
Going back to the ECL, of course, you know, Brescia CC team we did see in the ECL. We saw 5 hat-tricks in the ECL in the end. Bit of a drought, though. We didn't see it until week 4, where Adil Diwan Ali took a hat-trick, an unusual one, knocking a batter onto his stumps as the second leg of it. And so that will be Javed Mohammed, who's going to come out and face the hat-trick ball, just 4 remaining.
Well, he takes his guard. And, well, what does he do? Does he say, I don't want to be a stat on your Hall of Fame and give a hat-trick to the bowler? Or does he just decide he needs runs, got to go for it? Hat-trick ball. Hits it well along the ground. And they will take 1.
Fair enough.
I'd like to see them hustling there, actually, to try and see if they could run the first one quick, put some pressure on the fielder. It's not easy to field under pressure on this.
True. But, I mean, even if there was 2 there, would they take it? That's the question. I mean, you've got Chowdhury that's faced 15 balls. I know he hasn't always been super impressive compared to what we know he can do, but still, I think he's the man you want to face. Here he is on 21 facing Fareed.
He's up in the air, and fielders are going to drop in the middle of it. And, they think about 2, and it's a good throw, actually.
Yeah, well, still think might have snuck 2 if they gone straight away. Kind of a loopy throw in fact. And going back finally about that Italy Czech Republic, I mean, Group C finals in ECC last year. It was Italy, they were going to be out of the tournament if they didn't chase that 145. They did, and then they beat Germany, qualifier 2, to make the final and essentially the championship week. All right, 2 to come. That one's off the hoof. That'll just be a single, so 106 plus this for Brescia CC. You've got to say, it's been a fantastic last over from Fareed, who's only conceded 3 singles and picked up 2 wickets.
Yeah, clever ball, that one. It's a slow Yorker. Had the batter playing it so late, managed to get a bit of bat onto it, gets a single. So, is this going to the boundary, or are the batters going to be running like rabbits? Let's see. Goes up in the air, they've got to run hard, but this goes all the way. Balle, Ginnasona, Shaka, and well, they get to a score over 110. 112 it will be with that Maximo. And, well, they'll feel that they've done their job. It's much better. They do get a bit of the acceleration in here. So 65 came off the first 5. So a little bit, again, a little bit slow in the second. But they did lose a couple of wickets. And there was some impressive bowling as well, especially that one over from Rukhsar Ahmed, which only went for 1. Let's have a look at these highlights again. It was a good start from the openers. They played some nice shots. And, Yesya Dulu. He was a little bit hit and miss, it has to be said, but what about that for a catch? Well, that was absolutely fantastic. Sajid Afridi going for 14 of 7 deliveries, courtesy of that great catch from Mr. Ahmed. The one before went flying over him. Seconds are unlucky. Hassan Ali was the man to pick up the wicket. But see the ball a few times. He got some lucky ones as well. Don't forget there was 5 wide in there at some point too. But they just kept on going. And kept on picking up the runs. And but there was a phase there where we thought, well, oh no, not again. Surely they weren't going to be stopped in their tracks once more. I mean, this was a wicket. It was the very first ball, I think, that the captain, Rukhsar Ahmed, bowled. He got a wicket from it. This was an opportunity, but it was one that the fielder wasn't able to take, and I think it did him some damage as well. Had to come off for some attention, and then this one, oh, that always hurts you. 5 wides, and then still couldn't get the line right, bowling a little bit on the legs to help Naveed Chaudhry get going, because he needed a bit of help. And well, that was a fine catch there taken by the tall Hassan Ali. But captain came in, was looking to accelerate, but had his stumps destroyed. This one was the way they finished. They finished with a bang. It was a big bang. It went for 6. So 112 is the score on the board, and Brescia team that were able to defend 88 against Zanjua Brescia. They'll be pretty happy with that. Just have a look. Look, there's Vinny's helicopter pad there. Oh, we just saw that briefly. I'm sure we'll see a better shot of that a bit later on. But it just gives you an idea of the surrounding areas here of this ground. Some lush greenery as well amongst the dry stuff because of the heat at the moment. And a lot of nice property sort of nestled in there under the mountains there. But looks very dashing. So we have a look at the scorecard. It doesn't look too bad either. All bad is sort of, apart from the captain made some sort of contribution. 20 from Yasir Dullah, and Imran Khan 39 from him. I think he was just kept on strike because he was on the 30s and just 13 deliveries, and then he just couldn't get out the 30s. I think Naveed Chaudhry just kept taking the strike off him. Chaudhry, well, he didn't go. He went 17 deliveries as well, but he was just 28 and not out as well. But I think the important runs, maybe that boundary right towards the end, that was important. He needed that. Javed Mohammed was the not out batter that stayed there with him, gave him the strike. Bowling figures, well, a little bit hit and miss. I mean, Mohammed Imran, he wasn't able to pick up a wicket. 25, he went for 28. Hassan Ali picked up the 1. And Fazil Shabir, again, no wickets, 25. They were the expensive ones, but the guys that did the good work, well, Rukhsar Ahmed, his first over just went for 1. The second one went for 8. Picked up a wicket as well. The 1 for 16. 16 came off Ishtaq's only over. He just bowled a little bit too much down the leg side. He got punished a bit. And Ghulam Farid, I think he bowled pretty well. I mean, of course he did. He was on a hat-trick at one point. Took the 2 for 9. Evenly poised. I think both teams will be relatively satisfied with that Brescia. They would have wanted to get into the hundreds and get close to the 120. Well, 112. They'll settle for that, I think. They know they've got a very good bowling attack. And in terms of Brescia, I think they would have been concentrating on keeping that score to probably under 110. Probably just a tad more than they wanted. So 113 they need to get the victory. But look, there's plenty of good players in their side as well. All it needs is one of their batters to get going, get clicking, and they can knock these runs off. So it's going to be an exciting end to match 3. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo to see which way it goes. We shall be back for the conclusion of match 3 in about 10 minutes' time. Hola y muy buenas tardes y bienvenido en Italia. Eso de campo en Brescia. Eso es de FanCode European Cricket Series en Brescia. Hay 6 equipos que jugando para ganar de final en sábado. Y de equipo que ganar de final. Y también puede ser ganar un torneo en Roma. Que viene en más o menos 3 semanas. Y ganar eso cuando encontrar con otros 4 equipos. Se puede hacer y volver en Cartama por el campeonato de todos los clubes nacionales en Europa. Oh, yep, that's what's at stake. One of the teams, the team that wins this series here in Brescia will join, so far we know, Albano and Fresh Tropical in Rome in week 5 of the Italian summer, and that will be, of course, the Super Series. And one of those 5 teams will be going to Malaga, the magnificent Cartama Oval for the European Cricket League 2023. Who will it be? Well, look, one of these 2 teams will not be going there, and it's so hard to imagine when you've got so many big teams playing. This is in the air, and it's a chance straight away, and it's taken. First ball wicket, and Nisar Ahmed has gone. Well, that is a huge, huge wicket. Nisar Ahmed, well, the wicket-keeper batter, he's such a dangerous player. He hits it on the up, but it's almost like the trap was set. They had the man in the right place. The catch has been taken. It's all smiles for Brescia because they know they've got one dangerous batter out. Hits it pretty well, doesn't he? But as soon as he hits it, he knows there's an opportunity. They had that man out there, extra cover, and long off his back. They've got the man. Ahmed goes. That's another one. That is going into Lake Garda. And, well, Vinny is hoping to catch up with him later. I think he's got plans to go into the lake later, but watch out because there's going to be some unhappy ducks in there, and that one probably will be the unhappiest of the lot. Maybe a little bit unlucky. I mean, look, in this format, you've got to go out there, you've got to play your shots. I mean, on other occasions, that goes for 4, and he's up and running, rattling the ball all over the place. And on other times, you find the hands of the fielder, and Imad Khan, oh, what a day he's had. Made a big contribution with the bat, 39 of 17, and now he takes a big catch. New batter into the firing line, and it's a slower ball, sort of a away swinging Yorker. That will eventually get fielded there on the bobble by Imran Naveed. So Moniuddin gets off the mark straight away. Huge wicket that though. Nawaz to face his first delivery. And this will just be helped away for runs. Nobody in that part of the ground. A little bit too short. And loses his direction. And Sukruk Nawaz says, thank you very much. I'll take that. And it's not a good delivery. And just take some of the pressure off the batters. So Gina Brescia, 2 batters just combined together. And I think this is all about saying, look, it's okay. I know we've lost one big gun, but we're still here. And you're going to get balls like that. And we've just got to put them away. Javed Mohammed needs to get his line back right again here. Bowls a beauty. That is such a good delivery. And it's moved so late as well. Gets it right up there. And this is like, starts on middle stick. Look, and you see the batter getting in line, just defensive play it. And then look at the movement away in that. Look at the shape. Now there's doubt in the batter's head again, Nawaz. You can see this time he just wants to block that ball dead. Doesn't want to take the chance. Shabba, shabba, shabba. That's what you can hear coming from the Brescia boys. Shorter, up in the air, gets lucky, it goes over the keeper. And I think the umpire just needs to check just how far it goes. 4 is the signal. As soon as that's banged in, the batter wants it. He wants a piece of it. He gets lucky. Top of the bat. And bounces and goes for 4. So a lucky break. And, well, hay poquito de suerte hay veces, eh? Y hay poco de suerte ahí por Noaz. 9 off that first over, including that wicket. Just got to keep remaining positive. You know you're needing, what, about over 11 runs and over. So you're looking at least a minimum of trying to get 2 boundaries and over. Worst case scenario, 1 boundary, and then you run all the others. 325 matches without a golden ball. And if there's 2 teams evenly matched that could provide us with a golden ball, well, they're out there at the moment, these 2 teams. Both without some of the big players, but still they have some good ones out there as well. Just making sure the field is right as you get ready for the start of this, the second over. Imran Naveed. Oh, this is a beauty. This is an absolute seed. And this has beaten the batter. All ends up. Udin, well, he might as well be eating some pudding. He had no idea where this was. No idea at all. And good work also behind the stumps there. He's seen that very late, has Nasir Hussain. Good ball to start from Naveed. Just into the pads and behave yourself. Well, wicket keepers, what can you do with them? Jumping up, wanting that one. Hussain, always missing the leg stick. Bowled very well in the first match, picked up 2 for 16 against Janjua Brescia. Looking to do the same here. And, again, there's that little variation, the slight injection of pace, the taking away of pace at times as well. Gets a good slow delivery up there, and playing about with the line as well. Ibn Naveed, and the other bowler who was successful was, of course, Sajid Afridi, also took 2 for 16. Oh, this was too close to be cutting. He gets lucky. Could have been chopping this on to his stumps. And just a little trivia fact for you. Well, both those bowlers that I've mentioned, that both took 2 for 16, Sajid Afridi and Imran Naveed for Brescia. Well, the numbers on their backs are just all 3s. 33 here for Naveed, and Sajid Afridi has got 333. Noaz. Well, this one, I think he takes a chance and he nails it. He gets the middle of the bat, he gets 4 runs. I think he's played this shot in anticipation, and he's decided, well, whatever comes, this is the shot I'm playing. And it works out for him. Works out well. He knows that they needed that boundary. They get it with the ball to go. The tall man, he has to get down low, doesn't he? Has to bend his knees and swivel on it. That's exactly what he does. Gets 4. Naveed will want to reply here. It's the only runs that come off the over. Nawaz will want another boundary. He goes for a similar shot, but this time it goes out to the man at mid-wicket. Gets that bobble again. Well, the Tortuga bounce. It wasn't so dangerous, but you just have to watch it all the way. Just watch here. This is what you've got to contend with. All of a sudden, boom, up comes the ball. And well, any higher, that would have bounced right over him. End of the over. 15 on the board. And the 1 wicket down, 2 overs gone. This is the state of play at the moment. So Kings 11 and Brescia, the 2 teams that have won their opening games. This is match 3. And I think Brescia would love to be up there with the top 3. They don't want to be losing any ground. Of course, Brescia looking to make it 2 out of 2. A good time to welcome back the start of the last over of the power play. It's Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, nice to be back. And 325 matches without a golden ball. I think this week we're gonna see one. What do you think?
Yeah, I got to admit, I'll put my hand up. I was certain we were going to see one last week in Milan. This one goes through. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, you don't stop it. It's going to go. And this is exactly what happens here. It's not easy. You really got to get right behind these, and if you don't, you're in trouble.
This one takes the second hop that goes the other way, and that's what's so weird. It can actually bounce one way than the other on this sandy surface. That's why it just gets completely locked up, wrong-footed, and that one ends up at the boundary. I was trying to get things moving last over the power play here.
Oh, this was a big wild swing. Well, he gives it everything, gets nothing. And I think there was a bit of kitchen sink in that as well.
I was going to say, Federico Mento, nice to have you with us. He was asking who do I think's been the best wicketkeeper in Milan/Brescia so far. I mean, some really good ones. We've got Nisa Rahman, of course, in this match. Took a very good one-handed catch. Probably my favourite from the first week was Shihan Pereira from Milan United.
Yeah.
So he did some very, very good things. But, you know, I always like the work of the keepers. Not easy. I mean, some stay down, some keeping up. You're having to deal with a lot of kind of second bounces. Just look at this area.
Watch this.
Yeah.
This is, look, and then he lays an egg when
That's the main thing. He doesn't give it anywhere to get through.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to keep ugly. But that was pretty well done. Javed Mohammed is the bowler here.
Chasing for the fielder. He's not going to get this. This is going to be 4 runs.
Oh, had a shot at it, didn't he? Calab. He swung the leg at it, but he couldn't quite get the contact he wanted, but it will be for Cuatro Canadas Mas. And right now, Jinnah hanging in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that if you're an acrobatic, energetic, and brave man, you throw yourself at it when you're in line with it. That's the only chance you get. I think once you see that ball get past you, I think it's gone. And Kulab, he's not the quickest these days. It's 4. Full toss, up in the air. Fielder comes across, opportunity taken. Well, that's his second catch. He doesn't miss him out there. And that is the end of Nawaz. Well, it is a full toss. It's probably, I'm guessing, the slower delivery from Afridi. Wasn't the best of deliveries from Javed Mohammed, but it's enough to get him a wicket. Just assesses it so well, doesn't he, the fielder? Comes across, gets himself early into a good position, and then it's all smiles. And he takes the congratulations of his teammates as the batter has to make a slow walk back. Neatly done. Just checking. I think the batter was just inquiring about the height on that one, but the umpire Shubdev has given him his marching orders, so he has to go. And, yeah, I mean, I think that was okay. I think that was probably borderline. And also the batter's going out to meet the ball as well. It's not like he was in his normal stance. That's another thing you have to look at. So another batter goes, and the new man comes in, and it's going to be Rizwan Tanveer.
Yeah, Shrug really sums it up. Good ball, goes through everything, then a terrible ball gets a wicket. That's cricket, well, it sure is. Yeah, but one thing that Brescia CC have done pretty well so far is take the chances that are offered. I mean, to get Nisa Ahmed first ball, and he is a player that was just completely on fire in the ECC last year in that game against Czech Republic, where he's always been capable, but that was the one game where he strung it all together along with Amir Sharif. To get him first ball is a big blow. Having said that, they're not far behind where they'd want to be. Rizwan Tanveer, the new batter coming out number 4.
There's a big swing at this and a bit of a shake of the head there from the umpire Shubdev on the appeal. I don't think there's anything on this. Just that movement away, you see. The ball actually goes under the bat.
Yeah, so Brescia saw them defending their score of 88 earlier against Janjua. Hoping for another successful defence.
Swinging blind, not moving the feet at all. Not a good shot. And you can see he's trying to get right underneath it to try to hit straight. But if you don't move your feet, if you don't get into line with the ball, you've got no chance of catching. I mean, okay, worst case scenario, he gets a toe end and it gets past the keeper and you get 4, but not a good looking shot.
That was one just completely wrong shot selection there. I don't know how you're going to get that one to mid-wicket. See there? Bit of a mixer in the first innings, wasn't it? I mean, the one good over, I would say, really good over in the first innings was when the captain came on, Ruxar Ahmed, and he kept things really, really tight in the 6th. He only went for the 1 run. That was after a magical over of 20 in the 5th, so just kind of shut things up a little bit, but then the next 2 went for 29 and 17 off the last 2, so it gives you an idea of how the innings kind of went along to 112 in the end. Now we're going to see some spin, and Bashar Khan is going to bowl his left arm spinners. That is so well bowled.
He's such a class act, you know, Bashar. I mean, you've got to be on top of your game to face him. You've got to be prepared to use your feet, come out to the pitch. You can see he thinks about coming forward, but this is what he does. That line, that's the perfect line, the perfect flight. The batter doesn't know what to do.
Actually spins the ball as well.
Yeah,
I
big,
mean,
and he spins it big.
He won't spin the ball, but the fact he's got that is a weapon. And it means that, you know, if you do have one that slides on, maybe a bit of natural variation, it's just in the batter's mind. Oh, Rizwan Mohieddin trying to get going.
Oh, well, this, I think, will be out. I don't think he's going to get his foot down quick enough. I think the wicketkeeper knows Nasir Hasnain. This is good work, good bowling. This is frustrating for the batter. And he's going to be frustrated because he doesn't commit 100%. He's half-hearted, but half-hearted is enough for the keeper to get him. Look, there's no way I think he's getting back here. Keeper takes the ball cleanly, has it in his gloves. And, well, we're just going to see that again. Does he slide? I mean, this is a bit of fancy footwork if he gets his foot back here quick enough. Here he goes. And, ooh, this is so close, man. So close. I think he might have just made it.
I think he's probably, on that evidence, you got to say that he's gotten back. I think it's more likely than not that he's just gotten back here. So it's really close.
Yeah, I think he just got back. And you know what he's done so well there? He slid the foot. If he's picked the foot up and tried to plonk it back down, he wouldn't have made it. But because he slides the foot back, I think he makes it. So, well, watch this. The slide. It's the slide that does it. So they're having a good look at this. But I think you'll find, based on this evidence here, just have a look. Foot's up there, but now it's down. And I think he probably just gets there. I mean, it's going to be a brave call to give him out based on that. Yeah. Let's see what the officials decide.
I think they'll say not out in the end. And so, yeah, that's one that kind of had us fooled from up here.
Yeah.
Because it did seem, you know, the foot was still sliding back, and it was. Just got back in. So, yeah, great work from the officials and great work from our team at Spring Production as well. He didn't do too much wrong there, the keeper. He liked it. And so he should. Nasir Hasnain, but won't be a wicket, but still well bowled by Bashar. Not easy to get hold of him here.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, Finn, isn't it? When you know that you're not going to get a big hit in here, I think you just got to watch the ball onto the bat, guide it down to third, and say to the other batter, right, maybe you can play him better, because I can't. I can't get bat on the ball. And well, look at this, 4 balls down, all dots.
Well, where's Maiden Waters when you need it? Hello to Rostam Ali. Nice to see you back. Saying what's up? Well, I'm up here, up the hill in Brescia. I've just seen 4 dot balls. Make that 5.
Well, if he's going to put the same one in the same place, or is he going to be brave here? Does he go for the maiden? Well, that one probably, again, if he takes it, it would have been really close. Does he be brave? Does he go for a full slow one or the wrong? And let's see. He goes for attacking the stumps. It's in the air. Wicket maiden on. And it is going to be a wicket maiden. Well, there you go. That's the first one here in Brescia. The catch taken comfortably. Exquisite bit of bowling there from Bashir Khan. I'm really liking the bowling of this man. I mean, he excites me every time he gets ball in the hand, turning it big. And just then that was the one that was slightly different. I was wondering whether he was going to go for it. Was he going to be brave, or was he just going to go to try and complete the maiden? He does. He goes for the stump, slightly shorter, bit slow, hits it high, hits it in the air, catch is taken, well bowled, 24 for 3.
Yeah, look, what an over that was, Bashar Khan. I mean, it's one thing to try and chase 113 off 10 overs, and now you have to chase it off 9 essentially because you've burnt a whole over there. But you really got to take your hat off. He just gave the batter absolutely nothing this over. When he finally did get hold of one, he holds out with the catch. Anyway, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico Full. Great to have your company. Temperature getting a bit pretty hot up here. Well, there's a slight breeze coming in now, which I think is pretty welcome for the players.
Let's get Kirill a wave. Is it hot enough for you,
Kirill's is there.
He's like saying, yeah, he's giving us the thumbs up.
He's doing a great job up there in the camera tower.
You have to say, though, when you're in that situation as a batter, I mean, the bowler's got your number. I think the best thing to do is you just get a touch on the ball, take the single. That was what the play was there.
The problem it was kind of luring me. It wasn't an easy one to even push away or drive because all these ones kind of had the batter lured forward and then just feeling for the ball. It wasn't even an easy one to just work away for a single. He was just genuinely beating the bat and actually turning the ball.
Yeah.
So let's give credit to the bowler there.
I know, big time. I take nothing away from the bowling. I mean, Brescia Khan, you say turning ball, he turned it big in the first match. And now the captain thinks, well, okay, if it's the slow stuff they can't handle, I'll have a go. But he gets whacked for big six. Balle, balle, balle. Brrrr, seis carreras más. And this is where the bowler, Khalib Sajid, is thinking, well, hang on a minute. How come I get the treatment? They didn't do this to Bashir. Well, Bashir, they couldn't bash. The captain Sajid comes on. He does get bashed.
Probably
6 runs.
Probably doesn't really get the same bounce that Bashar will get. Still, good bowler.
Turn. He's going for more deception in the flight. Not too much spin. That one was in better areas. Just slightly outside the off peg. The batters do take a single. Tanveer. Now we'll go and strike. Mohammed Imran. Well, he started with a big 6. Short. Oh, this one doesn't come up at all. Now, what does he do here? Oh, it's a big smile on Sajid's face. Have a look at the hand. What does he do? Is that a knuckleball?
Yeah.
I reckon he's done something on this.
Might have been a little bit of a cheeky wrong or a top spinner. But yeah, definitely hit something and stays down. Well, how's that for some fielding? Throwing yourself around on this surface takes a fair bit of courage, and that was a wonderful effort by Sajid Afridi.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is what I was saying. You're not going to get too many fielders brave enough to be throwing yourself around on this. You go down on it, you'll get hurt. And, well, Afridi does well. Short, hits it, doesn't get the middle. Fielder tries to come in, and I think he stops this at the same time. I think he may have injured his fingers. Dipping all the time, very, very difficult. He makes the initial movement, and when he realises catches an on, look, the main thing he has to do is smother that, and he does.
Yeah.
And then he checks he's still got all his fingers.
Yeah, it was a pretty good effort, wasn't it? Anyway, 34 for 3, off 5, and so far Brescia bringing the pressure, aren't they? Against Jinnah, a team that, well, essentially knocked them out of the race for the Super Series last year. But you know that Brescia CC, because they were the 2020 winners, they played Jinnah Brescia, who were the 2021 winners, in essentially a playoff for the ECL last year. I know you did that. It was a T20 match the day before we started the Super Series, and Brescia CC won. And that's why they booked their place in the ECL this year and ended up finishing 3rd out of 30 clubs from all across Europe. So a big effort from them. But Jinnah, they won pretty much everything else last year. They'll really want that spot. Right now, in a bit of trouble, 5 overs in.
It's been hit pretty well, and this will be 4 runs. So just over pitches this one. There's a similar line that he was sort of tormenting the batter that he got out, Nawaz, in the end. But this one, you see, this is just a little bit fuller, so the batter is able to plant that foot down and continue with the shot.
Yeah,
makes
and
good
this
contact.
is more just playing a ball on length and not so much the line. So Mohammed Imran's a pretty good player, coming in a bit higher than usual with no Hassan Ahmed, for example, in the lineup.
Got him, and this is full straight. He knocks him over, and it's as easy as that, says Bashir. You can hit me once. He said, you bash me, I bash you. My name's Basher, don't forget it. We won't forget it. He's bowling really well and picks up a wicket here. Clever bowling, look, goes for the flight. And he's basically saying to the batter, well, look, there it is. You've got to come out to it. You stay back. Well, I'm going to get you. And he does. Well bowled. He gets the wicket of Mohammed Imran. And he goes for 12 of 5 deliveries.
Yeah, you don't get too far against Bashar. And Imran sweeps 1 for 4, but then finds himself gone the very next ball. At the moment, Jinnah Brescia in trouble. 38 for 4.
Yeah, they just got to I mean, look, when you have a look at the other boulders that are still to come on here now, you can't see just where that acceleration is going to come from. But again, beautifully bowled by Bashir. And I think there's probably a lot of people around the world watching this young man bowl, probably thinking what a talent he is. See, he's a talented player. He gets the ball to spin as well. Gets beautiful flight, beautiful rhythm in his bowling. And that's why he's so successful.
He's having a great outing here. Ghulam Farid, the new batter. He tries to go across the line, misses out. That's the gamble when you try that. So missing a couple of bats here. Hassan Ahmed's one I mentioned. Probably Fahim Nazir is another guy that we saw playing pretty well for them last year. Obviously, they have Nisa Ahmed playing, but out first ball of the innings. So he's been no help in this innings.
Up in the air, shots to catch it, and it's going to be dropped. Well, that's unfortunate. He's done so well, Imran Khan. He's taken it when it's mattered, but this time it goes down. And he prefers to go down and take it low down rather than take it coming into the ball. He wants to try and get him into a good position. Ball hits his hands and pops out.
He was in good position. So now, Bashar could have had 3. Stuck with the 2, but geez, he's bowled very, very well. And that's one that probably Rizwan Tanvir feels he should be able to get away, but he can't.
Again, it's just swinging in hope. You see, this is where the batters, if they're not prepared to use their feet and go to the pit and hit straight, these are the sort of problems that they're going to get. But fine spell of bowling. And Bashir Khan finishes with 2 wickets. You see that up there, 2 for 5. And he knows, and we know, it probably should have been 3. In fact, it definitely should have been, but the catch being dropped out there by somebody who's normally a very good fielder. So gets away. Well, they get away with 1. Farid, it's a lucky man. Imran Khan wasn't able to take the catch.
Still, it's a brilliant effort, isn't it, from the left-arm spinner. And really, I have to say now, just edged past that point of no return of 18 and over. Brescia have just never allowed Jinnah to breathe in this reply. Kalub's back with some more spin, so spin to win. They're taking the pace off the ball. Again, each of these matches is important because top 3 versus bottom 3. Very different experience after the first 15 matches. You see, even with Bashar, last over the natural variation he gets with the bounce as well. Some bounce a bit higher, some skid through. Just depends, sometimes it hits the shiny bit of the ball and skids through, other times hits the seam. Just a lot of these subtle variations make it tough to get the middle of the bat on the ball. Now, Kalab Sajjad is doing his job to keep it quiet at the other end.
Not trying to hit straight though, are they? They're trying to go for cow corner with these shots. And I think if they just change their strategy slightly and trying to hit the ball straight, they'll be more successful. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you very much. Well, there's the commentator's kiss. Hit the ball straight. Keep your head still. Hit straight down the ground. He's got a big gap there because long off. He's very wide. You don't even see him in the picture there. That's more like it. Good shot.
That's more of the shot we should have seen all along. Tanvir was 2 off 9 before that, but now he moves to 6. And the other thing is, talk about margins and net run rates and things like that. That's also becomes important in case that is a factor in splitting these teams in case they equal on points.
This will be wider. There you go. And plays it nicely. I've got a sweeper up there. No mistakes. Nice to see Tanoro's out there, the ECM photographer. And taking some nice shots. Did a fantastic work in Milan. I looked at some of those pictures last night, Vinny. There's some sensational ones there.
Yeah, for sure. A few sandstorms there. Last ball of the over coming up now.
But this one would have to be bowled again because Vinny said it was the last ball of the over.
Oh, need some help at the moment, don't they? Jinnah Brescia. Like I say, when you've got a couple of batting stars missing, yes, Diana. And you need your guns to fire. And needs to go first ball hurt, but this isn't going to hurt. This is just only going to hurt the bowler and his feelings. He gets blasted down to the ground. Maximo time, brings up the 50 and edges them a little bit closer where they need to be. That was a good shot from Ghulam Farid. He moves to 8 to score, 52 for 4 after 7 overs. And Rico coming up we get to have a look at the 6th team for the day, and the 6th team of this week as well, Pack Lions Getty, who we did see last year. They're taking on Cividate. Well, both these teams last year, they were the new teams. They'd never played ECN cricket. Cividate ended up finishing 3rd after the group stage. Ultimately, they finished 4th after the finals. And Pack Lions Getty, well, they didn't manage a win at any point, unfortunately. But they did secure 1 point because of the washout they had on day 1. News from the toss. PLG winning the toss, selecting the bowl first. So we'll get to see Cividate. For them, Mohamed Arslan thought he was outstanding. And he has to stand up because of the 3 top run scorers they had last year, Cividate, only Arslan is playing this year. They lost Farhan Javed to Royal Bergamo, and they lost Darashiko as well to Bergamo CC. So Arslan definitely stood up in the first game. Let's see which one of those 2 teams can get their first points of this series in match 4.
Yeah, big match, isn't it? I mean, you would imagine that Cividate would really be keen to get going. I mean, they don't want to go 2-0. Plays this nicely. I think it's all about controlling this and keeping the ball going on the deck all the way down to the man at 3rd. Bashir Khan makes no mistakes.
Been looking a bit closely at amount of 6s hit per innings lately, and no surprises for me that you look at the first innings, there were 6 sixes hit, and this innings only 2. I think that's such a good indicator of power, which is what you need to win these games. Can't just afford to nudge around. So due to Freedy, the bowler now.
This one, if it hits the pad and nothing out, he's out. Yeah, I mean, there's hardly much of an appeal. But yeah, I think this is out. No doubt about it. I think this is hitting the batter full. He's hitting him on the back foot. I mean, wicketkeeper's probably busy trying to stop the ball, so not appealing. That's, yeah, there's hardly an appeal here.
It's an interesting one because it only flicks the pad, goes behind. He's on the walk, back pad though. Yeah, that's out.
Yeah.
Has to be out. And so the bowler was pretty convinced, and so was Stefan Gooch, the umpire. Good decision, I think.
Yeah.
And even though he's on the charge, because it's the back pad, it kind of cancels that out. So, unfortunately, Gulam Fareed has to go for 8. Just the one Maximo in there. He is the 5th wicket to fall, 54 for 5.
Yeah, and Afridi, he's the bowler that I talked about. He picked up 2 for 16 in the first match for Brescia against Janjua. Brescia is on the mark again. I think that confuses a few people, doesn't it? All the Brescias here.
Yeah.
I mean, especially, I know the very first time, I don't think I was with you then. That when I was doing, I think it was Rome, and you had Gina Brescia and Janjua. I mucked them up completely.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people do, but I mean, I suppose it makes sense. They got the Brescia name because that's where they're from, and yeah, Janjua Brescia, team that made the ECL in 2019, and also the host club of this tournament. This is their ground. Gina Brescia, a very, very good season last year, but yet to make a trip to the ECL.
Yeah.
And Brescia CC, of course, team in green, got their opportunity this year, finishing 3rd. This one swung, but instead of him hitting the ball hits him. And so I think this will be a leg bite to start the innings of Sadat Ali.
Yeah, Sadat Ali having a big swing. I mean, he's got a fair bit of protection around him. It's a big man, but still, that'll leave a mark. Got a kiss off the kookaburra to be talking about later. The onside, mid-wicket comes across. Good fielding there as well. I mean, one of those two. So it's mid-wicket that goes to the ball. So long on decides, right, I'm sweeping. And that's just taken into consideration this field. They know that there could be a weird bounce, which takes the ball past the fielder, but leads to somebody backing up. And that you've got to do all the time. Even in this heat, you just got to keep moving out in the field. And, well, this one, I think it's what Nasir Husnain decides, well, I'm going to just let my pads do the stopping. He dips on him. It's very difficult, isn't it? I mean, I've seen a lot of the keepers, not too many keepers, Vinny, have been taking the ball clean in the gloves.
I think it's a case that they're probably too far back. I think you'd rather be getting less on the second bounce, even if it means you're rushed occasionally. I feel like even that one.
Yeah.
I think I know you don't have as much time to react, but it is a lot easier to try and take it for that second bounce. Also, if the ball's nicked and it bounces before it gets to you, that's no good.
Yeah.
We have seen the occasional one fly, like the one that Nisa Ahmed took. But anyway, it's the end of the over, 56 for 5 after 8 overs. Yeah, so I remember last year it was 10.4 average run rate. Today we're about 9.5, so maybe a bit less than what we saw last year. But I think also sometimes it takes a bit of time for the batters to warm up.
Yeah.
And we haven't really seen anyone go on with it today. And that's when we can see some really big scores here in Brescia. And quite a few batters, I think, in their first 10 balls haven't quite gone at run a ball pace. And Tumvia's another one who has batted for a while but hasn't really got on top of the bowling at all.
Yeah, we've seen the 1/2 century today. That was from Yadav from Kings 11. But of course,
He batted well.
that was when they were chasing and they did it. You know, if they were batting first in that sort of momentum, there would have been big runs scored.
Oh,
Well,
so
this
well
is
fielded.
this is good reflexes from the fielder. I thought for a moment there that's going to be 4, but he's
It's
so
Dulu.
alert.
That's our man Dulu. Well, here's the thing. I said you got to read the first bounce. He only gets 1 bounce. So look at him here. And this is just 100% reaction. Fantastic bit of fielding out there. Long way from his keeping spot that we saw him for most of the ECL.
Another tricky one to deal with. Still no mistake from Imad Khan. Been in the wars a bit, doesn't he? He's taking a few on his fingers, but he's able to stop that one okay.
Good player, though. Yeah, if you just joined us, I mean, one of the reasons we're seeing such brown fields in Italy is because total inability to water the field. It's illegal at the moment due to the water restrictions, so yeah, it's making things pretty challenging for the fielders out there.
Slow delivery, shouts to catch it, but it's straight down the ground. Manos arriba, árbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Que guay, que grande, bel colpo.
Yeah, nice shot. No full toss. Not an easy one to put away, but he gets it straight, gives him a bit more margin for error. Naveed's bowled very well today. He gets that one slightly wrong and pays the penalty.
This is sliced up in the air as an opportunity, and the fielder, well, he makes hard work of it, but does take the catch. He's all over the place here. Sometimes I say you need balance to take these catches. But Sajid Afridi, there was no balance about him at all, but he's got good hands, and that's why he takes his catch. Good hands, good eyes, takes it, but he was all over the place.
He was all over the road, wasn't he, Sajid? I've been pulling him over if I was a policeman. Let's have a look. He totally misjudges it in the beginning. Then he has to take it back. And he doesn't take it fingers up. Takes it fingers down. It's actually an extraordinarily difficult catch the way he did in the end. He's got a bit of a smile on his face. Well, he knew also they've got this game in the bag at the moment. There's another one departs. And so now it's 64 for 6. Hassan Ali is the new batter. And so, yeah, I have to say it was a very, very good catch. I mean, Rizwan Tanvir ends up going for 16 and run a ball, so not quite the pace needed. You need more like 2 a ball from your batters when you're chasing this score of 113. 2 to come in the 9th.
Hassan Ali, he gets a bit fortunate here. That's not where he was looking to play this. Hits the bottom of the bat. Bottom inside edge, I think. Gets runs to his name. Gets to the other end. The 2 Alis out there now, Sadat Ali and Hassan Ali. Naveed, all to go. 1 for 14 so far. Got him. And, well, I tell you who's got a great shot of this. Dana Ora. Dana, I want that one. If you got that one, I want that. That was a beauty. Well, that was the Kookaburra fireball. Boogie, oogie, woogie, knocks him over. And once more, these stumps get shattered. And that's not the first time we've seen that particular look today. The ball hitting the stumps. And both going in opposite directions. Have a look at this. Beautifully done. Is there a word for that one? That's not the old eagle, is it?
It's not. You need the. I mean, 10-pin bowling. This one would just have to be leaving the 10 for the spare. We'd call that. Occasionally we see the strike, which is all 3 of them out of the ground, but that one almost as good. Naveed finishes with a bang.
We'd call that one the splits. Okay, that's the splits.
Yeah,
we'll give that one a name.
Stump's
That's
doing
the splits.
Well, they're both out of there pretty quick. 2 for 14 for Naveed. 65 for 7, Brescia. Well, I just wonder about them electing to chase here. Certainly a risky strategy. Have chased and chased well before. team that won the whole Super Series last year. Right now, they're a long way behind in this game, 65 for 7. Last over coming up from Sajid Afridi, fresh off that very, very good catch he took last over.
Afridi attacking the stumps as well. Well, it's a sort of a battle between him and Imran Naveed. Like I said, they both picked up with 2 wickets in the last match. Well, we know that his partner in crime, if you like, the other man with just 3s on his back. Imran Naveed picked up 2 for 14 in this one. Sajid Afridi, 1 for 3 so far. Can he get a double? And it's dead ball called there. It's called pretty early by Stefan Gooch. And I think there was some communication or some talk there. And Shubdev was pretty quick to call it. And Stefan Gooch responding straight away.
Might keep them out there an extra 30 seconds. Anyway, sun's back out. The heat is on. This one's straight. This will just land pretty safely. Doesn't escape the infield. Just a single. But, I mean, Brescia CC, they didn't have a great start last time. They got bowled out for 50 on Monday morning, but they got saved by the rain.
Yeah.
So, much better start this time around. 2 wins from 2 matches.
Oh,
we're gonna
mix up here. Nobody at the bowler's end, and well, it's a good throw. Actually, this is really good cricket because rather than throw at the stumps, he takes a look, sees where the bowler is, and throws it at the bowler. Good cricket. That's why they get that run out there.
Smart cricket. I mean, these guys are smart cricketers out there, and they had so much time. So much time here. It's the Jid, who he also calls it, and he says, hey, no, here, give it to me. Kind of covers up the stumps, so he couldn't have thrown it if he wanted to at the stumps. And, well, things going from bad to worse. Virginia Brescia, who lose an 8th wicket now, score 66 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, he's stuck. He's going to be another that goes into that maybe a little bit cooler than it is out there, the late Garda. He didn't want to go. I don't think there was no need for this at all. This is all about Hassan saying, I want to get to the other end. Well, he's there now. Let's see what he can do. He doesn't want to go back and face the music with his partner. He hits this pretty well, but doesn't get too much meat on the shot. Just be a single.
Yeah, they're ending up a long way behind. Let's see, in this innings, yeah, I mean, it's been a couple of decent overs, but only 2 in double figures. Club Sajad's 5th went for 10, and his 7th went for 13, but no other double-digit overs. That's not really acceptable when you're chasing over 100.
Just aimlessly hit out onto the onside. Another single will be taken. Yeah, it's been it's a run chase that never has taken off. I mean, that wicket maiden from Bashir Khan certainly was the one that really started things off. After that, they got 10 off the captain, Sajid, but not too many more came. This is up in the air, and well, good luck. I think they're going to drop right in between. Good effort there. One hand stuck out by the fielder that was coming in. That was Imran Naveed. It will just be another single, and I think with that, that is the end of this contest. It will finish 69 for 8, and that's not sort of the fight we expected from Gina Brescia here. It's a comfortable victory for Brescia CC, so they will see themselves sitting pretty at the top. They've won both their matches here today, and they've got 4 points now. And Gina Brescia, they know that they've got to do better, they've got to perform better, and it's back to the drawing board for them as we see the batters and the fielders just congratulating each other. They've done a good day's work. I mean, in the field, they've been very good. I mean, there have been very few sort of low points in the field. They've taken all the chances. They've fielded well as well. And any mishaps that they've had with the bat, they've more than made up for it in the field. Good performance from them. And this time around, they were able to get the runs on the board as well, which gave them that breathing space. But this one, looking forward to this.
Yeah, so actually is a 5-minute delay to this game, just so you know. So he sort 1 or 2 things out. So we'll start about 15 minutes from now. And it will be Chivadate who are batting first because Paklan Sketty, they've won the toss, elected to bowl first. First match in the series for PLG. Chivadate and PLG searching for their first points of the series. Stay tuned for that. The last match of the day on the way from Brescia. But first, let's have a look at this chase. And yeah, ultimately, you needed 113 for victory. And, well, despite the loss of Nisa Ahmed, which was a crippling one early, you know, there were signs they were trying to attack, but really just never getting anything going in this innings. I mean, especially when you had Bashar coming up with a maiden in the fourth. We had 9, 6, 9, and 0 to start this inning. So at 24 after 4, it was always going to be a long way back. And in the end, Brescia not really getting close.
No, not at all. I think only Sharik Nawaz was able to give some sort of fight. And he made a spirited 21 of 12 deliveries. But then that was it, really. Nobody else really hit the ball in anger. Rizwan Tanveer, 16 of 16. And Mohamed Imran, he played a few shots, 12 for 5, but they just couldn't get partnerships together. That was all about, for me, Vinny, too much swinging and missing, too much aiming to get the ball into the mid-wicket cow corner area. They weren't playing shots on merit, and that's just another good example there of what we saw Brescia CC do. They took the catches, and well, there's the splits, the stumps sent smashing out of the ground once more. They're going to be a difficult team to beat. I mean, you can see that even if they don't get too many runs on the board like they didn't in the first match that they won today, it's going to be very difficult to sort of get, well, if you're going to try and get 80 runs against them, it's going to be hard going.
Yeah, sure will. So 2 expert defences, a bit like Fresh Tropical, were able to do in the Milan series last week, despite probably not batting as well as they wanted, although it was an acceptable score. They certainly turned on the field, and I'll get going. Nisa Ahmed, golden duck for him. Not the start that they wanted. And even the batters that got there, probably with the exception of Sharik Nawaz, who scored 21 of 12. And he hit 5 boundaries in there. He was looking pretty good. But when he got out, it was trouble, because even the batters that did stick around for a bit, they weren't able to get too much going. And Mohamed Imran hit a nice shot or 2. Then he went for 12. Rizwan Tanveer run a ball 16. So just not able to put anything together in response, and pretty disciplined from Brescia CC. Just the 3 wides in the innings. As Brescia, disappointing start to their title defence, and they end up with 69. Bowling wise, plenty of good performers. Kalab Sajjad a little bit expensive, but I mean, he could afford to be, because just look at some of the other bowlers that compensated for him. Bashar Khan, for me, he was the best of the bowlers, including a maiden. He took 2 for 5 of his 2 overs. 2 wickets also to Javed Mohammed and Imran Naveed, who had a pretty good day for Brescia CC. The other one went to Sajid Afridi, who only conceded 7 off his 2 overs. So, pretty clinical stuff from Brescia CC. Acting like they're a team that want another crack at the ECL. Of course, they did finish 3rd this year. Just a reminder, we have a 5-minute delay to the last game of the day, so we'll be starting approximately 13 minutes from now. But until then, we'll leave you to go have a cup of tea, then come back right here. We're ready for more action. We'll get our first look at PLG. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. And Rico Poole is with me in the giant ice cube, which feels more like a microwave, but the action will be hotting up when we return. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. I'm in the middle of the Brescia cricket ground here, and well, certainly have enjoyed the action so far on opening day in Brescia. Pretty dry out here, no doubt about it, but of course with the water restrictions it's impossible to get water on the ground, so I guess everyone having to deal with it. But you know, also we have seen the batters getting on top at times, haven't we? And now we're going to get to see the sixth team in the week. It's Pac Lions Getty. They are here for the first time. They're taking on Cividate in their first game. It's match 4 on the calendar, the final game of opening day. Let's go over to Stefan Gooch, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Guys, the call. Okay. Tails the call. It's tails.
Bowling first.
Bowling?
Yeah.
Okay. Good luck, mate. Cheers, guys.
So it's Pac Lions Getty or PLG. They've won the toss and they have elected to field first. Obviously just wanting to feel their way into the tournament. They are one side that made their debut last year in ECN cricket. They weren't able to secure a win in their 8 matches. They did get 1 point, but that was just because of a washout on opening day. I don't think we'll get any rain here the way things are looking. And look, they're going to find it a bit tough, no doubt, but they'll probably fancy their chances against Cividate as their best chance of getting some points on the board. It's a fresh start for them. They have lost some of the key players from last year, such as Darashiko, that had a really good week for them last year in ECS 21 here in Brescia, but still, I think, gives them more opportunities for some of the other guys, and let's see if they can build on that experience from last year. As far as Cividate, well, they certainly were good in patches earlier on in the day against Kings 11, but they will be pretty desperate to secure their first points of this series. Well, it's pretty hot out here in the middle, Rico, but let's go back into the ice cube, or should I say the microwave over there. Rico Full, I know you're ready for this one. The news from the toss, PLG winning the toss and bowling. Over to you. Let's get ready for the last game of the day.
I'm ready as always. Come on, let's rock and roll. The final match of the day. Day 1 here at the GCC Brescia Cricket Ground. Just having a look, the aerial view surrounding the ground, and that's the helipad. Well, Maximo's helicopter hasn't come to whiz him away to Lake Garda just yet, but he's ready to go. And Lake Garda, well, he reckons he's got his garter with him. I don't know what he's going to wear, but he says he's got something. I'm looking forward to seeing this match. Cividate, they want to try and return to winning ways. Remember, they lost out to Kings 11, put 100 on the board, a spirited effort from them. But the bowling of Kuldeep Lal of the Kings 11 taking 4 for 10, and then great knock from Yadav, 62 off just 22 deliveries, meant it was an easy victory for Kings in the end. But they showed some good signs, and because of that, well, they're pipped to do 107 to 95 in this one. But you can see, look, the key thing here is from Pac Lions Getty, they haven't won a European Cricket Series match at all. I mean, the only point that they got last time around was from that abandoned game. But they did put some spirited performances together, and the question is, I mean, what they've learned from that and what they've been able to pick up along the way. And then they've got a couple of guns in there that can get them their first victory. I think this could be a close match. I mean, Cividate will be hoping that they can once again perform well with the bat. And the main contributor last time was the superb knock from Arslan Mohammed. I mean, he was just on top form, but he was the only one really. You just feel that he's got to be good, and then somebody, the other batters, have got to work around him and give him a little bit of support. And let's see if they are able to do that in this contest. Batters make their way out. The umpires for this one, we've got umpire Rahman and Sukhdev. And it's Sajid Ahmed that is taking guard out there. So he will be facing the first ball. And the batting partner with him will be the captain, who, I mean, he's provided a good support in the partnership with Arslan. So he's going to be quite key in this one. And I would say that Arslan Mohammed probably will come in at number 3. But certainly in that first game, the captain, Guljinder Singh, he was just playing more of a sporting role, and it was only when Arslan was out that Singh tried to up his game, get a bit more aggressive, but then he got himself out. So maybe we haven't seen the best of him yet. Hassan Naveed will be opening the bowling. And he waits for the umpire to give him the nod. Umpire Rahman says, okay, when you're ready, boys, let's go. Like in the field, or PLG. Everybody's very close, especially on that offside. Nice bit of a away swing to start off with. Yeah, all closely clustered together. They've got the sweeper out as well. So sweeper out on the off and long off are the men back. So there is really no third man. Looks like got a gully in and quite a wide fine leg on the 45. Naveed once more. And this is nicely played, and that's a really good stop. Tremendous effort there from the fielder. Well, they do get one for that fielder there. I'll take a bow. Takes one for his team. You dive on this, you should get a medal. I reckon you should. Well, he should get a medal for this stop. That's a really good stop. I mean, that is saving. Well, he saved 3 runs because that ball was heading for the boundary. You can see there, he's giving his knee a bit of a rub. And yeah, that's what's going to happen. You dive on this. I think there's going to be some nasty cuts and bruises and scabs once you go down on this one. Well bowled. Good away swing again. Seen several of the bowlers, particularly the openers, that have been getting the away swing in today. Swinging away, swinging the ball away naturally. Not seen too many swinging it in. That one was almost like a leave from Krujinder. Good start from Naveed. Oh, that's another one in the right areas, and he's got to get his bat down pretty quickly. He was alert to the little effort there from the wicketkeeper, who does have Riaz. Played away with soft hands, but no runs there. You can just have a look at some of the shadows there of the players. That gives you an indication of just where the sun is now. And it's right above. I mean, if there were any clouds, there's not much of them left. I think there's one solitary cloud up there. It looks like a bit of a ghost, actually. Looks like there's a ghost hovering over us, 2 eyes and a mouth. But that's all there is. It's all sun and it's hot. And everybody out there will feel it in the middle. This is not a good ball, and there's a little flick on this. This will be 4 runs. It was always going to be a wide. I think the keeper has done enough to get into a position where he probably was going to be able to stop this, but the little toe end of the bat just helps his speed past him and go to the boundary. 4 runs to finish the over. So it looked like it was going to be a pretty decent one, but just 4 there takes the score. Takes the score to 6. I think there's probably a ball to come in the over, but well, there's some breaking news coming here, and maybe you get Vinny Sandu to come in and give us the latest.
Yeah, I'd love to. You can see it's 5 for no loss after 1. That wasn't a 5 wides, it was a 4 runs. I think that was confusing people doing the scoring. But yeah, ECM Plus, it's going to be launched next month. Again, pretty sketchy on the details at this stage, but I know it's a way that we can kind of enhance your viewing experience, and some of the things that people have wanted, some of the features they've wanted, we be able to implement. It'll be a very small kind of monthly charge, but nothing outrageous. Probably something like what a cup of coffee costs a month or something like that, to enjoy the enhanced features on ECN Plus. And no, something that we're excited about. I know got such a great viewing community, and no, we've loved, and I should also say it still will be available for free on YouTube, and will be running concurrently. But I mean, I'm sure most of the people that really enjoy their ECN, they won't mind parting with a couple of bucks a month to support what we're doing here. Yeah, it's unprecedented what we're doing in the world of European cricket, but yeah, so even I'm pretty light on the details at this stage, but I'm excited because if it means giving the viewers more of what they want, then I'm all for it. Anyway, here's Runja, who gets slogged away, and this is going to go all the way Maximo. Pretty good shot by Sajjad Ahmed. He says, enough's enough. This is the power play, and I'm going to bring the power.
Well, this was a proper golf swing, wasn't it? I mean, that's a perfect way to tee off. Hits that well. Smashes that over. So Runge feels the first boundary. Well, it's the first 6 of boundary. Remember the one at the end of the over was the little paddle for 4. So 2 boundaries in the innings so far.
This one nips back a little bit. I think it'll be okay. Yeah, I'll have a look at this on the replay, but just looking at Runge's shirt there. Thought it said HDMI on the back. I thought maybe it was a TV connection, but I think that's more homey. It's an O. Mohamed Runge, who is the captain of PLG. Gets it in the right spot again. This is good comeback from the bowler after getting hit for 6. Comes out with 2 dot balls.
Yeah, he's bowled well. All the bowlers actually, give him credit. Got the ball outside that off stump, getting it to move away. And the batters, Chividate, are just having a big old swing at the moment.
Oh, gets this unbelievably wrong, but he'll get away with it. Third man's up in the circle. He probably catches that.
How does he play this? Has he played this behind the wicket?
Well, there's leading edges, and there's super leading edges, and then there's this. Look at that. It's pretty much almost off the back of the bat. You couldn't do that again if you tried. End of the second over now. 12 for no loss. Look, PLG, like I said, they were 0-7 last year, just the 1 point from the washout. But yeah, they'll really sense an opportunity here against Chividate, who have lost a couple of their stars from last year in Darashiko and Van Javed. You can see Pac-Lions Sketty, they're the last team to play. And we've seen them here on day 1 for the first time in the last game of the day. So everyone will have played a match, at least 1 match by the end of today. Remember, they'll play 5 in the initial stage. Tabassum Riaz to bowl. And he starts with a wide. A lot of people have been asking what's the format this week, and so yeah, 6 teams. It's our standard 6-team format. It's a format that we have seen in the ECC last year in Championship Week. In that T10 International tournament, we had 6 finalists. We also saw in each of the group weeks this year in ECL, because we had 6 teams in each group. Big swing and a miss this time. So it's basically kind of 3 phases of the tournament. You've got the round robin matches, which will take place between now and Thursday. Then you've got Super Friday. And what makes that super is that all teams are involved. If you're in the top 3, you are safe through to Saturday, but you top 3 play each other. Basically, the best 2 formers on Super Friday get the double chance. The bottom 3 play on Super Friday just to survive. And then, of course, finals on Saturday. A bit of an appeal here.
Well, if it doesn't hit anything, then surely it's pretty wide.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to get a look at the width of that one. Let's have a look here. Because it is full. Yeah, I think it just sneaks it in. Skinnier teeth. So yeah, the pressure being applied. PLG playing better than a team that were 0-7 last year, put it that way. This time there is an edge, and so it will be the first wicket for Pac-Lions Getty in the series, and Tabassum Riaz is the man that induces the edge of Sajjad Ahmed. It was well taken behind the stumps by Madassa Riaz. So Pac-Lions Getty, PLG get reward for keeping things tight early. Chivinate, they're 13 for 1 halfway through the 3rd over.
Yeah, well bowled by Riaz. He just kept at that line and he kept niggling away at him. He didn't let off. He didn't give him any room. And eventually there is a snick and there's no hassle. The umpire, Rahman, putting his finger up. And Ahmed, well, he has to depart 8 of 11 deliveries.
Yeah, so when you use that many deliveries, you kind of don't want to get out before making a bit of an impact. Neville Russ is asking, what are some of the extras you can expect in ECM Plus? Well, I can answer you honestly and say I don't really know yet. All I know is it's in the works and they're developing things that might take a bit of time to get it moving. But I know that one thing that's probably the only one which, let's see if we make this happen, but one thing that might excite you guys is perhaps a chat, which would be all chat. That's all I want to say. All genuine chat. What do you think, Neville? Without some of the stuff in between. You know what I mean? Rico's looking at me blankly. I know there was a plan to have a... Well, they're going to go for 2 on the throw, and they'll get there. That's pretty good running in the end. That's all I know. And I'd like to tell you more, but I mean, they know that I've got loose lips, so they won't tell me anything back from head office. They know that I'll probably spill it because I've got to fill for 8 hours a day. But yeah, imagine a chat that's all chat and not.
I'm still going to give you a blank look.
You still don't understand what I mean? Like at the moment, if you look at the chat, some of it is chat and some of it is what I would call filler or distractions. It's one of the worst throwbacks I've ever seen, but I think he was maybe, given the benefit of the doubt, maybe he was throwing back to the bowler there.
Yeah, I think that was a pass. With it.
You think
so? Pass back.
So yeah, you still don't know what I mean. You don't spend enough time looking at the chat. I see a lot of chat that is an all chat. And what I'm seeing right now is some genuine chatting comments and some, I don't know how to put it in a way it's not nasty. A lot of stuff in the middle that, let's just say, it's not really spurring conversation. It's just,
I think
you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
I'm going to be a bit cryptic.
Why don't we just say...
End of the power play, 16 for 1.
We think it's going to be exciting. We think it's going to be
we don't want to oversell it either, right? because it's an entry-level thing. It's going to be, maybe, I don't even know, but it'll be, like I say, what you might pay for a cup of coffee a month, but that will help us set up a platform that can then help us move what we're doing forward. Okay, and so obviously it's not a bit, you know, we always want to give people the option to watch for free, but it's a bit like, you know, went out for dinner last night and it was a certain amount and it was just kind of good manners. I gave them a bit extra because they treated us well. And also for the fact that my Italian was absolutely lousy, that they really struggled with me.
I reckon you see, the problem is every time you talk Italian to people that we're getting to know, they say, oh, you're doing really well, Vinny, you're doing really well. But then when you put it to use and you're talking it to not your friends, they tell you the truth.
No, here's the thing. I'm restaurant fluent in a number of languages now. But only restaurant fluent.
You just point. You point to food and say, I want that. And that's your restaurant.
Due acqua frizzante, per favore. See?
Pass.
That was pretty good.
I got the please.
You probably got that.
I got the please. Do it again.
Two bowls of sparkling water.
No, why do you do it in English?
What?
Not in English. Say it again in Italian.
I said it so well. I said, due acqua frizzante, per favore.
Okay.
Yeah, grazie. But then problem is when they talk back, then I get in big trouble. Unless I just say si. And this is in the air, and this is gone. So there we go. I mean, how well are PLG playing here? They're keeping it really tight. And that's the big wicket of Kuljinder Singh, who just basically stops his shot there. And so Taimur Ali, well, he was a man who just was a late replacement into this side. And he's come in and made things happen. So, yeah, Taimur is thrilled with that. And why wouldn't he be? And so that is a second wicket now for Jivadante, 17 for 2.
Yeah, that's a very soft dismissal from the captain, Kuljinder Singh. I think he's in two minds. He doesn't really know what innings he should be playing out there. He doesn't know whether he should just be sticking around. He doesn't know whether he should be trying to play his shot. So he doesn't really play a shot in anger there at all. Just gives his wicket away. But what he does do, he allows Aslan Mohammed to come in. Well, this man, he was in scintillating form this morning. And let's see if he can capture some of that again. I mean, he's coming in a bit too low for me. I mean, the way he bats, I think he's got to open. I think you've got to give him the power play. I mean, you think there's 20 balls that have already gone. So, third of the innings.
True. This one, swing and a miss. Yeah, big swing and a miss from Aslan Mohammed first up. So He's having a bit of trouble with his footing.
Ali come back into the attack. And, bowling to Aslam Mohammed.
A little bit short, and this is hooked away, and this is going to rattle the empty grandstand there. But what I can tell you is it will be 4, and that was well picked up. And man, like you said, he was a spectator for the first third of the innings. But maybe he is the key to Chippedade putting a good score on the board here in match 4.
Oh, he definitely is. I mean, but the only thing is he needs somebody there with him. There's no point in him doing the same again and getting sort of 40, 45, 50 on the board, and the others just falling around him. Not sure what's going on there. Well, I think it's a bit of a
You know, running repairs.
Shoe
Socks,
change, is
socks
it?
going out of fashion, or
Well,
oh, what's going on there?
not sure what's happening there. I suppose you probably couldn't get away with that COVID times.
Yeah, well, I want to know about the sock-free cricket. Isn't there something I'm missing? I suppose it's kind of day where it's pretty hot. So maybe you get those ankles, get a bit of air on them.
I'm not sure what that was about. It was probably saying, well, these shoes are no good, I'm slipping. And he said, well, take mine then. He said, what size are here? I said, that'll do. So anyway, he's going to come back on. I mean, he didn't bowl that bad anyway, did he? But Time O'Reilly
He's bowled well so far.
just needed to change his shoes. 2
that,
balls to
that
go.
one just slipped and turned out a bit short. Well, this is high in the air, and this is going to sail out of the ground. Maximo! Aslam Mohammed flexing his muscles, doesn't waste any time at all. 2 of his 3 first balls go to the boundary, and that one goes over. And that is an important counter-attack that we're seeing in the 4th over of Time O'Reilly.
And again, Aslam Mohammed is the man to deliver. He's come in and hit a 4 and a 6.
Last ball for Timor here. Well, this is picked up away over the leg side, and the fielder isn't able to deal with this. I'm waiting the signal here, but it's either 4 or 6. It's probably one we're going to have a look at. Down it comes, and this one will be, I think it's 4. It's gone for 4 in the end. Tell me if
Yeah, 4 runs.
you see what I
4
see.
there.
So yeah, that will be 4 to finish the over. So the score at the end of 4 is 31 for 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me in the commentary tent is Rico 4. Hope you are well today. Great to have your company. And yeah, a lot of questions. I know I'm going to get a lot of questions about ECN Plus, but I honestly can't tell you too much about it. But also, we don't want to. It's not going to be amazing. It's not going to be, I don't know, virtual reality. You get headsets and stuff. It's going to be pretty much the experience here right now, with a couple of subtle improvements, and we can maybe add things as we go. But that depends on the amount of people we can jump on board to ECN Plus. I know I'll be signing up for ECN Plus. Will you be signing up?
Yeah, you're going to button up your shirt or what?
They don't make these shirts anymore. I actually got this shirt in Italy. True
What's that-
story. Have a
What's
look.
that got to button it up first?
Isn't that what you're talking about?
This is a family show.
It's okay. I'm getting back to the 70s. Do you like the cricket bats and balls, though? That's what it is. It's a bit old school because it's got the red balls.
You've got to got rid of the spiders first.
Yeah, probably do have a few spiders on me anyway. Here we go with some spin. And Asad Imran is the bowler. Good stop made out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And so that'll just be 1. And so, yeah, for me, Aslam Mohammed, he's the man. They want to get him and get him soon, I think. And so I do like the employment of Asad Imran here, just to change the pace. And this one certainly does. And look, have a look at this. This is the old Pavel Florence special. Actually, we lose it in the top of the camera shot. Look, you actually lose the ball for a second here because of the of the flight on it. Pavel had to change the way that we shot cricket. Now, Asad Imran pushes this one through a bit more, but just showing he's not afraid to toss it up, and having a pretty good effect so far. They'll hustle back for 2, and they'll get there. And now they should get a 3rd, and they will. So yeah, the backing up fielder not able to deal with it either. So a rare 3 for Aslam Mohammed.
Yeah, they had a good start here. First 3 overs was good. that one for Time Rally. It went for a few. It didn't quite go magical, but look, it's just got to go back into this. I mean, they'll be thinking to themselves, we know we've got to get this one. We'll get the danger man out. Up in the air. Well, where's this going to land? And, well, okay. Now tell me that wasn't a chance.
He has certainly run around
He's
that
definitely
one.
bottled that one. And now
Well,
this is another one.
You can't drop what you don't try. I'll give you that much.
I thought this was going to bounce all over him.
Some Riaz has run around that, and then in the last moment, he just said, actually, I'm going to stop the fall. I mean, Joke would have been on him if it bounced over his head.
Yeah, I had visions of that going right over his head for a minute.
Even if you drop it, you keep it in the field to play, you'd think. We'll say hello to Lily Panda. Hope you're well. Drake saying that he'll definitely be signing up for ECN Plus. Well, we haven't told you how much it is yet, and actually I don't know. I think it wouldn't be more than, I don't know.
Stop guessing. You don't know anything about it. Stop guessing.
I don't. I'm using the cup of coffee analogy, and I've paid for some pretty expensive cups of coffee, but I don't think it'll be as much as that. This is in the air, and this is going to be 6. Maximo! Well, Chivadate. They could have used some of this early on, I think. Have a look at this for a shot, though. And this isn't Aslam Harman. This is Zayn Ali, who muscles this one out of the ground. It's good batting.
Yeah, good shot. He just waits for it. And the thing is, he keeps his shape. You see a lot of batters to that ball. They're going to try and hit everything, put everything into it. He knows that if he gets his good time and good swing into that without trying to overdo it, he's going to clear that fielder. Good shot.
That one turns into a big, slow, full toss. That one's up the hill. See you later. Maximo. Put it with the rest. And this is the thing. If you're going to mix up your pace, that's fine. But you got to land it. And there's been a couple of hanging full tosses that have begged for punishment. And they have got them in the 5th over. So 49 for 2 off 5. That is a very, very good over for Chivadate. Swinging their way back into this contest. As him runs over. Ends up going for 18. Well, thank you for your kind efforts and your kind words in the chat. But like I say, I'm not actually going to say anything because I don't know. It's now we do appreciate it. I mean, it's the kind of what's the word? It's the principle of getting a little bit from a lot of people will allow us to do more. It's something that we're kind of slowly moving towards, and it allows us to also not run things like a bunch of ads and stuff like that. You know, just obviously you're getting something like, how many games a month would it be? Over 100 games a month.
Yes, that's a good delivery. To nobody inside the circle there now to take that cat. Look, give you an idea how this innings has gone. That's why it's so important to either get back into this. First over, 5 runs. Second over, 7. Third over, 4. And then, well, the 4th over went for 15 and the 5th over went for 18. So all of a sudden that score now, the 50 has come up. Got to get back to what they were doing well. And this guy did bowl well, Riaz. Let's see if he can keep these two batters quiet now. Both of them are hitting the ball pretty well. Short ball up in the air. Where's this going to go? Keeper wants it. And, oh, he puts it down right at last. He does all the hard work. He really does. I mean, look, the ground that he's made to get here. I mean, he's called it. The fielders have stopped. They know he's after it. The umpire is taking evasive action. And I wonder if the umpire actually put him off there for a moment.
I mean, I'm not going to criticise him there too much, Manasseh Riaz, because he takes the responsibility. He's essentially running with the flight of the ball by the end. And look, it's getting a bit windy down there as well. I like that he took responsibility. Didn't quite get in the right spot. Just concedes the one. But yeah, got it right in principle. Now has to deal with double bouncer and does. 50's come up now for Chivadate.
How close was this one? Look at this. I reckon this just almost shaves the stump as it goes through. I think this is the grunt slower delivery. Definitely is. And look, that is close. Once more, another keeper. Just keepers today for me have all just stood a little bit too far back there. Haven't been taking the ball clean in the gloves. Yes, once more. And this time it's a Gundy ball. And, well, good job. He does take it in the gloves this time. Well, there's no signal, so this is taking something on the way through. And I must admit, I didn't see it first time round. Let's have a look. Shubdev says...
It does flick the pad.
Does flick the pad, yeah.
Very good umpiring.
Good umpiring.
Yeah.
Good keeping as well. It does well. That's Mundasa Riaz.
Yeah, Riaz been pretty miserly. Gets this on line. will be a one-hopper to Hassan Naveed. That's in the area where the ball bounced straight over the fielder earlier, so you never quite know what you're going to get. Of course, it's illegal to water the field at the moment in Italy due to the total lack of rain in the last couple of months. So that's why you look at the field the way you are. It won't be illegal for me to jump into the Lake Garda before the end of today, though, because I will be. Last ball, and this is a supersonic blast. Maximo! Zain Ali almost hit that one back to Milan. That is a huge hit to finish the over. So I said that Riaz hasn't gone for many, but he went a long way off his last delivery. He finishes 1 for 13, and it's 58 for 2 after 6.
Huge hit. That was huge. I mean, you're talking about you're going into the lake. I think that Kookaburra was ending up close to the lake as well. That was absolutely thumped. And, well, Riaz there goes for 13 of his 2. Did pick up 1 wicket. And Morali there, 15 of 2. I mean, there's been some good overs in there, but yeah, of course, there was those expensive ones as well. And that's what has helped with the acceleration. 58, 2 wickets down after 6. The question is, have they got any other bowlers, or are they going to have to go back to the ones that got attacked and got hit for plenty? That's the question here for me. Just having a look. See who we're going to go for here. And it looks like that it's going to be Hamad Rancha, who's coming back. Now, he bowled pretty well. He bowled the second over, but again, the question is, these the overs towards the end, who's going to come and bowl those? And that's what the batters need to be thinking here. This has been absolutely pumped. That's gone a big way. Up the hill it goes. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kinna sona. Shaka. Así, así me gusta. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Manos arriba, árbitro. Porque eso es 6 punti.
Yeah, well, that's a well-struck shot again. And yeah, you better not miss these guys because they can make you pay. Ranja finding out the hard way. This is a little bit short, and this one's blasted out of the ground as well. Maximo! 6 carreras más. And Mohammed swings his way into the 30s. And that ball's dirty. Another one up the hill.
Yeah, I mean, he came in, didn't he? Came in after Kuljinder, played that sort of, well, gifted his wicket away, but maybe that ends up being a blessing in disguise because, as we suspected, Aslan here is going big and he's hitting the ball really well. And, what's the reply going to be? What's the answer to this onslaught from both the batters now?
Well, guess what? Slow ball. Nothing slow about how it exits the field again. Maximo, yet again, Aslan Mohammed. Well, I mentioned they're 3 top run scorers from last year. He's the only one that has returned for Chivinate this year, but right now he is doing the business and he swung them back into this game.
Well, 6, 6, 6.
Don't say it.
I'm not saying nothing, just saying 666. It's the devil's number at the moment. And is he the devil in disguise? Well, he's going for it. You can feel it. Well, he said that he pulled up his highest score in the European Cricket Series the first time we saw him, 39. Well, he's on 37 or 13.
He can try again. Does try again. And this one is going to the longest part of the ground. And it's going to be 4. And it's not 4 by much, but it's just 4. Well, disappointment around the ground, even though they'll take it. Like I say, that's one of the longer pockets. So he goes 6, 6, 6, 4. Of course, we were wondering about the 6 6s. Well, you should have kicked the rope in a little bit. We'd still be on for it, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big hit. And like you said, that's the biggest part of the ground. And the fielder there at long off, he's suggesting that the guy at extra cover should have been the one that was coming for that. He was closest. He just thought, nah, I saw you running, and I thought, I'm going to save my energy. Right, well, it's not, the punishment is not over yet. And this one is a dot. He gets through, so a dot ball in the end. But Aslan Mohammed.
Still, this over's gone magical with a 6, 6, 6 and 4. Mandrake had a question, which I'm just trying to find. Maybe feel free to post it again, Mandrake. But thanks for your contributions today, of course. I've really loved the live chat today. It's been really interesting. Last ball, the over. This is off the end of the bat. Should take some stopping. Will they go for 2? Probably not, just
End of
because
the
he's
over.
running so hot. So, yeah, leave him. Leave him on strike. He moves to 42. That over was expensive for Aranja. It ends up going for 23. The score 81 for 2 after 7. Coming up tomorrow, we have more cricket coming your way. Brescia, well, they didn't have any points out of the day one as they went down to Brescia CC in their only appearance. They'll take on Chivadate. And then the other team we only saw once today, this morning, Brescia taking on Pack Lions Getty. Kings 11, they were really impressive. So that's a very good matchup against Brescia CC. Two sides that have only had wins so far. And PLG versus Ginner in the last game of the day. Join us for day 2. It's our second of the 4 days of round robin matches in the first phase of this tournament. Starts 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, I should say. And noon in India, 12:30 p.m. in Bangladesh, 2:30 on the west of Australia, 4:30 on the east of Australia. And I'm going to say 5:30 in New Zealand. That's my guess.
Fakar Imran got the ball now. It's his turn to have a go, and what he's seen what's been happening before him. So he floats it up still. This is hit hard. It's arriba, seis más. And they're doing it in style here at the moment. They're piling on the runs. Look, he just unwinds and smashes this big. And that's 6 more. Well, if you're going to float them up like that, this man is not going to hold back. And just 2 away for what would be an outstanding half century.
Yeah, backing yourself. Pardon me, 6:30 p.m. New Zealand. Then we'll start tomorrow night for all our Kiwi friends like Lily Panda. Well, that's the old Shane Warne special. And that's all right in Test cricket when you're bowling into the foot marks, but Mohammed says, yeah, I'll have that one again, please. He's on 48. And now he goes for it, but he might have found trouble, and he has. So nice catch taken by Hassan Naveed. Whirlwind innings comes to an end from Arslan Mohammed, but geez, he has whacked his team back into this game along with Zain Ali. That's an important partnership. They came together at 17 for 2, so they end up putting on 71 in pretty quick time. That is the 3rd wicket, 88 for 3.
Yeah, the catch had to be taken there. It was more or less straight to him, but still, you still got to take him, and he does. No issues there for Naveed. And well, credit to the bowler. And Imran, he does get the wicket, and his strategy was just to float it up there with no pace on it and hope that his fielders do take the catch to do. But another warm reception back for Arslan Mohammed. What a good day he's had, 48. Unfortunately, couldn't get to his half century, just 18 deliveries earlier today. He was the top scorer of their team as well when he made 39 of 17, so he's had a good day. And already, I'm looking forward to seeing him out there again. And a very good cricketer, and he, well, probably will be opening the bowling as well.
Here's Ramunshi. Hit pretty well today as well, and straight away goes for it. I think Mandrake's question might have been regarding Diana taking her photos. So that foot stays down there. And do they go straight to the cloud to go everywhere? I mean, I know sometimes they won't go straight away. It always depends on the capacity of the ground, because we're doing a lot of things with regards to internet connectivity and things like that. I'm not quite sure how she does the magic, but yeah, typically we'll see a best of the day on our socials. And this one should be caught. He's got to find it first, and he does. So Munshi doesn't come off here in game 4. And this is clever bowling, I think, by Fakar Imran. He's coming round the wicket and just trying to force the batters to hit against the angle, against the spin. That one was hit straight up in the air. Was well handled by Madassa Riaz, who had to turn around quickly. He did. And that's a 4th wicket now, 88 for 4.
Yeah, another one goes. That's another one that's going into the garden with you later.
They can come.
Vinny.
Get them all in the trailer. I'm down. Take all the ducks down to the lake tonight. Hello to Tarek, who is watching. And Lily Panda earlier saying she's seen 1 cricket-themed shirt in her life, and I'm wearing it right now. Well, I actually have 2 of these. I have a white version and a navy version. And, surprise, surprise, it was actually designed by an Italian designer.
Was it?
True story. And it wasn't designed just for me. I was just lucky to get one of the last ones they made.
How'd you know that?
Because his was an Italian company, and his first name was like something like Claudio, I was going to say Luigi or something like that. But they don't make him anymore, so don't try and get one. Gone.
Oh,
this
this
is gone.
is very close. I don't reckon he's got his foot back quick
As
enough.
long as it's taken behind the stumps, this is out. I'm telling you that right now. Let's
does
have a
that.
look.
Does a Riaz.
He does get there pretty quickly.
Really quick hands. It really is.
Yeah,
That's
no problem
fine.
there. No problem there. Yep, he's going to be gone.
Have a
See you
look.
later.
Adios, baby. Adios. You are on your way. This is beautifully done. Takes off the bails and good work. Well, look, he's come on a bolt, Fahar Imran, and it was a bit of a gamble because he was just floating them up there. But he's taken 3 wickets. This is really good work from him. 3 for 7.
Got some food news.
Everything
This is from the
changes.
Mulliwalla.
This is from
So we can't say no to this. I mean, I'm pretty full.
from the Mulliwalla.
Mulliwalla's
Well,
come up with a good
Jagjit Singh.
from Kings 11.
Well, what have we got here? Well, look at. I think this is a bit of chicken in there. And well, thank you very much to Jagjit, the Mulliwalla, as we have a look at this excellent work from behind the stumps. It's really well done.
Oh, we're getting absolutely spoiled with food here at the moment. Anyway, 88 for 5.
Hey, listen, I'll wait to what? I'll wait to. Oh, look at that. Hey.
Right, that looks good as
Yeah,
well.
you say no to that? No, I'm not saying
Well,
no
I've
to
just
that.
eaten a whole pizza, probably. Can't. By the way, Fahar Imran's on a hat trick here. And so, yeah, what a good effort from him. He actually has 3 wickets in 4 balls. So what a good over this is. He's got 3 for 7 now.
Well, he ain't finished yet. There we go.
Hat trick ball, here we go.
Ooh, well, inside head saves him. And it should be stopped by the band that comes round. It does.
Now, what happened there? Because I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Because Sain Ali is down that end. Did they get 2 there? I think got 2 or 0. I don't know. This is what happens when you bring me food. Anyway, 8 overs down. And yeah, the score.
89.
Yeah, so they didn't run there. So they didn't run at all. That's crazy because they would have got 2. So you've just thrown away 2 runs. But I can't, yeah. Anyway, that's the end of the over. So I'm going to go with 88 for 5. I know it says 89 there, but they didn't get a run.
Well, you can
Yeah,
see.
so this is, I mean, that's because they wanted Zain Ali to face up. And I'm saying he would have faced up anyway. Yeah, they would have faced up anyway if they had run 2. And there was a clear 2 there. I mean, it was almost going to go for 4. So it was a bad decision, I think. I'm just throwing away 2 runs for nothing. Anyway, here's Karam Zafar, over number 9.
Yeah, Ali is the batter on strike. So just ignore that on your screen for the moment because we think what's happened there is that there was no run taken on that one. And I think the scorers may have it that the single was taken.
Yeah.
So wide ball that one. And this is all to do because I think Ali wanted to be the man on strike and just keep Muzaffar off strike. He wants to strike and he wants to pump a few more balls to the boundary. 90 on the board now. Well bowled.
Swing and a miss.
Yeah, this is the line. I mean, I think anything that is on the stumps, he's going to smash it. He's going to smash it hard. And it's all about getting this ball just in that corridor, sort of call it the sort of off-stump corridor, just outside the off-stump. But you're keeping it inside that guideline for the wide. Oh, this is a no ball.
Yeah, that sure is. If it's caught, it won't be out. Just got to keep it inside the field of play, which he does. He's going to hustle through for 2. That's good running as well. So that I think we'll keep the strike.
Yeah, Kurum Zafar is getting this all wrong. I mean, I think he's gone for the Yorker here, but he doesn't have to. I think he just got to keep the ball outside the off. You can see the umpire, Sukhdev, he's onto that straight away. Free hit to come. The bowler gets a bit of a warning here. And they're just going to probably just hold things up a bit here, maybe
so
for
you
a
get a
moment.
first warning, final warning, and then you'll be off for any of those higher ones. I mean, normally there's no intent in those. If there is any intent, actually, you can be off straight away.
Yeah.
If the umpire thinks it's deliberate. But I think most of the time it's just slips out. It's going to happen in this form of the game where Bowlers are generally trying to bowl full, and they're trying variations as well.
Yeah,
just gonna.
Slightly late. I think this is just about getting the scorecard you've got in front of you up to date. It gives the scorers an opportunity to just get it right, and at the same time you see that the umpires are just having a little chat with the captain about something there. I think that might be just to do with that no ball and saying, okay, you know that is ball one there. But hey, what about this set? I mean, you said to me when we come to Brescia that I'm going to like it.
You're going to like the view. Do you like the view?
I love the view. I love the view. And you know, when you see a view like this, I wonder if our guys can get the view and just see catches. I wonder if Kiriolis up, go up, arriba, aye.
That's what we're looking at.
Don't you when you see that, don't you want to just climb up there and see what's on the other side? I always feel tempted to go up and see what the other side is.
Yeah, it's a long way up. We've had some good backdrop this year, though. We've had Rock of Gibraltar at the very start of the year.
Yeah.
Looks a bit rockish, but it's more green than the rock. Anyway,
but it is beautiful
pictures. Yeah, it's wonderful here.
And I like the way when we see the aerial drone. Well, I mean, we can't see from here. We can't see a single property, but when we go to the aerial zone, you can all see these little properties scattered around. It looks lovely.
Yeah.
It looks like a proper, as we say in Spain, pueblo. Look
there
at
we
that.
go.
I want to go
You
there.
want to live up there?
You reckon they'll serve me a cup of tea?
You can take a cable car to the ground, but just don't get stuck in the power lines.
Give me a cup. I want to go out there and have a cup
like
of tea.
Like a flying fox. What do you call a flying fox? We call them, you know, when you're on a wire, you might call it they have different words for it in different players. In South Africa, they call it a foofy line, a foofy slide, which I think's cool. What's it called in the UK and some other places where you...
I know what you mean.
You know, you hang on a wire.
It's just called what's the word? Something glide, isn't it?
Foofy slide is actually my favourite. When in South Africa, they said, would you want to try the foofy slide? And I had no idea what they were talking about. We call it a flying fox. Yeah, I'm going to go to the chat though while we do it as well, and I want to. And Shrug thinks that ECM Plus should include one of those musical birthday cards, but instead of music when you open it, you get Rico shouting "Balle, balle, balle." I agree. Just catching up. It's a hot day. Not gonna lie.
So come on, you want to go into the Lake Garda? I want to go up there. Here, I want to go to that house. I want to go for a couple. I want to knock on the door.
How about the helipad? Show us the helipad.
What's that up there? What's that business there?
Okay, that looks like some sort of. I was going to say like a windmill. Look at this side.
Windmill up
it's
there.
Pretty nice.
But look, this is what we've got to see. Like, how could look when you got that in front of you, then down below you got the cricket happening. How can you be not happy? I'm a happy chappy, especially when Jagjit Singh, Mr. Muliwala, is bringing me food as well. I've got dinner sorted as well. I've got a nice curry. I've got a couple of plain. I think I've got some naan as well. So that's going to go back with me to the hotel. Dinner sorted. I've got a few bevies lined up as well.
I'll be in the lake. Whatever food I have for the rest of the day better be waterproof, because I'm getting in the lake and you won't see me till I'm in my bed tonight.
Yeah. Do you reckon the lake could be cool?
I'm boiling from the inside out here. Here's Zafar. Over number 9. Oh, yeah, we're back on track now. So I do think they've sorted that out now. Mario Patel saying, imagine watching the cricket from up there. Yeah, for sure. Beautiful backdrop. It is. Mandrake saying the umpire's done a very good job today. I would agree. Who knows what I'm talking about? What in Australia we call it a flying fox, but they call it different things, and there's one obvious one I'm missing.
Firmly struck, 4 runs. Once this gets through the inner fielder, that is going to go. Well, the fielder is suggesting to the man at extra cover, hey, you got to try and stop that. There's no way anybody's stopping this. Yeah, I mean, he's having a conversation. This has just been laser beamed through the covers.
Newsflash.
Yeah,
I remember. It's called a zip line. It's called a zip line. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
You see
it's called a zip line.
Doing it on these,
that's what a lot of people call it. Where I come from, it's called a flying fox, and in South Africa, it's called a foofy slide. Look that up. All right, this is smashed. Now, don't get another yelling at, but it's not his fault. This has sailed over his head. Maximo! Chivinate, what they've done well, they've hit 6s in this innings. And in fact, that's the 10th 6 that we have seen. And if you hit 6s, generally you win T10 cricket matches. That's what we've learnt. And right now, they've shown a real ability to clear the boundary. Zain Ali has been brilliant. That is his 4th. Over to Zafar, all happening in the 9th. This one straight up in the air, and it should be caught easily. It will be caught. And that's Asad Imran that will take the catch. So Zafar gets a bit of a pounding, but he has the last laugh and he removes the dangerous Zayn Ali for 38. And I think that's a good wicket to get. Perhaps it saves you 10 or 15 runs down the stretch the way that Zayn Ali was hitting them. And so with that wicket, the score is 103 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, he's batted well, hasn't he? Zayn Ali, 38 of 16 balls. And the good thing, what was good, and as I was saying, that somebody like Arslan Mohammed needed some support. He couldn't be the only one. And if you got the support, they would have got the 100. And that's exactly what Zayn Ali's done. He gave support to Arslan Mohammed. But he didn't just leave Arslan Mohammed there to hit the shots himself. He started playing some shots as well. It was almost like being out there with Arslan gave him the confidence to play a few shots. And once he started, well, they couldn't stop him.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to thank Vivek Davda for also helping me with zip line, although I did remember it before I saw your comment, but I do appreciate it. Last ball of the over for Zafar, bowling to Rahman. And now he stops his shot. This is going nowhere fast. One hand, one bounce. Well, he misses that, but still, all things considered, pretty good comeback from Zafar, who finishes 1 for 15 off his only over of this innings. Chivadate, they are 103 for 6.
Yeah, it's a good score on the board, isn't it? And just having a look at the scores today, I mean, the highest score was scored by Brescia in that last match, in that victory over Gina. And they put 112 on the board. So, okay, it's 6 balls to go. And you've got the big hitters gone now. So you've got Muzaffar out there with Rahman. But I'm pretty sure they're keen to have a swing.
This will be interesting. Got the leggy in the last over. He goes and fetches it. This one is hanging for a long time. And yeah, he's almost caught that. Now he has to find it. They'll come back for 2 because it was so high. They're always going to get 2. And so it will be a couple more runs to the total. Lily Panda just saying it's been a good comeback, and her theory is that they pitch the ball up. Sometimes they've over-pitched it, sure, but mostly by pitching it up they've had success, and that's normally what I say.
Yeah.
You know, any time of the game, any situation, full and straight, you can't really go wrong. This one he runs at.
I think this is...
I wonder if this will be called or not.
I mean, he runs at it, so we need to see it side on, what the umpire would say. I think this might be out anyway. He's going upstairs for this. Well, 2 things you want to look at here. Look at the first ball, the delivery. From the way I see it here, I think it could still have been called, but we're looking at the wrong angle.
He is so far out. I don't even know if we'll see him in the screen here. Look, I think that one's probably okay. I mean, very hard to tell. Umpires are not sure they're meant to call it, but then we'll look at the wicket here, and he's gone easily. So if it is a free hit, it won't be him that's facing it. I think when it comes down to it, that, yeah, my feeling is it's probably just okay. But this is why the idea was, and if the umpires aren't completely sure, then they'll typically call them. See here, I mean, it's complete guesswork. You don't even get a great look at the ball when it comes into the shot. Yeah, my feeling is it's probably just dipping below his waist, but only just. So if you were to call that one, then I don't really have a problem with the call either. Well, this is what makes the rule so tough. But I mean, the onus is on the bowler to make sure it's below the waist. And I think eventually we're going to get a decision here. And yeah, he is going to be out. Well, I mean, he's out either way. So it's just a matter of whether the next ball is a free hit or not. And yeah, it's not a no ball. So I think it's the right call. So it'll just be 1 plus run out. And so this means new batter, Sukhvinder Singh, will come to the crease. The score is 106 for 7.
Sukhvinder, I think he knows his job here, and that's to try and see if they can get maybe the remaining deliveries left in the over to try and get that score, to get it past that higher score mark, 112. That'll be an achievement for Chividate.
Yeah.
Oh,
terrible LB appeal, but fantastic bowling. In fact, this will be a dead ball, I think. Well, I think this has got to be a dead ball because he's not trying to get out the way of it, right? He just stands there.
It comes back.
Oh, did that hit the keeper? What did that happen?
Well, this is what I'm trying to see.
No idea what happened there.
I don't think
Tell me what's going on.
I don't think it did hit the keeper. I think...
They're saying it's a dead ball.
I think it is a dead ball, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be.
I think it hits him on the top of his thigh pad when this comes in. And he's not played a shot here. So
Yeah, that hits the thigh pad for sure. So that's a good call. It'll be a dot ball.
Yeah, this is good work.
Yeah, because he said, and he's not trying to avoid that ball. He kind of just lets it hit him. 10 points to the LBW appeal, though. Just pitching a little bit outside leg. So same batter on strike. And this is skied so high. This is going, and gone. Maximo. Well, same batter on strike. No problem at all. And Sukhvinder goes, Maximo. And this one was hit to the stars, Rico.
Well, this is where you say, you see the bat you got in your hand, use it, don't use the pad. So he says, okay, if I'm allowed, I will. And he whacks it, and whacks it big, will sink. Well, that's what he knows he's there to do. He does it this time, hits it big.
So, just having a look at this at the time. It's been brought up in the chat. This is in the air, and this one could be caught. It is caught. So, nice bit of fielding there from Hassan Naveed. And so, does get there and is able to rein it in. So, that will be an 8th wicket, 112 for 8. So, yeah, looking at this innings, it has gone on for a while, for 51 minutes, I think. But the issue here is you've got extra time for the wickets. We also had some technical delays. That was not the fault of the fielding side. And from memory, we seem to have had a couple of reviews as well that have taken a bit of time. So, yeah, I think that's why. I mean, they are meticulous about the way that they go about the time. So if they say it's fine, there's obviously reasons for that.
Yeah, I think the time is okay. It was unfortunate, some delays. You also take into account the number of wickets lost. And also, you've got to say well done to Akar Imran. He's taken 4 wickets now, the second player to do so.
Well, he's got a fair chance of a 5
16. Ball to go.
The third 5 for all year. He's got 1 ball to do it.
Well, they're going to be swinging, so he's got an opportunity. In the air, it could be 5 here. Oh, no! Oh, no! It's going to be a wicket, though. Hang on a minute. Are they going to get this? Oh, does he knock these over now? Does he use his legs?
I think I don't know if this is out. I'll be honest with you.
I don't think this is out. He doesn't take the stump out. Oh, no. This is first a drop. This should have been 5 wickets.
This is your 5 wicket hold.
What a drop that is. I mean, man, that would have been history.
And then look at this.
Yeah, he hits it with his foot.
Look, how many bails does he knock off? Both. Yeah, and he doesn't knock a stump out. So
Not out.
That won't be out.
Yeah,
and
see there, if he pulled the stump out there, if he pulled the stump out when he was touching with both hands, it would have been out.
He didn't know he kicked him until it was too late. So it will be 2 to finish. And so good umpiring to spot that as well. Wow, what an innings. I'm talking about your marathons in the heat. That's what we've got through there.
They will get the highest score. They register the highest score of the day. So if I can only be beaten, if they get beaten now, I'll make that 114.
Yeah, 114 for 8. That's what I got. Our scorecards add up. And what I will say is that was a pretty good resurgence after they lost a couple of wickets. They were kind of in the doldrums a little bit, weren't they? They weren't going at too much more than run a ball pace. Then it all kicked off. Let's have a look at some of the highlights. Our first chance to see Pac Lions Getty since last year, taking on Chivadante, who did play this morning. Didn't have any luck in their earlier fixture against Kings 11. But I've got to say, early on, it was PLG bringing the pressure, and they had success with a couple of early wickets after keeping it tight.
Yeah, they did. I mean, look, that power play only went for 16 and 1 wicket down. So at that point, it was all going well. But then you got that expensive over, didn't you, from Tommy off to Ali. And that's when things really started. But it was all down again to the hitting power of a couple of players. Zayn Ali, well, he decided he was going to go big. You see him playing some big shots there. But Arsenal Mohammed, what about his hitting? What a day he's had, Vinny. And the thing about him is his hit shots all part of the ground.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, batters have had success when they've chosen the right shot. And look, there's a time to go leg side, but then also I think sometimes with the angle on this field, you can hit offside as well. In fact, the wind's kind of slightly favouring that side to the offside to the right hand as well. Anyway, got to say credit to Manassan Riaz. Kept pretty well for me. That was a nice catch in the stumping. Did kind of drop a higher one, but I did like the way he went after it and tried to take charge of the situation. Yeah, but for me, T10's all about the Maximos, and they end up hitting 11 of them in the innings. And so if you do that, you're going to be in good shape. Even though they lose 8 wickets along the way, they were trying for every single run at the end. And yeah, you can see the decision given there. This one, almost to the moon and back. And yeah, even though this one was taken, nice bit of fielding by Hassan Naveed. This one would have been 5 for Rico, and he dropped it. And the bowler said, well, if you're going to mess up, I'm going to mess up too. And even if he'd knocked a stump out there in time, then would have been out. But he wasn't able to execute the run out in an acceptable fashion. There's my helipad, ready to take me to the lake after the last game today. But let's have a look at the scorecard. And 114 for 8. You mentioned that high score today. And so I think they're in pretty good shape. The first half they scored 49. Second half they scored 65. Showed you they got a move on in the second half. Big thanks to Zayn Ali, 38 off 16. And Aslam Muhammad, who's had a very good day, 48 off 18. Nobody else reaching double figures, but they didn't really need to. They didn't have to face that many balls. I've got to say, one good thing was only 3 wides and no ball in the innings. I think for a team like Pac Lions, Getty, fairly inexperienced. They have played the one season last year. I think that's a good sign for them that their bowlers bowled with some control. Just had a bit of trouble keeping those 2 particular batters quiet. And as far as the bowling went, well, some pretty good performers in there. I've got to say, Hassan Naveed bowled a good over, but we never saw him again.
Yeah. He
only bowled the first over that went for 5. I'm a bit surprised they never went back to him. Raja was expensive. 4 for 18, though. Fakhar Imran with his leg spinners round the wicket attack. Slightly unusual angle, but effective, as he had his 5 for dropped. Other wickets went to Kuram Zafar, as well as Tabassum Riaz and Taimur Ali, who was a last-minute replacement into the side. So 115 will be the chase for PLG when we return in just a few minutes. Hopefully you can join us for the last innings of opening day here in Brescia. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for the final instalment of day 1 of this FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back. And this is the Brescia Cricket Ground where we're in the middle of the final match of the day, match 4 between Cividate and Pack Lions Getty. And Cividate, they've done pretty well, and thanks to a good innings from Zain Ali, 38 of 15, and Aslan Mohammed once again in the runs, 48 of 18. They put the highest score on the board today that we've seen, 114. So 115 required now from PLG. And they're a team that haven't found a way to win a European Cricket Series match as yet. And if they are to win this one, it's going to have to be a pretty good chase. They need to get going straight away in the power play. They've got to be positive, got to play their shots. And I see a lot of blue jerseys on the offside here. Got a slip in place. And looks like the sort of quite a deep gully. I wouldn't quite call him a third man, to be honest. Backward point, cover inside on the single. And long off is back on the boundary, as well as one man at mid-wicket. Only the 3 players on the leg side. Well, this one is a big swing. And doesn't get anything, gets a bit of the inside edge there, but the batters don't take the run. Mudassar Riaz is opening up with Hamid Ranjan. And, this man, he's having a pretty good day. And he's going to be pretty critical if his team is to have a good series. But this one comes in a long way. It's a nice shot, but he finds the fielder. And the fielder gets the applause from Aslan Mohammed. Good day today, Aslan. 39 of 17 against Kings, and then in this match, 48 of 18. So this will be the first runs. Just gets in line with this one and just sort of plays it away to the onside. But of course, they need to make a good positive start. Need a couple of boundaries here. I mean, remember, they're starting with that rate at over 11, and every time they don't get that, it goes up, and when it gets to around about the 14-15 mark, it gets really tricky, especially if you're looking to go at that rate all the way through the innings. Aslan looking to give his team the perfect start, and has an appeal here, gets turned down. Starts to get excited about it and then backs away when you can see the umpire's not interested. Here again, and well, this is well outside the line, and it may have even caught a bit of the bat on the way through, so that's never going to be out. He does look to get the big in-swing going. We've seen a lot of bowlers that have got the away swingers going and the cutters away. Very few got the ball to be swinging in. And well, this one, if it did a little bit more than that, would have kissed the off stump on the way through. So looking to play the big shot, but just not getting in line with it. Manja needs to find the bat, needs to find the middle, needs to find the timing. Every so often we get this lovely fresh breeze that comes in from nowhere. Doesn't stick around though. Well, they're not no single being taken. The batter, he tries everything to try and entice the non-striker to leave his crease. But Riaz, he is not moving. He is planted. Well, he's rooted inside his crease. And that will be the end of the over. And it's not a good start. It's not what PLG need. And that's just going to be one. And
well,
just to remind you, Vinny.
Yeah, well, to quote former Australian Prime Minister Gough Whitlam in the lead up to the 1972 Australian federal election, it's time. That was his slogan. And well, I think it's about time we had a golden ball. 326 matches. We are now 73 matches past our previous record. Barron Street was pretty dry out there. It's also pretty dry for golden balls. Haven't seen one since the 31st of March, but I'm sure the wait will be worth it. And when they come, like London buses, Rico, they'll come with a rush. Zain Ali is the new bowler. What a good first over, though. Just the 1 run conceded. And PLG, yeah, last year they did struggle with the stick a little bit. And could probably try and pull out their figures last year at the rate they were scoring their runs. But yeah, that was the area that in particular they struggled to compete with some of these other teams in.
Right ball. And once again, we are in the final match and final innings of the day. Give a shout out to our umpires today. And umpire Rahman and Sukhdev, and also to Stefan Gooch. Absolutely fantastic.
Pack Lions Getty last year, they scored at 7.4 and over. So average of 74 per innings. That was through their first 6 matches.
Well, not the most convincing of appeals, and also not the most convincing of running from the batters. I mean, it's a good full length delivery, but just doing a little bit too much, and going to go on to miss the leg stick.
I mean, they did improve a little bit towards the end of their campaign, though. And so, in the end, they ended up with about 81 per 10 overs, but still, we have to go a fair bit quicker than that if they're going to pull this off.
Straight up in the air, should be taken, and it has been taken. Well done, he kept his eye on it all the way through. Arslan Mohammed, it takes the catch, and that's the first wicket, and it's going to be Ranja who goes. And, he departs for a 4-ball duck, so another one that goes into the lake. But yeah, you see he's trying to time this over rather than hit it too hard, but just gets it high up in the air. And well, you think they look easy. They're not that easy. They go up a long way. You've got the sun also to contend with. But Arslan Mohammed, no mistake, takes the catch.
He's had a good day, hasn't he, Arslan Mohammed? He's done it all. We'll bring Jawad Mohammed to the crease, but PLG, that's what pressure does. You know, it forces the error. That was just a leading edge that was sky. It did go pretty high. And yeah, well reeled in by Arslan Mohammed. Now, I've just said last innings of the day. Random question time in the chat. I've already been asked boxes or briefs. Lily, I think Lily just getting out the way. I'd say briefs for cricket only. Otherwise, I'm a boxers man. And I don't mind saying this. Yeah. I never used to wear anything. It's commando through my 20s. Free and easy. I like the way I played my cricket. There you go. Well, she asked. It's random question time. That's the kind of insight you're going to get.
There's certain images the world does not need to be thinking about, and Vinny Sandhu running around in the nod is not.
Well, I'm not saying I'm in the nod. I was wearing trousers. I'm just saying that.
You just said you were nothing.
Underneath, I wasn't. Spent most of my 20s in jail. That's what you're trying to say.
Well, I think folks, do you understand it the same way I did? Okay, so you went commando, did you?
I don't know how your head works sometimes.
Commando style. Good delivery. Oh. This is out. That's out. Yeah, yeah. That had to be out. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's an interesting appeal. I mean, you get some appeals and everybody goes up and you think, yeah, that's gone. And you get some like this when sort of they don't really know what to make of it. The bowler knows, he's pretty convinced. I think the wicketkeeper's probably busy trying to find where the ball is. But look, they're up and about, aren't they? They're pushing each other all over the place here. But yeah, this is plumb.
Hits him on the full, but back pad. Look at that. Yeah. The only thing is, could it possibly hit him outside off? And the short answer is no. And that is definitely going on to hit the stumps. So Pack Lions Getty hitting the skids. 2 wickets in 3 balls. It's another one of those ducks, Rico. I'll join me in the lake tonight. The score's 3 for 2.
Jawad Mohammed, he goes for a 2-ball duck. And it's good bowling here for Zain Ali, and you can already see who the main performers are going to be for Chividate. We've seen that in that combination of Zain Ali and Arslan Mohammed, well, they come together well when they're batting. They come together well when they're in the field. And that was clearly seen with the first wicket which went down. It was Ali doing the bowling and Arslan taking the catching. And this time it's just a good full delivery, Yorker length. A bit of in-swing, it didn't do too much. And gets the wicket. So all sorts of trouble here. 3 on the board, 2 wickets down. Still 2 balls to go in the second over. Nicely played cut shot, put straight to the hand of the fielder. They've done that a couple of times as well. They've actually played 2 nice shots outside the off, but they found the fielder and got nothing from it.
Well, random questions coming in. I'm trying to deal with them one at a time. Mandrake saying 333 seems to be a good number in cricket. Well, I think that's because Chris Gale tends to wear 333 sometimes. Wait for that in a second. This one goes straight through everybody, including the keeper. That's going to be the end of the over. It's only 1 off the first, 2 runs off the second, and 2 wickets to boot for Zayn Ali. He's been brilliant. So it's the end of the over. The score's 3 for 2 after 2. And that gives us a bit of a chance to look at the table. And for those of you wondering how this 16 format works, we have 15 round robin matches. That'll take us through Thursday. And the top 3 are safe from elimination on Friday. The bottom 3 aren't. But the top 3 will also play each other for that crucial double chance. Of course, the winner of this series on Saturday, they go through to the Super Series in week 5. So early days in the table, but everyone has at least got 1 game under their belt after today. Yeah, so Chris Gale would wear 333 rather than his regular number 45, which is what he grew up wearing. That's because it's his highest test score, 333. So you see a lot of people wearing that number, hoping it means that they'll be able to hit like him, the universe boss. Certainly. Oh no! Watch this. That's really good backing up. I got to say, Isra Munshi did very, very well. Because I mean, I always try and back up my fielders, but I thought there was no way that he was going to fumble this, and it went straight past him, and he panics. But Munshi to the rescue. He's had a pretty good day as well for Jivadate.
Yeah, that's one thing I think that a lot of the teams have done well here today, Vinny. They've realised that you need to back each other up on this pitch because the ball can misbehave on it. And a good example there.
Aslam Mohammed pitches up. I'll put something in the chat because Lily was asking me, and this is the last I'll talk about my underwear. The underwear I wear currently is made of bamboo. Did you know that? It's genuinely made of bamboo, and I'm not joking.
Okay, what do you mean? First of all, what do you mean? Did you know that? Why would I know that?
Because I ordered. Well, she asked.
No, but why would I know you wear underwear made of bamboo?
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm not joking.
It's a good job there's no pandas in Italy.
It's genuinely
chased
but
by
then,
pandas.
Then the joke has been in the chat that keep Lily Panda away from it.
I agree.
Because otherwise, I could be in trouble.
Okay, so what's the reason for wearing underwear that's made out of bamboo?
I don't know. This isn't a paid endorsement. I
Let
wasn't
me
going to mention
have
on the air.
a sneak look. Come on.
But
let me just look in. I want to see your bamboo underpants now.
Here you go. So it's called. This is definitely not one time I'm going to show it on Comcam, but it's made of this bamboo material, and it's extremely breathable. And yeah, I've got to say, maybe I'll get some free ones. Step 1. Step 1.life. There you go. I've said it. No advertisements allowed. But I got to say, it's not a paid endorsement. Oh, he bounced this into himself. That's
breathable. Most people breathe from up here. Your nose, mouth. You got. I mean, you
don't know. I'm in a world of comfort. More than the batter who just chops that one onto his head. Another good reason to wear a helmet.
Okay, so there we go. We're getting to find out some things about you live on ear that I never knew. So bamboo.
And this is what random question last innings of the day. I think Wazza was his idea to get it going. And so I keep trying to keep up with his chat, but it's running away from me now. Not too much power in the power play. This is another ball that won't leave the infield. Takes them up to 8. Yeah, I think Maya in the chat saying, might sound weird, but if I was PLG, don't focus on the chase, just focus on getting some batting time ahead of some other games coming up through the week. Also makes sense, also helps your net run rate. I mean, once you do think it's out of control. But Lily Panda said she'd rather have a slice of pizza than the bamboo anyway. Just trying to keep up appearances.
Yeah, I just had a sneak look at them. I'd agree. You're better off. This one will go for 4. And despite the efforts of the fielder, can't stop it. Nicely timed shot. And that's what they've got to do. Just a bit of belief. This one just a little bit wider. And you can see Arslan Mohammed saying to his fielder, that's yours, buddy. The fielder, he does try, but he can't stop it. 4 runs.
So finally a boundary. We've been waiting for one. And we got one. So it's the end of the 3rd over. 12 for 2. Not quite the power play you want. At least you could say it's improving. It was hard to go backwards. 1, 2, and 9 off the first 3 overs. Shrug's got a random question. Have I had any gelato since I've been in Italy? The answer is yes. I did in week 1. And we went to meet him 1 week, right? So I'm going to try and go easy on it this week. And the reason is that I want to continue to fit into my suits. And then the other reason is next week we're in Bologna, and that is the home of gelato. So I'm really saving it up. And I remember last time I was having gelato for dinner. Some of those shops are pretty incredible. So the answer is yes, I have. Had some in Milan last week, but saving myself this week.
You know what I had yesterday?
Yeah.
Sorbet.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Lemon sorbet after a nice bit of pasta. And, a bit of carbonara yesterday. And, the pasta here, of course, as you'd expect in Italy, made fresh. So a bit of pasta, and I thought something that's refreshing. And well, yeah, sorbet was delicious. In fact, sorbet right now would be absolutely magical. And this shot is pretty magical as well, because it's whipped away for 4 runs. Nice shot. He picks up the line quickly, rocks back, he gets a swivel in and takes it to the boundary. 4 runs, and that's what they've got to do here. A bit of belief. And yeah, I think people in the chat are absolutely right. I mean, maybe needing to go at around about 15 and over, this match may be out of it. I mean, you never know. You never say it's done until it's done. But the key thing is be positive, get a positive result, get a good batting partnership here together, get batters going, make this count, because well, if you get yourself into form here, it certainly will help you and your team in this series.
Yeah, true. Here's 9. Low full toss. Struck away. Actually, fielder locates it, just a single. Emily making a good point that the team Gibonate had a bit more experience on the pitch now. They know kind of the lengths to bowl, which is, I think for the most part, full. I mean, if you get short, just asks to be hit. You saw it earlier this over as well. So, yeah, that's true. Such a competitive week we've got coming up.
Okay, so you're going to the lake, so you're going like this.
Definitely
We're going to combine your lake to a bit of food talk.
Okay.
With this area, because of the lakes, I mean, the lakes and the regions have got a bountiful source of fresh fish. In the lake of Iseo, over 23 species swim in its waters, including trout, perch, pike, and Lake Garda is home to pike as well. Trout are rare, but there's plenty of fish, and they can all be found in the lakes.
So what are you
and
trying to say?
A lot of those lakes.
I should be catching my own sushi for dinner.
I'm trying to say that I think carp have got a thing for bamboo. That's all I'm saying. But no, a lot of those fish end up in the restaurant.
I'll take them off then. You've convinced me. Well, you know what I'm going to wear when I go swimming later on.
I do know what you're going to wear. Have you
know
got
what
them
I'm
with you?
wear. And I've got
Have
a
you got
pack
them with
light.
you? Get them out.
It's very European. I don't have them on me.
You didn't have them in? Oh, you're going to go back.
I don't have them with me. I'm going to go back to the hotel. I'm not going to, believe it or not, I don't swim in my suit.
Bring them tomorrow.
No, you've seen them before. Go and
I
go
have.
back
Some
to Malta
of you
last year.
haven't seen it before.
I think we had too many complaints last year. Uh-oh, that's a beamer, and that's going to be 4. Well, that'll kickstart your innings. It goes over the batter, it goes under the keeper. No ball, 4 byes, free hit coming up.
It's turning out to be a pretty decent over, this one, isn't it? I mean, that one correctly caught, and well, there you go. Nutmeg. Free your legs.
Well, that's one you don't want to get behind if you're keeper, because if you get down to block that, you may be searching for a new head.
He's lucky this doesn't bounce.
Yeah,
Otherwise, he would
exactly.
be searching for a new something else, because it bounces. It could have been awkward. So it's going to bowl it again. Free hit. I mean, if they can capitalise on this free hit, send it to the boundary, and finish close to that 30, somehow they've got themselves back into this. Still a lot to do, of course.
Last ball, the over.
No, he's not changing the field here. He's not allowed to change the field.
I mean, he's just saying stay there. You're not allowed to move. Anyway, here we go. Strap yourselves in. Free hit, free miss, end of 4. 23 for 2. At least the intent's there for PLG. Hello to everyone. Vinny Sandhu here. Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And we are here in the microwavable ice cube. Hope you've had a great day. We've had a great day. And I think Israel Hussain was saying, great first day in Brescia. He's really enjoyed it. We're glad you've enjoyed it. I mean, it's going to be really, really interesting to see who qualifies from this group, because it is strong. For me, probably I have, after today, with Brescia being off the pace a little bit, I probably got Brescia CC and Kings 11 like neck and neck. And after today, probably Gina Brescia a shade behind them. Maybe Janja Brescia a shade behind them. And probably these two, I think they're the two that are going to struggle because they're not going to get too many easy games, if any. But Gina Brescia also at the end of the week, they'll probably get someone like Hassan Ahmed back. We may see Fahim Nazir as well. So, I mean, I don't think I really want to write off Gina just yet. And we've only seen the one performance from
Isn't
them.
that a bit, I mean, compared to what we had in Milan to here, that's the advantage, isn't it?
Yeah.
In Milan, you had 1 day, possible 3 matches to survive, and you're through.
See you later.
In here, well, you know, if you can afford, these teams can afford to have a bad day, but not more than 1.
Yeah, that's true. Well, this next over is going to start with the boundary, a little bit short, and smacked away. It's deep in his crease there, Asad Imran. And just helps that to the boundary. This is Kuljinder Singh, the captain, who's bowling. Yeah, so negative of that, though, negative this week is obviously you just have the 1 spot you got to win. It's not just enough to make the final, you got to win. But I mean, it is fair because there's 6 teams here. There were 12 teams last week in Milan. It's just the way it is geographically, and the formats were devised based on the amount of teams that the Federation wanted to enter and give a chance at the ECL. And hits him in front, he's gone.
Oh, I don't know where this hits him though. Does this hit him? For me, I'm going to double check if this hits him outside the line. That's my question.
Yeah, it's a fair question. I'll look at it from straight on. We're looking from a long way away. Let's have a look on the replay. And he comes right wide of the crease. Yeah, see, I'll tell you what. This actually hits the pads twice, but the first impact is definitely outside the off stump.
Yeah.
The second one does clunk in. You see, this first one actually hits the left pad there, and then hits the right pad. You can see it goes sideways. So I think for me, it's a lucky one for Chivinate, and it's an unlucky one for the batter. But again, you know, the umpire sees that once, sees it in real time. Maybe he just sees the impact on the second pad, and that one probably is in line. But you meant to take it from the first moment that it strikes the body. Anyway, if you're going to have a bad one, maybe have it in a game like this where it looks like they could be in a bit of trouble. As the score now is 27 for 3. This will bring Kurum Zafar to the crease.
Yeah, I mean, he's unfortunate, the batter there. You can see disappointment when he sees the umpire give it out. Delight, of course, for the captain, Kuljinder Singh.
When it comes down to it, you don't help yourself as a batter because it probably wasn't a good shot selection really either, was it, to try and hit that ball away on the leg side?
I don't think it was that bad because I think he's I think he's played a shot knowing where the ball is pitching. That's why he's probably more disappointed.
Yeah, probably want to hit in the offside. This one does go in the offside. And well handled out there. Aslam Muhammad has been brilliant today. I think it might be Perminder though that does the fielding that time. No, it was Aslam Muhammad. Perminder has been prowling around out there earlier. A long way away from the players up the hill, but well handled. Down the leg side. This will be a wide. +1, I believe. Wait for the...
He's saying he hits the pad.
Sorry, hit the pad, did it? All right.
Yeah, no shot played. This is correct decision.
Yeah, it is. And tell you what, worth a shout. Probably going down leg, but I'd still be yelling.
Now, some people, just so you're saying, some people are saying, why make him run and then say, no, you didn't play a shot? The reason is you still give the fielding team the chance to run them out.
Of course. Yeah, you don't want to cost the fielding team a wicket. You don't want to disadvantage them. And I've actually seen that. I've played in a game where it was, oh, watch out, clunks off the leg. It'll allow a second, but luckily it won't allow 4. I've actually played in a game where that was umpired incorrectly, where...
Really?
Where there was a run out. And they said, no, it's a dead ball and you get to go back in. And it was our batter who said, okay. Actually, I think also umpires may have caused the run out by telling the batters to stop running in the middle of the run. That can happen at all levels. I mean, there's a lot of rules in cricket. I know they are called laws, but I also think we're a bit funny calling them laws because if you break a law in cricket, you don't generally go to jail. But so anyway, 31 for 3 after 5 overs, but it just shows we take our sport seriously. Manasa Riaz, 13 not out of 17. And he was one of their better performers with Matt last year. And doing the job behind the stumps for PLG in this series. Kurum Zafar has just joined him. All right, tell me more random questions. This is what I want. Mayur Patel with their spanner now. And I'm sure she's saying she isn't the Maya in Germany. Well, we're well aware of that. The robot, I'm sure, is well aware of it as well. With, she's been providing sunny disposition and some good contributions over the last few weeks. This is Ramsunil, who's going to come out with the number 2004 on his back, despite being born in 2002.
Sunil, the first ball goes to the boundary. I mentioned about all the fish that you have here, so plenty of fish to eat, but oh dear, no. Well, this is not the way to do it.
To stop this,
Hey,
because
listen,
the two he's got didn't do the job.
You got to do a bit of coaching out there, because Abdul Rahman, he's a little bit slow. Here we go, nutmeg.
I know what he's thinking. He's thinking this is an ugly way to stop it, but at least it's effective. And the thing is, it wasn't effective because he's probably scared if he gets down, it might take a bounce and knock him out, but one goes under him.
It's not the first time we've seen that. We've seen a lot of keepers relying on stopping the ball with the pads, but every so often, you don't get your feet together, you're in trouble. He tries again. That's better.
Well, he's got to get closer. I mean, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Get closer. And I know what everyone's worried about. You might be an edge that flies away. It might knock you out anyway. But so what? I mean, you're taught basically as a keeper, when you first start, you want to be taking the ball waist height on the way down. Waist height on the way down. And in general. And these ones are never going to make it that far. And this one's chopped on. This one really won't make it that far. So Zafar's going to have to go. Ramsunil gets the wicket. PLG languishing in the last innings of the day. Right now, they're 36 for 4.
Yeah, it's unfortunate dismissal. Just trying to get bad onto ball on this one. Look, trying to drag it away to on the onside, but just all he does is succeed in chopping it onto his stump. Again, wrong shot to play. He's got to be looking to play this out on the offside, and by trying to drag it across on the onside, when he gets a bit of a inside edge on this, and it's another wicket. So Zafar has to depart, and it is Sunil who gets another wicket. So
random question time. So we keep going?
Yeah, let's keep
got
going.
Some good ones. And James Stewart saying, have I ever been to Himar Island? My brief excursion to the north home, talking of Estonia. I haven't really been too much outside of Tallinn. Maybe like an hour north, probably about as far as I've gone. As this one's in the air, it's going to fall safely. I mean, I do want to see more of Estonia. In fact, we'd love to get an ECS back in Estonia. We went 2 years ago for 2 days. Beautiful. They've got so much going on up there. But yeah, hopefully we get to see a bit more of them, because good things happening in cricket there. Now, here's one. What is the highest shirt number in ECN history? Good question by Shrug. And I wonder if you know what it is. This one is very, very close to the edge of the bat. Do you know what it is?
I think I do.
See if you can. Do you know what the number is, firstly? You might not know the name, and don't blame you. It's from 2020.
I think it was all the, wasn't it all the sixes, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's the end of the sixth over. 37 for 4. And, yeah, the player with the highest shirt number was Mukhtar Singh.
Yep.
And from memory, it was in Bulgaria, I'm going to say. But, yeah, regardless, it was Mukhtar Singh. And his shirt number was 666666. That was his shirt number. So I guess that's 666,666. And here's the funniest thing, because I think it would have been because he did hit 6 sixes and over at some point.
Yes.
Pre-ECN. Couldn't make a run.
That's
in the
correct.
series.
So
were you doing that series?
Yeah, we were all sort of saying we need to change
What
it
country
because
was
he
that? Do you remember?
kept on getting
I'm going
zeros.
to say Bulgaria, but no. What country was that?
I don't think it was Bulgaria. I thought it was it not
it
in
Spain?
Rome? Rome seems to ring a bell.
Hungary?
Well, I'm thinking of another number.
Yeah, these are the questions.
But that was, that was the number.
666,
It was
the
all
highest shirt
sixes.
numbers. Trying to think of some of the most unusual shirt numbers we've had. I mean, we didn't actually see Ash McGlynn for Vinarati, who makes the pies at the Down Under, which is where we get our lunches from, the Australian pub down there. This one sneaks through, and this will be a bit of a chase. I think the ball's winning this one. And I think I'm wrong. No, I'm right.
That touches the rope.
I'm pretty sure this one kicks into the rope. So it will be for Sajid Ahmed. Nice effort from him. Gets the back heel on it. He was winning the race at one point.
He was
He was just
deciding.
saying, please don't spin into the rope.
He was deciding
And
the
it did.
right time to stop that, and when he did, the ball just still hits the rope.
So Ash McGlynn didn't get a game for Vinarati in Prague, but his shirt number is 3.14 because that is pi, you know, the mathematical simple pi. In the air and caught, full toss. Riaz hit it straight to the man at cover, who makes no mistake. Good catch by Hamad Afzal. It's a wicket to the captain, Kuljinder Singh, who's getting some reward for a hard day's work. PLG struggling now, really struggling. 42 for 5. And Riaz, after doing the hard work, who'll be so disappointed that he hits this full toss. Has to reach for it, to be fair. He finds the man who holds on to a pretty smart catch in there.
Yeah, nicely caught by Afzal. I mean, it was a nice, comfortable height, but still, you got to keep your concentration. And yeah, he's stuck out there a while, hasn't he? 18. I know he's used up a lot of deliveries, but I suppose he's already decided a long time ago it's not about winning this match, it's about trying to put a good score on the board. He wasn't able to do that, so Captain Kuljinder gets another wicket. Yeah, I mean, what I was talking about is the fish. So plenty of fish on offering when you go to these Italian restaurants because of those 23 species. But also, and I had no idea of this, Italy also, because of all those fish, caviar. Caviar is a big thing out here.
And we're in the home of caviar, right?
Yeah, we are.
Brescia?
Brescia is the home of some of the best caviar that you'll find because of the abundance of fresh spring water in the region.
You like caviar?
I've had it a few times. I'm not a big fan. No, not a big fan of it. Fish eggs,
pretty
not for
fancy,
me. But I know it comes in all sorts of shapes and sizes, and it costs a bit of an arm and a leg as well.
Can do. End of the over. 43 for 5. 3 overs to go in the day. And we can tell you we'll be back tomorrow for day 2. Now, the first 4 days, they're part of the round robin phase of this tournament. And we've got Gina Brescia first up against Cividate, so they'll have to get up early. They just play the 1 game tomorrow. Gina played 2. They play the first and the last. Chandra Brescia once again just play the 1. And Kings 11 likewise. Pack Lions they've got a big couple of days tomorrow because they're going to have to really get their skates on. They play matches 2 and 4. And yeah, starting again, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India. Join us for another exciting day of ECN cricket. Yeah, weird shirt numbers, 3.14. I used to play against a guy that actually had a shirt number -1. But apart from that, I don't think we've ever had a minus. This one, he decides to make it into a catch. And look, I suppose you can't fault him for that. But when he doesn't get there, he was a sitting duck. And the result is a boundary.
Yeah, hit up in the air, and you see here, and the thing is, I think he just tried to, well, I thought he was trying to just cushion the blow with his body, but when you look at that, it's almost like he decided he doesn't want to cushion the blow. Gets past him. I'm still waiting to see number on the back of the shirt.
Yeah.
Nicely played. And a good throw. He could be in trouble. They're going to take this thing. A good shot again. Again, we've seen a lot of cut shots played really nicely, but the fielding has been spot on.
Get value for that cut shot here.
Here comes the throw. And
if it hits,
maybe it just made it. Yeah, I'm waiting to see number like maybe in Roman numerals.
Oh yeah, there you go.
And maybe I was thinking maybe you could see that in Italy here because got a lot of that, haven't they?
That's true. That makes sense. So yeah, weirdest shirt numbers as well. Zabi Zahid for Naka in Stockholm last year. He always fights with his brother about the number 10, and his brother always steals it. So he just had a lion's head on the back of his shirt as a shirt number. They weren't even the lions or anything. This is in the air. Should be another wicket, and it will be. They've caught pretty well when they've had the chance, and that's a man I mentioned earlier. Paminda Kumar. He's been excellent in the field. So even when they drill one, PLG goes straight to the fielder. That's a 6th wicket now. Nice catch taken out there by Parminda. 49 for 6.
Yeah, it's just all going wrong. I mean, when they do play some shots, they can't get them past the fielder. Paminda Kumar taking the catch there. Another wicket, another batter has to depart. I mean, talking of, I mean, I know we're talking more numbers. What was this? Can you remember again? What was the story with the shirt? Was it for Hawazami when nobody wanted a particular shirt because of the number on it? It was bad luck or something?
I think it was one that was passed around. But yeah, I think, but also Albizami had the issue where they put out their shirts to dry on their balcony it was actually the Swedish team last year, and the wind blew them over the balcony into the street. And so they were all shuffling their shirts for the rest of the tournament. Then they miraculously turned up again.
Yeah.
But people asking, was Muktiar a big guy to wear the 6/6s? Well, he wasn't. He was fairly normal size. They were just pretty thin numerals.
Yeah.
That's how I remember it. You were closer than I was. Ramsonil with a couple of wickets to his name now. 2 balls left in his spell. This one dragged away to deep mid-wicket for 1. Oh, hold the phone. Maybe 2. Yeah, they will get 2. Took an age to get back on that. Paminda, after I gave him a wrap. This will take some backing up. It does. So that'll be 2 runs. It brings up the 50 as well. That's Lily Panda says, caviar, it makes you feel like you are eating money, except it costs more. True.
That's a very good definition. I'm liking that. I'm liking that.
And question about who has made the most runs in ECS cricket. Well, I can probably look it up pretty quickly as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 51 for 6. And this is one of the great things about our website. If you go to EuropeanCricket.com, you can find out all of these things. We've got our all-time high scores, our all-time records are all there on our homepage. Just click on statistics.
I tell you what, I think 1 or 2, you'll find that 1 or 2 of the players playing in this one will be right up there. I mean, somebody who comes to mind straight away, someone like Kuldeep Lal. I mean, they wouldn't have expected him to be playing here. I reckon he's got a few.
The thing is, we had a lot of cricket in Spain, especially in the early days.
That's right.
Had night series there. And so I'll be able to tell you when I get a chance. But right now, let's have a look at the 9th over, which is going to start with a wicket. So, well, Sunil hands the ball over to Hamid Afzal, and he has some success as well. PLG swinging away. But it's only the stumps being disturbed now, 51 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, he's smashed this into his own stumps. And again, you see, this happens when you're too over-focused in hitting the shots only to one part of the ground. I mean, he's trying to hit this so hard, but he's trying to hit a ball that should be hit. It may be either straight or through the covers, or you're trying to hit it definitely on the offside. He's trying to work this round onto the onside and just smashing it back onto his stump. So it's another disappointing dismissal.
Put the link in the chat there. So the all-time leader in ECS cricket is Mohammad Ihsan from Paco Camp.
Okay.
1,104 runs.
Yeah.
Closely followed by Yasir Ali, 1,055. So there we go. Good information. And that doesn't include runs, to my knowledge, in the ECL. So yeah, Mohammad Ihsan is the man who has the most runs. As far as from Italy, the leader is Nazmul Haq from Venezia. We'll see him next week.
Yeah, Nazmul.
888.
Remember that, see? I mean, he wasn't on the ball, was he, last year, you have to say. But
yeah, just in the Super Series. He was brilliant in the Venezia series, in the Venice series.
When we saw him last year, he wasn't quite on form, but in Venezia, he was something else. He was just a run machine.
Yeah, I've got some interesting trivia for doing random stats, random trivia. I just found this little tidbit that our founder, Daniel Weston, was married on the island in the middle of Lake Garda. There you go.
Is that right?
That's, you know, that's come straight from the horse's mouth.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks for that, Dan. Dan Weston, of course, be here without him. His vision to grow cricket in Europe. And, yeah, who would have imagined we'd be doing as much cricket as we are? And
I think that's called
many people involved.
Isio Island. Is it? Or something like that. But anyway, it's a bit of bat on this.
Yeah, end of the bat.
Oh no, it's still got through the keeper. It gets through one. Sukhwinder Singh, and then somebody else comes and tidies it up.
Just leaves a path of carnage, this cricket ball, on the way through, doesn't it? So PLG, new year, same old story for them, unfortunately. Not really being able to put an innings together with Matt. But you've got to say credit to the bowling team. I think they have been very good here. This is Ahmad Afzal. Hits this pretty hard. This is going to take some stopping. No chance for the fielder. And so, Zain Ali's had a pretty good game, but even he can't stop this. Good shot, though. I like that. Through the line of the ball, not trying to hit across it. Good cricket shot. Hit well and hit for 4.
Yeah, he plays it well. Afzal goes for the boundary. I mean, they have played some good shots. I've said before, they've been a tad unlucky at times. I think a number of batters have played some nice shots out on the offside, but haven't been able to avoid the fielders.
That's right. Last ball of the over. In the air. And I think this is falling safely. It is. Now they can raffle it. Lucky number 999. Here's from Unchi. We'll do the fielding. So it'll be the end of the ninth over. The score 59 for 7. All right, last chance for random questions. I've enjoyed them. And really have enjoyed the first day here in Brescia. And I do like this format as well. Like I said, I like the fact you've got 6 teams are each playing each other. And when it comes to Super Friday, yeah, that's going to be do or die for the 3 teams that don't form the best in the first 4 days. So, yeah, a lot on the line.
You're going to be wearing your Speedos, you say.
Yeah,
Well, look out for this dish. It's actually a good dish called a Speedo. And it's a traditional dish originating from the province of Brescia and especially popular in the Lake Garda area. So look out for this when you're out and about. Consists of types of meat such as pork, beef, chicken, rabbit, skewered with potato slices and in sage leaves. So look out for that. That sounds good. That's your type of meal, isn't it?
Sounds decent. I told you I'm saving myself for Bologna when we get onto gelato country. I love gelato. I'll be sweating gelato next week if it stays this hot.
But you know which people love Brescia? If you love cheese,
Oh yeah.
Brescia is known for its cheese.
Here is Paminda getting a bowl in the last. So probably would have been a wide. Instead, it's hit straight to the fielder. Could have gone for glory and then decides after some, almost like a cooling off period of about 5 seconds before he decides to throw this. Just watch this. Okay. I don't think it would have been out by the time he thought about it for so long. You see, if he'd gone straight away, would have had a chance at glory. Hit in the air and another catch. Hamad Afzal, and he's been running hot in that position. So Paminda Kumar gets a wicket now. LG just struggling once again in the chase. Naveed goes for 3, 60 for 8.
Yeah, Kumar picks one up as well. It doesn't quite get the power in the shot, does he? He's not hitting it up. He's sort of hitting it from up to down, which creates the opportunity for the fielder. The catch has been taken, and another batter has to depart.
60 for 8 now. No, last questions. So Lily says, random question, not clever. I think it's all right. But for Vinny and Rico, favourite movie and why? Well, I've got a few favourites.
Ooh, okay.
I'm going to go out just instinctively. Well, my favourite movie as a kid was Home Alone. I mean, I'm about the same age as Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I just thought that was pretty cool. That made me laugh a lot. I don't know if you can get away with most of it these days, actually. That was in 1990. Oh, this one's smacked, and I think this is going to go the journey. It is 6, I think. Well, I think it is 6.
It is 6,
Yes, given now. Well, how about Riaz, number 10 coming out? Give him perfect 10 for the shot. He goes smack, and yeah, he knocks it back in, but from over the line, yeah?
Yeah, foot goes down there, you see. So that is always going to be...
Actually, then it bounces over the line, so it's definitely 6. But when I think about it, I think my favourite movie ever is Back to the Future 2. The only one where they go into the future.
Okay.
And now the future is 2015, which is now the past. So,
Well, my one is quite appropriate for the
Go
day
on.
that we're on, Independence Day. I think
you like
Independence Day
yeah.
was
Nice.
a superb movie. I just love it. I love the opening scene of it, you know, when Will Smith is getting ready, getting changed, and the whole house starts to shake.
Yeah.
Is it another quake? And you go and look outside, and of course, there's that big spaceship. So yeah, Independence Day was pretty good. Another one that I absolutely loved, which is an old-time classic, was the movie Mannequin. I used to love Mannequin. Great movie.
yeah. How can you miss from here?
I don't know,
It's
but
one of the great mysteries.
as I always say, when we go bowling, he's on your side.
Thanks, Ian, for the questions. Haven't heard from George Clooney yet. James Stewart, here's last ball of the day. Swung and missed again. And I'll wait for the signal on this. 4 byes to end the day. Well, the knife twists in my back as a former wicketkeeper. As he goes the ice hockey goalie stop again. And he puts out the little shrug emoji expression. But it will be the 4 runs that pack lines get it to 70 runs. They're going to finish 70 for 8.
Yeah, I think Abdul Rahman has probably stopped more with his pads than his gloves. And I think you're right. He's standing too far back. And he's just not been brave enough to take a couple of steps up to the stumps to try and stop it. I think today, on a match like this where you were comfortably on top all the way through, he's got away with it. But I think in a closer match, And that's a lot of runs that's been given away. I mean, just want to have a quick check for you, the number of buys that went there. Just where we at? Buys, 12 buys. I mean, extras, 16. That's one area that they've got to tidy up on.
Yeah.
But Cividate,
Three lots of four,
congratulations to them.
To be fair to the keeper. The one was a no-ball beamer. But, yeah, those extras were a bit of a factor, weren't they? Hey, don't forget, say goodbye to day one, but day two not too far away. We'll be back in the morning. Cividate, they'll be pretty happy with their first points of the series there. Now, Brescia is who they'll take it in the morning. And what maybe a chance to get on top of Brescia, who didn't quite hit their straps today, although they had a tough matchup against Brescia CC. Brescia, another team that didn't take any points away from day one. They'll hope to get on the board against PLG. We'll hope to just try to put together something with the bat. I mean, look at the way that's Tabassum Riaz came out and he absolutely smoked one. I mean, maybe he's one that they want to throw up the order. Just go with anyone that seems to have any kind of hitting ability. You've got to be flexible. Join us again, 6:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and noon in India for day two of this FanCode European Cricket Series. In the chase, PLG started bad and never really got better, you have to say. 2 early wickets, that one was plump. Got to say the umpires have been very good today as well, Rico, particularly with those LBWs. And we'll probably see one here that on reflection may not be 100% correct. I think for the most part they've considered all the elements and kept their cool. This one went over the batter, went under the keeper. Well, there's 4 of the buys. Probably wondering what he's meant to do about it. But ultimately, we saw some intent from PLG, but when it came down to it, they just weren't quite able to hit the boundary often enough. And just the one Maximo in the innings coming very late on. But I tell you what, I think Abdul Rahman, I don't see any NHL franchises knocking his door down for a goaltender position. It didn't seem to matter. They had plenty to play with, and it is Cividate that get the points here in match 4.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to them. They did catch Willie very well as well, you have to say. They had a few opportunities. Some were difficult, some were a bit more straightforward, but you still got to take them. And speaking of catches, there was another one there, nicely done. And just one of those days, wasn't it, for PLG? I mean, even when they did hit the ball in anger, they managed to smash a lot of them into their own stumps. And there was some rare good moments, but too many shots were going to the hands of the fielders. But I think they're a team that they can improve. I think they've got that game out of the way. PLG, they're a team that haven't won a European Cricket Series match yet at all. And but just got to keep taking the positives out of that. Today, I think they probably didn't have the rub of the green, to say the least, when they were batting. I think some of the batters were a little bit unlucky. On another day, they probably would have been right up there, maybe around about the 90-95 mark and knocking on the door. But it's they've got the first match out of the way. I think that's really important. But you've got to. Mudassa Riaz, he was sort of left to it on his own. I mean, he wasn't going blazing, but what he was trying to do was just try and get the team to a reasonable score. But you can see there, those two ducks, number 2 and number 3, when they go without scoring. Yeah. And Asad Imran, he did put a bit of a fight back in there before Kuljinder Singh had him LBW. I think that was a big moment there because he was looking pretty good. And then after that LBW, they never really did recover.
Yeah, for sure. And so just not able to really challenge. Pretty good effort from all 6 bowlers used. You can see that all of them went between 4 and 8 and over. I've got to say Zain Ali had a really good game, 2 for 8 to go with the runs he made in the first innings. Aslam Mohammed as well didn't take a wicket but only conceded 10. They set the table, didn't they? And then you also saw Kuljinder, the captain, with 2 wickets, 2 to Ram Sunil as well. It's equal to Hamid Afzal and Parminder Kumar. But a good team effort from Cividate. Look, I know they've lost a couple of players, Cividate, but I said at the start of the day, it's important that the other players step up. And they learnt a lot last year, Cividate. They were 3rd after the group stage. They finished in 4th. But, they showed that they can be a very good T10 side, and they certainly made light work of Pak Lions Getty in match 4.
Look, they got two players there, in Arslan and also Ali. 2 good players. Top players because they're all rounders. We saw them bat, score quick runs. We saw them bowl, and they're pretty decent in the field as well.
Yeah.
And look, there's 2 of them. If one of them gets going every match, they are going to be able to score big runs.
Look at this guy. Yeah, this guy's one of our favourites, Mr. 100%. And he has been helping us out, as we'd expect, all day. I know we'd love to see it on the field, but Mr. 100% is there, and he's always helping us out with what we need. Thank you, Mr. 100%. He's also my driver to the lake tonight, so I'm going to make sure that I get him on. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone out there. Thanks to everyone in the live chat. Thanks for your interest about everything that's going on. I know that all these 5 weeks are going to tie together into one big storyline, and right now you know, Brescia had a really good start. I mean, I think Brescia CC made a good start. I think that Jinnah and Jantua, they can improve. They still got somewhere that they can go. I think Kings 11 did nothing wrong, and Kings 11 looking even more dangerous than last year for me with some of their pickups.
I mean, all right, I know that they've lost a couple of players, but the ones they picked up, Yadav and Khalid, well, both of them just showed their strength today, didn't they? Yadav was good with the ball, and then he scored a half century. Khalid picked up 4 wickets, and we know he was 15 not out in that match as well. He's a class player, and you know, as I always say, when you get to these tough competitions, and this week is particularly tough. There's a lot of big teams here, and when you get to the tough competitions, the big players do stand up, and they've got a couple of big ones in there.
Yeah, you said it. So just a reminder, you can go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. That's the place. When people always ask me who to watch out for, what teams, you can go back, you can look at last year's stats, you can look at who the leading run scorers and all these things are. Each player has a player profile. You can click on them in the scorecard and see their career statistics. We can't make it any easier for you, to be honest. So go to EuropeanCricket.com if you are playing fantasy cricket, for example. The other thing is go to our social media. It means lots of things happening. We did a recap, which I know hit the airwaves today on social media at European Cricket. Recap of Milan and looking ahead to Brescia as well with our thoughts. So we're giving everything to you, and you just got to go and look for it, and you can form your own opinions on what you think is going to happen. Tomorrow should be a great day. Day 2 of 4 in the round robin stage. Then we have Super Friday and finals on Saturday. We're going to take a break and maybe just get out of the microwave for a second. It's been hot in the kitchen. It's been hot out there, but the action's been hot as well. Thanks again to all of our wonderful viewers. We are so thankful to you guys. We have the best viewers in world cricket. I say it all the time, indeed. And it is true because they genuinely care about the direction of the game, as we do as well. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full from Brescia in northern Italy. Hope you have a happy and safe evening. Stay safe and stay well. And we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night, everyone.
Adios, mi familia. Hasta mañana.
But he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tick ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Has gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience just watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes. He sent that pack in. But the shaka. 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier. That's supercharged. 6 runs. That's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.